Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV. Endwalker. We have finally made it. We have finally made it. When I first started playing Final Fantasy XIV online, it was about a month after 6.0 had come out. And about 3.5 years later or so, roughly, we have made it. We're at Endwalker. Not only will this be caught up to where the game was when I started, despite the fact that there's been several patches and then an expansion and then a couple more patches since then. This is it. This is it. Oh, the intro movie starting? That's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to make sure I avoid the opening movie by just doing this while I do an intro. Go away! Sorry, there's one cockroach who's been a bitch all morning and I refuse to spray it because it's gonna just be mad at me when I do it, if I do that. Open the license instead. No, because I want to leave it on the piano and the nice title screen, but I'm just gonna do this all day. I can just keep going down. It won't be distracting to look at. It'll be fine. So if you've been tuning in to my playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV up to this point, it has been 139 episodes on YouTube at this point, plus an extra 2 for the character creator and watching the End of an Era 1.0 stuff. We started this in January of 2022. It is now middle of May 2025 as we start Endwalker. So it's been a couple of years that we made Minor Fist back in July of 2021. We originally made Minor Fist before Endwalker came out, because we made her in the benchmark for Endwalker. Which is something that after we beat Endwalker I have to do. I have to go and watch my reaction to watching the benchmark, because I bet the benchmark is full of spoilers that I had no context for. And it would be really funny for me to just see that. Someone mentioned that it's just like, oh yeah, I saw Emmett Selk in like a react that I did like fucking years and years and years ago at E3 or something. And again, obviously I had no idea. But if you have been watching this playthrough, you'd know that it's had quite the impact on me. This has become my favorite game in the time that I've been playing it. Very, very easily become my favorite game. Is it cheating to say that Minor Fist is my favorite video game character? That feels like it's cheating. That feels like it's lame to say. But it honestly might be true. But it's cheating. Okay, it is cheating. Yeah, it's fair. That's fair. Well, it's my favorite playable character because I'm learning her story as I go through and everything like that. Like I feel like a big thing that really demonstrates that like Minor Fist is very much like fleshed out enough that she is her own character and it's not just me making up stuff as it goes on. I am just reacting in character to whatever happens. Is how much people can predict moments for Minor Fist before I get to them. Like people can predict how I'm going to act as her as we get to it. 5.3 being a big obvious one that everyone was aware going into 5.3 that would be the single biggest moment. But yeah, we're at the end of the story that everything has been building up to at this point. There's obviously going to be a lot more after this that I'm still going to be super into and still super enjoy playing and everything like that. But yeah, we are on the precipice at this moment. It is like about 2 months from now we'll have finished the story that everything has been building up to. Yeah, it's a bit. It's a big thing. It's a big moment. It's a big deal. So what we're gonna do is watch the movie. We're gonna watch the movie. But will I have spoilers? possibly, but also like, if it shows the characters on the moon or the Warrior of Light on the moon or anything like that, I don't even think that's a spoiler at this point. I mean, look at this fucking title screen. Look at the name of like so much gear. Shadowbringers literally ended with everyone staring at the moon. So if it shows that, by the way, the moon's the zone, I don't think that's gonna be a massive spoiler. So that should be fine. Will it have other moments? Possibly. Like we delayed Shadowbringers because of spoilers and stuff, but going forward, we're just gonna watch it at the beginning of an expansion, because in terms of like what counts as spoilers in it, which spoilers do we want do we want to see for the first time in the trailer, which ones do we want to see for the first time in game, and then we can see them in the trailer and everything like that. Everyone's gonna have a different opinion on that. Everyone's gonna have a different idea of when the right moment is. So to avoid all of that, we're just gonna do it now. We're just gonna do it now. I would hope there's some level of refrain. I mean, to be fair, like the biggest thing for Shadowbringers, which I like, out of all of them, Shadowbringers is the correct one. Because the big thing for me for Shadowbringers going into it, of why I wanted to delay it, was because it was going to the first. It was going to a brand new Reflection. I wanted my first experience in a new Reflection to be in-game. So I definitely think it was the right call for that one, because even just seeing the Crystal Tower in the first is a what the fuck moment that I have at the beginning of that. And just seeing what the first is like is a big what the fuck moment. Like, yeah, characters have got new outfits, like your shoulders going by Master Matoya and everything like that. Yeah, there's all of that stuff. Someone is being called Minfilia and stuff like that. Like, there's all of that, but overall, I don't think that's like a super big deal. But like, seeing the Crystal Tower in the first is a big deal, and seeing the splitting of the light sky is like literally an in-game cutscene. It's really the only time that they've directly lifted an in-game cutscene and put it into this into the intro cinematic for Shadowbringers. So for that one, I think it's fine. But like for this one, like, yeah, Endwalker, big deal and everything like that. Huge deal. But like, if the big thing for this is, oh, by the way, you go to the moon. I know what the moon looks like. Like, not even just because I know what the moon is, but like, we've seen Elidibus on the moon in this game. It looks like a moon. So, for this, I think it's fine. I think it's fine for this. For everything else, it should be fine. It was just specifically because of Shadowbringers going to the first that I'm just like, a good moment for this will be very useful. Well, then we've seen Elidibus on the moon. We've seen Elidibus on the moon here. It looks like a moon. So, like, I mean, the moon might have some surprises, but, like, it looks like a moon still. Trailers are also driving a fiction and metaphor, a very Square thing as well. Kingdom Hearts and, not as much Nier. Nier tries to combine things to make it feel like it's metaphor, but then it's literally cutscenes from it. That's what the moon wants you to think. We have seen whalers on the moon. They do carry their big, god complexes. Anyways, let's just watch the Dawn Trail one now. Let's get into the habit of watching them an expansion ahead of time. How about we do that? Alright, for clipping purposes, so this can be cut up and put into a YouTube video of Sprout reacts to FF14 Endwalker intro cinematic. I need my face of... I need that, and then we need a hard cut so we can, like, cut it cleanly. Where we just go bang, and it's like... Alright, let's watch the Endwalker, trailer. Let's have a look. Yo, this one's made by CPU3, let's fucking go! Moon. Oh, I definitely did it louder on my end. Moon. Very different vibes of the song from what I was expecting. Is he walking? Is the Warrior of Light walking? Yeah! Warrior of Light's walking! On the moon! This is not the vibes of the song I was expecting for the final thing. This is not the vibes I was expecting.
The final days were upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
Emmett's talking! Fucking Emmett! Excuse me? Yo, Alisaie's got a new fit! She's fully red now! Let's go! Alisaie's fully red, finally! They teased this in 5.3 that they were gonna get new outfits. Alright, now the music's picking up. Yeah! Paladin! Paladin! Ooh, Sage! Who's Sage? Really?
Are you all right?
I was really expecting him to become Picto in Dawn Trail.
Myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on.
I was expecting him to go Picto because he's an artiste. Wow, okay, he's Sage. He has been Arcanist since 2.0.
The star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet...
Oh, of course they're doing it. Oh, of course. It's gonna be every song.
There were those who stood in defiance of
It's gonna be every song, because of course it is. Of course it is. That is like...
the hour is come, free trial.
Yo!
Nothing.
Yo! Sitting with Dragon. There's funny Daniel. Fucking Christ! What in the HR Geiger? No, the fucking beast that Asinian was fighting off. Very reminiscent of the beast in Amarok Dungeon.
But will our hero deign to play their part? You took your time. 'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
The scythe was just invisible. Father. That was Father. Sharlayan's an obvious one. It's pretty. Okay, I don't recognize this part of any song. This should be the Shadowbringers part, but I don't recognize it as Shadowbringers. I don't recognize it as Shadowbringers.
I knew it. This
Was
star
Graha the
still
Shadowbringers
has
character?
Secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Shadowbringers kicking at the end.
Sharlayan would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on.
I'm gonna fuck your wife so hard, I swear to God.
Do as you must then, but we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Fuck yeah, wife! Hot girl shit! And so this is Endwalker. Now we're in Endwalker music.
Past the far edge of fate.
That's straight up the first boss from Amarok.
Dark and light. Tolling the coming of the end.
Oh, the Endwalker theme is super hope-filled. Let's go! Endwalker. That looks like a shot at Dalamud coming from the moon. bring her like full circle. That's what it looks like, at least. Yeah, that was awesome. That was like, trying to think of the way to describe it. Like, if that, I feel that's way more vibes than Shadowbringers. I feel, like Shadowbringers is very much trying to establish the story a lot more specifically. Like, Shadowbringers is like literally like there are moments in the story that are referenced in Shadowbringers that only exist in the intro cinematic. Thancred rescuing Minfilia from Amarot, the burning of the Knight's Blessed original home, and stuff like that. Like, and a lot of it is focused on the Warrior of Light. Because, as we very much established in the stuff that, like, you know, for my personal character, but also just Warriors of Light in general, it is, like, the Shadowbringers ends up being about the Warrior of Light's arc. So there's a very heavy focus in the Shadowbringers trailer of setting up the Warrior of Light's history. They literally go through every job change and everything like that. It is very much like Shadowbringers is trying to forge the Warrior of Light into the type of hero that is required to, like, be able to do Endwalker. Is very much the vibe that I get there. Like, the Warrior of Light goes through Shadowbringers. By the time they get to Shadowbringers, they're fucked, right? They are, like, mentally tortured. They've gone through a lot of history, and it is weighing down on them. And that is shown a lot in the Shadowbringers trailer. And they end up finding the strength to become what they need to be, the Warrior of Darkness. Whereas, like, the Warrior of Light here is, like, final form, ready to fucking do this shit. They are, like, in the badass cloak that they rip off in the middle of, like, right at the end of it and stuff like that. They're in the full-on paladin gear. They're getting into the fight and everything like that. Forged in the fires of battle and whatnot. Yeah. I mean, like, again, that's also just what has ended up happening for my character. Very, very, explicitly. Again, the fact that, like, all of this stuff has happened for Mindfist the way that it has is not, and lines up so much of the game. It's not an accident. Because I'm, like, I'm quote-unquote writing Mindfist as I'm reacting to the stories. That's not, like, a surprise, but, Shadowbringers was setting up a lot of story stuff. This feels like it's primarily about what the vibes of Endwalker are gonna be like. Emmett is talking, which is interesting. But yeah, that very much feels very vibes focused. I was trying to deliberately not pay... Don't play it again. I was deliberately trying to not pay attention to dialogue, if you're wondering. I was deliberately trying to not listen to too much of the dialogue, in case the dialogue was more explicitly spoiler stuff. Like, I heard Funny Daniel talking about, like, the hero playing the parts, because, you know, the world's burning and everything like that. Alphino's helping Alice and stuff like that. Urianger confirming that the end draws nigh and everything like that. But I was deliberately trying not to pay attention too much to that. But it's a lot of vibes. It is very much the vibes of climactic final arc of the entire story. The music literally just brings back music from all the prior expansions and puts it into this theme and everything like that. And it is already thematically leaning into the shit that I was talking about at the end of Shadowbringers. In terms of, the comparison of the response to the final days. The people of the Unsundered World's response to the final days and how they handled with it of trying to revert the worlds to a perfect time and everything like that. Whereas our heroes, our Warrior of Light and everything like that is way more about looking forward to the future, bearing that suffering and using it to carry on to create a better world and stuff like that. And that's like very much the vibes of that whole trailer, especially what I'm gonna say is the Endwalker part of the song, the final section. It is hope-pilled as fuck. Holy shit. It is like we're getting into Endwalker, we're getting into the moment of like, hey, a villain is trying to literally recreate the final fucking days and everything like that. but like the entire final section of the Endwalker song is literally just about like forging ahead. It says the line "forge ahead" multiple times in there, I think. But it's like we're having like Shadowbringers felt like it was very much trying to get across the idea of how fucked everything is, and this is like getting across the idea of like shit's going to get fucked, but you're gonna get through it. Which is very like vibes that when you think about like a story building up to its final dramatic arc, it's like it's nowhere near as grimdark as what it could be. Like, you think about how many other franchises build up to their final moments, and the stuff that, like, is being shown off to build up to it, in terms of, like, promotional materials, trailers, or even just, like, logos and everything like that. You can look at, like, everything advancing towards more grimdark, more dire, more hopeless, and everything like that, where this is building up to, like, Endwalker just explicitly just being like, no, fuck you, bitch, this is a story about hope. Like, that's very, very explicitly what we're doing here already thematically. Which I'm okay with, obviously. Pardon looks so hot, wish its story was about literally anything else. There's no way any RP-focused playthrough keeps it past ARR. Yeah. What, you mean the Sultan Sworn? The people who, like, tried to, like... Well, I guess it wasn't... No, the Sultan Sworn were there to, like, help the Crystal Braves. Joko would hate it. So this is the thing that they don't want you to know. People are just like, oh my god, Danganronpa's so overdone with its ideas of hope and despair and stuff like that. Here's what people don't want you to know. A lot of stories end up being focused around hope and despair, whether they use the words or not. I don't know if this game has used the word despair, but it's absolutely used hope. The word hope comes up a lot in Shadowbringers. I don't know if it is. I don't know if the word despair was mentioned in Armoron. If it was, it wasn't like a focus of like. It wasn't a focus word. It can be done. We have the technology. Who's ready to begin Endwalker? It was used. Okay, of course it was. All right. It is time to motherfucking Endwalk. So there's no dungeon today. Like, hell yeah, first time, let's go! There's no dungeon today. See, the thing is, like, we're going to Sharlayan. This is this really weird moment of, like, oh yeah, let's go! Let's get excited to, like, start Endwalker and shit. It's just like, bro, we're going to Sharlayan to start with, like... Like, it's not like, oh, let's finally get to Alamingo that we've heard about for so long and help them out and everything like that, or holy shit, we're going to a brand new reflection, or oh my god, we're finally making to Ishgard. It's like, yeah, we've heard about Sharlayan for a long time, but everything about our impression of Sharlayan is like, do we want to though? Like, I'm being asked to go to Sharlayan under duress. I didn't turn off my FC chat. I'm so good at being a streamer. Sorry, Mello. Hello. Hi, Mello. Fish bread arc. Someone Nerd City doesn't stream high intensity opening, I'll admit. Sup trash. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Like, it's so funny that that's where we're starting. Oh, dramatic shit's still gonna happen. We still have one of our first two zones to go to, so we still have that and everything like that, but it's just, I feel like the vibes are going to Sharlayan are not going to be quite the same as the vibes are going to the Crystarium. Just got this funny feeling. Someone is going to force Minafist to eat the fish bread, and she's going to fucking start the final days herself, I swear to god. Immediately getting into it? Hell yeah. I'd hope that had the Sharlayan aesthetic bad. I mean, looking at it, what I saw there, it's pretty. But I'm a sucker for seaside cities. Well, the aesthetic itself, its art's color scheme they use is extremely hospital-like. Would you say that Sharlayan looks sterile? Would you say that it looks sterile? And how maybe that will be like a reflection of their culture of like neutrality and non-action because they don't want to get involved with anything. Yeah, of course the fucking intro music is just all of the themes together. Of course it is. Of course they're gonna do that. Thing is, like, there's certain tropes, especially in video games, especially in stuff that leans into anime in any capacity, that are just always gonna be good. Like, oh, you're coming up to the end, let's reuse the music from the intro. Like, that's never gonna not be awesome. Like, giving me a final boss and bringing back the theme music, despite the fact that this game has done that for every expansion, it will never get old. When you fight Thordon, Heavensward starts playing. When you're fighting Shinryu, Stormblood starts playing. Guess what? It's hype both times. Guess what one of the single hypest moments of this entire game is? It's as Ardbert hands you the axe, and the specific moment that breaks everyone is the fucking Shadowbringers theme playing. There are certain tropes that it doesn't matter how many times they're done, they're always gonna fuck hard and nasty. And bringing back every theme song for the final theme is of course gonna be good. Of course it's gonna be good. It's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, I can tell that I'm being pandered to here. But I'm super okay with being pandered to. It's fine. I am happy with this pandering. This is the part of the song that I'm just like, I feel like my lack of musical knowledge and skill is making me struggle with this part of the song. Everyone's paladins. Oh, sorry, everyone's on breakup. Everyone's blue. I'm also, everyone's blue in some capacity. Endwalker is the blue expansion. Right, you see the emotional bricks covered as they arc towards your face, and instead of trying to get out of the way, you open your mouth. I'm also there as a spooky ghost. As long as you're blue, it's fine. But yeah, there's the part of the song there where it's like I can hear at the end that it does the one brings shadow, one brings the light thing. So it's like, oh, that's Shadowbringers. But the part leading up to that, I might be missing a motif, or like, oh, it's a theme from, like, it's drawn from somewhere in the Shadowbringers theme song, and they've just like reworked it in a way that I don't recognize it. Either that, or it is a more unique section of the song that they just bring back the one brings shadow, one brings the light part for a small chunk of it. Because the Heavensward and Stormblood parts are basically directly from their songs. That are, like, just, like, different instrumentation to fit the song more. Like, they use different instruments. They use, they use the Stormblood theme, but it's obviously different instruments and different vocals. And the Heavensward part is, like, less, orchestral and stuff. But for the Shadowbringers part, I don't know of the rest of it. I'm just like, I can't remember where that's from, or I'm not recognizing it. It's the latter, the bit before Shadowbringers is unique. Okay. Okay. Because that's what I wasn't sure about. I'm just like, is this a, like, a... Because that was the thing that I was trying to work out. I'm just like, it's cool. What I'm listening to is cool. I'll be able to tell you more of my opinions on the song by next week, because I'm going to listen to it several times a day, every day until then. But yeah, I was listening to that, and I'm just like, okay, I feel like I'm meant to be getting into the Shadowbringers section of the song, but I don't recognize it as, like, what it's from. I don't recognize where that is. And also the ARR section, I don't know if that actually brings any leitmotifs from ARR either. Thoughts on this guy? Oh, I've seen this one. If I had a more old school, like, ramshackle pirate design for my for my gunbreaker and my, like, pirate aesthetic, I'd use this one. I fucking love this gunblade. If my gunbreaker, like, if my gunbreaker looks like my ninja, like, if this was the pirate look I was running for gunbreaker, like a more swashbuckle, deckhands kind of pirate look, if I was going for this kind of look for my gunbreaker, I would be using this one for that. Like, he is called Averil Ramshackle. No, I mean, like, no, not what the glam you're wearing is. Like, I would, like, for Minefist, I wouldn't wear your glam with this gunblade either. I'm saying if Minefist was to wear that gunblade, I'd have to change into a very different pirate aesthetic. Yeah, that's more so my thing. You are wearing Minefist pants, though. I'm pretty sure you're wearing her pants, though. Exarchic? Yeah. Yeah, you're wearing her pants. They're not dyed this time. Nice. I was looking for something that went back to the flintlock look. This, yeah, it's a very good gunblade. It's a very good gunblade. It's just, it looks so different. There it is. It looks so different to other gunblades. The fact that it is actually just a giant gun with a bayonet axe kind of thing on the front is really cool. Most other gunblades don't look like that in this game. It's so good. Sup, me fro! We're endwalking. And by that I mean we're admiring axes while we're in Limsa. We're doing that first. She's wearing Minefist pants. They'd be falling off. She's not that much shorter than Minefist. She's not that much shorter than Minefist. Okay, her face are basically at tit height, but still. Oh, she's Viera. She has really long legs. She has really long legs comparatively. I do have a small... Do Vieras have even smaller asses than Femros? Femros do have a small ass to begin with. Femro's butts are already not that big. It's the one part of Minefist's body that she is like, not, this is what the best body in the world looks like. Alright, let's just stare at the naked bunny girl. That feels bigger. Femros have pretty flat asses. That definitely seems bigger. Femros have flat asses, so I feel like, yeah. The boobs are definitely bigger. The waist? True. Possibly the waist. Possibly the waist. Also, sup, Artesia. Yeah. Her ratio got disconnected. It's alright, there's no dungeon today. There's no dungeon today. Alright, with the start of the day theme, let's go to Modona. Oh no! No! Horatio! Let's have Minefist wear Artesia's pants. On her hands? I think they might work as gloves, and even then, I think we might be pushing it. I think that's gonna be your best shot. Anyways, Endwalker, by the way. I will say I'm super happy that we have managed to actually do, like, and complete fucking every bit of major side content up until this moment. Like, we are coming into Endwalker unburdened. Handcuffs. We are coming into Endwalker truly unburdened. We have no side chains to finish in any capacity. Like, we have actually finished every quest that has to do with the blue quest up until this moment. I'm pretty sure. Unless there's any yellows that lead into blues that none of us knew about, but we already did the Moogle quest, so I think it's fine. It was the first expansion that we've done that for. Even Shadowbringers, we finished most stuff, but we hadn't finished, like, Eureka. We hadn't finished, job quests. We hadn't finished Palace. Well, we finished all the job quests up until the level 80 ones, I guess. But we hadn't finished, like, Palace of the Dead either. So a couple little things. The next ship to sail. That's just a shot of water. Boats go on water. Did you know? Albino was feeling the need to... Oh, right. We're in a new expansion. We're gonna get geared again. It's alright. My job gear is slightly higher than eye level 515. I don't think I'll have to worry about it while we're going through. Albino was feeling the need to take stock. But, So you got it proper there. People always think, I've seen some people try to be like, oh, Australians say bottle of water the same way that British people do. That is not true. The British cut out entire things. So you go wa. They cut out like the T's entirely. That's not the Australian accent. The Australian accent replaces the T's with D's. We don't say bottle of water. We say bottle of water. That's the key difference. We still absolutely sound similar, but we do say the letter. We just change it into a different one. There's a lot of Sharlayan called jumping puzzle. Jump. Amazing. Oh, fuck. We're gonna have to do the Sharlayan jumping puzzle, aren't we? Assuming there is one. I don't know if there is one. There wasn't one in the Crystarium that I think about it. I'm thinking every major city has one, but the Crystarium didn't. There isn't one? Eh. Minifus, do you have some time to talk? I'd like to give everyone in Dawn's respite, and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. The other city has a couple though. Let's go! If we get that today. Actually, it's the second city. They'll take a little bit of time. Usually get to the second city decently quickly, but first episode probably not. I guess we would have gotten to the second city in the first episode of Shadowbringers if we did Galusha first, though. And if I didn't break down crying after the beginning of Stormblood and we actually did the dungeon in that first one, we would have as well. Ah. Different music. This new music. This feels new. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. I really like the music. Oh, this is from the beginning of the song. This is from the beginning of the song we just said, I think. When we were walking, I think. There was definitely a couple in Crystarium, but it was eating itself in a market stalls from roadside and accounts. I guess they're not jumping puzzles, I guess they're falling puzzles. Which is its own kind of puzzle, I guess. We have since learned that such structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophori. The Telophori's main purpose is to recreate the final days of Aeon's past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents trapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we can find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist the being tempered at least. But after what happened to Aramon and Pordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. I can't solo every tower myself. I mean, like, I can solo a tower, but I can't solo all of them, because there's so many of them. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophori are under the leadership of Van Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. It's a fucked up that's a fucked up word to use, Jesus Christ. Even Thancred's being like, oh yeah, friend. Jesus. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital's probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession. But that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once wrecked by the barking of cannons, or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophori. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan. I am sure of it. I don't have a Graha voice. He's the one that I can't even, like, attempt to be similar to. I legitimately don't even know how to turn my voice even close to them. Master Fortuno's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. Totaro! We've just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Yo! Okay, now I think we just have the hype music of the hype version of the music we were just listening to. You're to head to Limsa Laminsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Aldessian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. Hell yeah! Forget tickets, let's go! We're going on a boat! The arrangements may be settled, but what are your thoughts? I must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. If it is still home. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. We have never caught a boat with this much fanfare before, I love it. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Call to action music is so loud. Might need to turn it down a little bit. And new quest music, which we have heard before. New quest music, because we heard it with this Agent Reaper. Yeah! Bye, Femi! Safe journeys, and please do be careful. Yo, back to Limsa! Back to Limsa! Yeah! Why is Shen so pissed about going back to Limsa? Limsa's cool, you get to see so many catgirl boobs. Surely Shen's into catgirl boobs. Right. Is that Summer-san still going? It's my only walking emote. It is, Jesus. Hey! You've changed color scheme! Nice. Evil Val has joined us. I feel wrong. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind. There's a rare experience for most Guardians. What about air seas? Hey! You've all got Endwalker outfits, I love it. Hell yeah. Never thought the day would come when I'd be sailing home again. It always seems so very far away. You did live a century in another world, so, like, that's fair. Of course, our Moogle White Mage has to join us as well. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth beyond the Indigo Deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Contrary to what you might think, this will be likely going home for me as well. Oh, be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Laminsa, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly I might add, the skills to properly live. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I'd like to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. My Morgav is actually the same dance outfit I've always worn. It changes after. I might have lived in Master Matoy. Sorry, I might have lived in Love. I'm not good at voice actor. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. Can hardly imagine it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Even though the final piece of my outfit being unlocked in both and walk up. When I suddenly had a moment of nightmare connection, I thought I was gonna DC entirely. I just lost, I lost my happiness and I can no longer see the Moogle. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. Hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. That's my chocobo. I'll say there's a car in here. Spoilers, she gets run over by a car at some point during Endwalker. We actually have decent weather for this for once. We actually have decent weather for once. Look at our show of how many characters are on screen doing things at once. Let's go. Oh, the weather's forced. Thank God.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule.
Hi, Heroic Quest, Lalafell. I was underfoot there. I didn't even say.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Well, for now. What if we have to do a Siren Song C on the way there? What if the first dungeon's a level 90 dungeon? That will totally happen. So we're gonna make a detour at Aslant before we go there, and actually Aslant's the first dungeon?
Master
the yellow
Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
First one actually just Siren Song C again, we get very lost.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
I mean, like, for Minifest as well, this is a pretty big, like, going to, like, obviously she's never been to Sharlayan before, but, like, Minifest's journey into Eorzea did start by arriving in Limsa on a boat that would have left from Sharlayan and just stopped by to pick her up because the twins are on it as well. Like, so Minifest's journey was arriving in Eorzea with the twins in tow. She just didn't realize who they were at the time. So this is basically, like, for Minifest as well. Like, if you start your journey in Limsa, like, in any capacity, if you start your journey in Limsa, this is also a big moment of just, like, departing Limsa towards Sharlayan again.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse, scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
That was indeed what happened, yes.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Wait, the twins haven't been told about this? Wait, the twins haven't been told that the reason Thancred knew Louis Soir is because he tried to pickpocket him?
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian?
Why are you using Sir Alphino? Shut up.
Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
That's what I'm saying! That's what I'm saying! Do you want to be called Lord Alphino? Well, I guess you're not a lord anymore. You lost your house name. Never mind.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
Think, why are you using Sir Alphino? Shut up. It's just what Estinian said. Oh, no, I was very concerned about HR regulations.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
I have to stop fucking predicting dialogue in this game, I swear to God. I have to stop doing it. I have to stop. Sometimes I'm calling it half an hour in advance. Sometimes I'm calling it 2 or 3 lines in advance. Sometimes I'm calling it several months in advance. But it's gotta stop.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Ah, it's so... This is what I said. Because, like, after 3.3, you don't get a single cutscene of Alphino and Estinian talking to each other. Alphino and Estinian actually getting to talk post 3.3 has been several years in the waiting. And now that we finally get it, it's glorious.
Better.
Tidy's part of the crew after so long. He's actually like officially here. So it's like, okay, fine, it's the end of the world. Fine, I'll
Are
actually
you
join.
alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
How do I do Graha's voice? Like, obviously, I'm not doing the other voices accurately, but I feel like I'm at least within the same vein as them. I have no idea how to do Graha's. I try to do Graha's and it just comes across like Alphanos anyways.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
Would you like to be invited, Tataru?
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Yeah, the threat is extraordinarily dire. But it is also not the time we've tried to thwart the schemes of of people hellbent on destroying the world. That was also Shadowbringers.
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Don't worry, if we die, we die. We can't stop it. No, of course I'm going to say the first one. I'll bring them back safe and sound. I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Remember, we're hope-pilled at this point.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Oh my god! Holy shit! Hori Boulder voice acted in a cutscene! Yo! Does Colton get to talk?
Hori! Coltine! What brings you all this
Yo! Tataru, last time you picked up a combat job, it was... I manifest you're depressed. They talk!
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
Yo! Let's go.
We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Can't tell you my throat is the longest one. That's alright, we'll stop the end of the world from happening. Fuck yeah, Hori!
We're set to sail. All aboard for Sharlayan.
Oh, that's us.
It's time.
Here we go. It's surely not Sickard in disguise.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
We do have mobile phone animals shoved in our ears. We'll be fine.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
You start on a boat, you end on a boat. It's full circle! We're built ever since 5.3, we've been doing a lot of full circle stuff. 5.3 was super full circle and Shadowbringers. Even 5.5 was just like you coming face to face with Ifrit, the first primal that you slew, and everything like that. There's a lot of that going around.
So you venture forth unto the unknown.
Limbs of Sada stay winning. I guess we always win.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Emmett's watching us from
uncertain
the ethereal
times,
sea.
Naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
Emmett's watching us from the ethereal sea. See if we can uphold
which
this
lives
legacy.
is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
Now you learned this, Emmett. You were very stubborn in accepting that when you were alive.
Every moment, every step of your descent.
Emmett has had some self-reflection in his time since being dead. We trapped Emmett in a box and poked him with a stick until he said these lines. Get it? Because he's in the ethereal sea.
Where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Get it? Because he's in the ethereal sea. He's good and doesn't follow his lines, we feed him cheesy crackers. Yo, we're back to the map shit! Let's go! Yeah! We're back to the Stormblood going through the map. Yeah! To old Sharlayan! Thank you, chatbox, for showing up for a couple seconds there. Very useful.
Here.
Oh, we're going very full circle.
Feel.
We're going very full circle. It was our boat ride to Limsa that we first heard this. It was literally on the boat.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though
It's good to
we're
see you
hardly
awake.
alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Oh, it's 1.0 as well.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
We're starting with Endwalker with Answers playing, by the way. Remember how I said that Shadowbringers was the Answers expansion? Because of the constant, like, references to it, where, like, it gets, like, called out by, like, lines at the end. We're literally starting this expansion with the song. That's what I mean. Answers is diegetic. We can hear it. Manifest can hear it. She's back.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Hello, Heidelin. Or would you prefer Vanar?
Here.
I still feel like this is meant to be
Feel.
Vanar. I feel like this is the heart.
Think.
Because it's more person. Yes.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
It says Heidelin. She's so fucking pretty. I gotta, like, actually maintain composure. She is so pretty. It's... God is a woman, and she's fucking beautiful. And also just, like, hey, remember the reasons that, like, Manifest fell for a cell to start with? And how much that was just being, like, tall lady with long grey hair? Yeah. I don't like either of these options for Manifest. None of these options make sense for Manifest. None of these make sense for her. Like, there's either distrust or uncertainty. For Manifest, the only response is just like, I'm glad to see you. Like, I'm glad I can finally, like, see you. That's the only acceptable response for Manifest at this moment. Which the first one is closest to that. None of these make sense for her. As I've stated, and I'm going to continue asserting until proven otherwise, Manifest has trust and faith in Heidelin. Not in the sense of, like, religious deity, a god to worship, but as a fellow comrade in the fights. As one of the ones who has walked before. So the first one's the closest one because Manifest does trust Heidelin. Absolutely. Again, unless proven otherwise, unreservedly. So the first one's the closest one. Also, I don't think I've heard this version of Answers before. Like the instrumental only. I don't think I've heard an instrumental only version of Answers before. Like, this is either I've not heard it before, or they're just being like, fuck you, Endwalker is actually the Answers expansion. We've got a new, like, mix of it. We have a new mix of Answers. Might be a Kaiko piano cover. Also, it may have come from something before. Just not an in-game thing. Lead up to Endwalker really tried to instill doubt in you for absolutely no reason. It's the only piece of world characterization that does feel forced, IMO. I understand the idea of like, oh, they're a primal and everything like that. Oh, you see the way that the Asians are like lured by Zodiac and stuff like that. What if Heidelin's doing the same for you? But also at the same time, while they're trying to instill their doubt, they're just like beating you over the head with Shadowbringers is about answers. Shadowbringers is about answers. It gets directly quoted by Graha at the end of the game. The themes for it are coming up in Shadowbringers literally constantly, and literally constantly it is being reaffirmed that the Warrior of Light's path is something that lines up with what the themes of answers are. So it's a bit weird to like go as hard as they do in Shadowbringers to be like answers, and it's a good thing. And then to be like, but the singer of it, oh, I don't know. It's different from the split instrumental used in Bahamut Raids and other scenes. That's why I feel like this, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to select an option so I can look at Heidelin again because she's really pretty. I mean, Manifest is also pretty, but I see her a lot.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
Answer. Is anyone okay if I just let the screen linger here for a bit? Is anyone okay if I let the screen linger here for a bit? I mean, like, this is absolutely a moment of just, like, this is Manifest type. It is also very much my type. I am also a sucker for a woman with long grey hair.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What Heidelin has always been. A primal.
That doesn't change anything for me.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Yeah, this is a whole thing of just like, oh, it's a bit weird that Heidelin hasn't spoken to you in a while, and it's just like, since a Realm Reborn, it's been a point of just like her speaking to us is really difficult. This is probably draining the shit out of her to do. Like, even at this moment.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable,
The idea that we still don't is terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. The idea that Hydaelyn is coming to us at this moment, after everything we already know, after everything we have already surmounted, that at this moment, she is saying, when you truly get it and when you are truly ready. And it's just like, with what we've been through already, we're not? How much worse is this gonna get before it gets better?
Then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
A promise to Azam? I don't look at you are not prepared, fam. Another time, another age. A promise to Azam? We learn Azam's memories in some capacity.
To the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
That's, okay, that little thing that she does at the end there, I think is really good. The idea of just like, everything is about to get fucked and everything's gonna be bad, but I know what you're like, I know you're an adventurer. Enjoy. Like, it is not just about getting ready to prepare to face the end. There is still like, this is gonna be enjoyable for you. Go.
Oh,
Like-
what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
You were sitting on the floor. I'm not surprised.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Sorry, I was looking at
Then
a
let's
beautiful
go.
woman.
Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
I'm just not gonna tell them about that, am I? I might be keeping that one to myself.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
I'm okay with forced autoplay. It forces me to actually like let the moments that require
There she is.
things being taken at
Good
their
old
like at a
Sharlayan.
right pace to happen.
Oh, I see it.
I'm okay with it. Sharlayan.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the
Oh, he's allowed to
comrades
say
who
the
boarded
sirs.
this ship at your side. I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Answers. Can I say that the vibes for Endwalker already, this soon into it, are so on point? I was a little unsure of the vibes. The moon. Every time I see the moon from now on, I'm gonna be like, yo, sick Endwalker reference. Endwalker.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
That actually just looks like the intro cinematic.
Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
Emma, that was you that did that.
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
That shot straight up, like, that looks like the intro cinematic. Like, it doesn't look different. I was expecting that to be like an artistic interpretation of it.
Ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Every Endwalker track so far is like peaceful and cozy. I mean, we haven't gotten to combat, so there's that. We need to go through TSA. The giant statue, constantly pouring out water.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
That's alright, I'm the twins' new dad, so I'm allowed in. I'm their new dad, and they're Sharlayan, so I'm allowed in.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
I wasn't expecting vocals, I'm not gonna lie. I can't make out what they're saying, but I wasn't expecting vocals in this track. A city say having vocals in its theme is not that weird. As Grossarium does that. It just took so long from the kick in, I wasn't expecting them.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
Surely they know we're the Scions, though.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Does my giant fuck-off exploding sword slightly impact
Granatier, it might expedite our
believability?
progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Or just being the boyfriend of, like, one of the few remaining surviving members of it, like, help me get in. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not here on time business, totally. I do see a lot of chat. I'm trying to, like, going through 14, I feel like while I'm going through MSQ, I should react to chat less while I'm in the middle of a, like, voiced cutscene. I was like, I've realized I've been doing pretty bad at that. I keep stopping voiced cutscenes for moments like this, where I'm responding to chat. So if you're typing in chat and it's a voice cutscene, I am reading chat and I do see a lot of it. I'm just trying to, like, maybe during voice cutscenes I should, like, react to chat after the fact. Especially gonna have a lot more autoplay ones.
The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
It's so wild to actually be in Sharlayan after this long. Fuck, that worked. It's so weird to actually be in Sharlayan. It's so weird that we're actually in Sharlayan.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Shy Philosopher Code. Looks nice in white and black. Archon!
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Yeah.
I am. Grahat here of the students of Baldessian at your service.
Like, several of them are literally Archons. I feel like it'd be easy for them to go and just be like, I'm coming home. I have Archon marks. I feel like it'd be easier for them to do that.
I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
Yay!
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Oh yeah, Alice and Alpha aren't Archons. Just the other ones are. We could have a moment in between where that happens. Where they're like, oh, in expansion they get their
See how it glows. That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Feels like a fancy way of having technology, but it's still an old fancy book. You just make the book magic technology. They don't have to develop technology. They just do magic books and it works.
As Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Twins, I imagine, yeah. Can they still say Livila? Because it's like legally their names, but like... yeah.
Alphino Leveilleur.
Has he done the paperwork?
And Alize Leveilleur.
Has he done the paperwork to strip them of their last name? Given how much of a dick he was, I'd assume so.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Yeah. I assume his wife would stab him to death. Well, no, it's already... No, he's disowned. He has disowned them.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Don't get into an argument with your dad in the middle of the street. Everyone knows the goss. They're all a bunch of nerds who insist on non-intervention. So everyone gossips all the fucking time.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Hi, I'm the Warrior of Light, Champion of Eorzea, Savior of Ishgard, Liberator of Dharma and Alamigo, Fuckfist the Badass Pirate Bitch. My details should be there.
Name and occupation?
It's a good thing that I got through my whole name shit. It's a good thing that at this moment, now that I'm being asked my legally identifiable name, that I got past all of this name shit. Now Minifist can say her name Minifist out loud and not get into legal trouble for it. There we go. Artisan, Champion of Eorzea, or Adventurer by Trade. I mean, that one... I don't think this one will help. Feels a little interventionist. This one is true. This one is true. Because I have high-level jobs. But I feel like if Cryo was going... Like, I feel like we're going to match with what Cryo's saying. And if Cryo's going to write down anything for us, it's going to be Adventurer. We have to match what Cryo's trying to say about us. Which Adventurer is the one that makes the most sense. Manifest do Symbiote. Adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
I like how she's just like... So you're unemployed. I feel like I feel like her saying that is just like, so you don't have a job. You just do stuff that people ask you to do. She definitely writes down unemployed on your file. She absolutely does.
And you, sir?
Oh, oh no. Racist board agency, but what else is new? Oh, this is not gonna go well.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
I mean, that's accurate. What's your job now?
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Oh no. How does Estinian answer this? What, Man's having an identity crisis right in front of this woman. Adventurer! Cryle! Cryle! Why question marks? It's obviously Cryle. Cryle!
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Oh, okay, just Merc. Just Merc, got it. Thank you, Cryle. So the wilderness here is still dangerous?
If you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it.
Okay, so us having weapons is somehow more unemployed than Warrior of Light. I swear I am reading chat. This is a very long voice cutscene. I'll get to you all in a second. Interesting to note here. This island still has wildlife dangerous enough that it warrants like, oh yeah. The wilderness everywhere is dangerous. There's morbals there. I mean, like, the world is dangerous, like, just the natural monsters of the world. Like, even outside of, like, chimerical abominations or anything like that. Even just, like, normal monsters of the world are dangerous in this world. But, yeah, there's actually, like, still parts of the island of Sharlayan that are still like that. That are still, like... They haven't just completely overtaken the island. There is actually still dangerous parts of the island. Interesting to know. I just kind of expected them to, like, have, like, the entire island unlocked, and, like, the entire island would be the city-state kind of thing.
But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Why are you being so mean?
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
I question your company. 5 native Sharlayans and 2 people who are here to help you with the wildlife. Can't believe you do that. What? Cryle!
It is good to see you.
Yo!
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear.
I'll say his back's a bit stiff, but beyond that,
There
we're
is
fine.
much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh!
What's up?
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I had to say something, so taciturn.
Yo, it's Sharlayan. Hello. Hello. Almost here. Lala likes take a while to get here. The city is real. Yeah! Okay, so that was about 20 minutes of uninterrupted voice cutscenes. I will get back to chat after we started looking at the pretty lady. There was a lot of chat here. I feel like I need to react to chat less while voice cutscenes are going on, because I've been doing that a lot and I slow it down. I slow it down because I talk, but responding to chat slows it down even more. So I'll get back to everything. I read about the cheesy puffs about stabbing someone. Oh yeah, the lead up to Endwalker, I read about that one. Split that, I'm trying to think, where was I? There. Oh yeah, the pity concern on her face as she says that. So, no, one thing I want to say about, I mean, one, Heidelin, fucking beautiful, holy shit. Most beautiful character in the game so far, honestly, for like personal, biases. Lovely weather we're having here. Lovely weather we're having here in Sharlayan today. Love that the fog just kicked in. So, become the creeper and lose house spot. So one thing I wanted to, I want to say, in the lead up to Endwalker, obviously build up to Endwalker is meant to have like some level of like finality to it. The build up in 5.4 and 5.5, I feel like it's more so just the rapid nature of Funny Daniel's appearance and the threat from that and everything. It was starting in daytime earlier, cutscenes. They're talking over there. I was at like the build up to like the level of like what is happening in Endwalker is like good and stuff in 5.4 and 5.5. One thing I wasn't quite getting the vibes of that it was trying to sell was the level of finality and the level of danger. I wasn't exactly getting the impression that like we were building up to the biggest threat that has ever existed and the final arc of the story. I was getting those vibes a little bit from like 5.4, 5.5, but they weren't like super strong. Like the vibes are building up to the end of Shadowbringers in 5.2 and 5.3. Like 5.2 and 5.3. Well, 5.2, we'll go for 5.2 specifically, because 5.3 is the final thing, so it's a bit different. 5.2 did a lot to establish Shadowbringers as Shadowbringers is about to end, and you're about to confront the big thing of it. I wasn't getting as much the vibes of everything with Funny Daniel for that. Like, they were still there, I just don't think they were as strong as, like, other parts of the game. I feel like part of that is the over-the-top nature of Funny Daniel. And not seeing him interact with the heroes as much. He gave, like, one speech to us, and that was, like, mainly it. No, I'm not saying that they were bad. They just weren't, like... Going into it, it didn't feel as, like, finale is approaching as what I was expecting. The cutscene with Heidelin is what sells it, though. The cutscene with Heidelin really gives across the impression of you're approaching the ends. Like, God herself shows up to encourage you forward. And, like, the tone of which she talks about what you're about to confront. All of that very much happens there. One thing I do want to say, Endwalker vibes so far are super on point. There's this very specific vibe that Endwalker has had in these first couple of, chill beats to save the world too. Specifically, it feels like already they are focusing a lot on giving us just like little happy moments. Like, we get on the boat ready to go to Sharlayan, and even with the wheelbarrows back, like Tataru's talking about there being worried about like how she may not get to see her friends again, and everything like that. But in that cutscene, it's also countered with like, oh, Alice is like ribbing on Thancred for like trying to pickpocket her grandfather and everything like that. You're talking to Hydaelyn about the potential threat of the ends of the world, but in the same cutscene, Hydaelyn acknowledges that, oh, but like, I'll let you go now. I know that you're an adventurer. I know you love to see this world. I'll let you go because despite everything going on, I know there's a part of you that is excited to see Sharlayan. And stuff like that. So it's like, immediately she gives you all of this just like, shit's about to get bad. You don't know what's at stake. You are not ready for what's about to happen. When you are, I'll live up to a promise that I made to Azam. And stuff like that. Like, with everything that we've already been through, she's just like, you're not ready, you don't know what's about to go, you don't know what's coming for you. But even when she's, like, trying to get across about how dire it is going to be, she leaves you specifically with, your traveler's heart must be excited to see this. Which also, like, it makes sense because, like, again, being the reincarnation of Azam, like Azam is the Traveler. I'm pretty sure that is like, if we had to have an official title for Azam, I think it is Traveler. Because the thing that is read out when you read the memories of it in 5.3 is the Chronicle of the Traveler. So I think Traveler is straight up your title. Like how, La Habrea is either hero or speaker. He's one of those. So Azam's is straight up Traveler. So she knows because of both that and also just who you are, because she's been watching your journey. Of just, like, enjoy, like, you're about to do all of this. Enjoy your moments going into Sharlayan and stuff like that. And then we come here and it's just like, yeah, and the little bit is emissary. So Azam's is Traveler. But then we get here and it's immediately just like, we're here to find information on how to prevent the end of the world. But there's still a lot of focus immediately on just, like, the little interactions between characters. There's Estinian's moments of having no idea what to do. Estinian ribbing back on Kra with, like, asking for a big salary and stuff like that. All of the moments of just, like, all the characters being happy to return home and stuff like that. It's a similar thing to what the intro song was doing. It feels like they are doing everything to make sure this is not, like, overwhelmingly depressing. It is like an active, and it's either going to do that to hit us in the face at one point with a, oh shit, everything is depressing moment. Which it probably will do that, but it's probably also because it is going to lean into the direction of, you know, themes of Endwalker and leading on from Shadowbringers in terms of like that thing that, like, one of, like, the things that, all the characters were saying to Emmett, like, right before we killed him. And Horsh farted the shit out of his body. Like, Alice makes that thing of just, like, their our world's full of, like, love and hope and stuff like that. Like, you know. The whole thing's about it is just, like, you know, we don't just care, we care about these places, and it's like, hey, here's, like, the little moments between them. Even Shadowbringers was, like, full of those. Like, Vaylor and Volnard. Like, you wave off Vaylor and Volnard after they're about to go and do an adventurer stuff because, like, they've been not manipulated, but given the extra push. Because Elidibus is right there behind them to go and do that stuff. And you just go and have a chat with them and encourage them on, and as you look away, you just give them a little smile. It feels like already, very early into it, Endwalker is focusing on little moments. Of just, like, little moments of funny, like, moments between characters, little bonding moments and things like that. Again, the big one is the fact that even Hydaelyn does that. Even Hydaelyn, when she's, like, giving you foreboding words of what's to come. Even Hydaelyn is just like, your traveler's heart yearns to explore Sharlayan. I'll let you go. It's like, again, it's what the theme song felt like at the beginning. The theme song at the beginning didn't feel like, it is depressing, everything's fucked, everything's dying, holy shit, which is like, kind of like what Shadowbringers felt like. It is very much like hope perseveres, life perseveres, happy kind of vibe. Sorry, my hair's been shitting me all morning, and now I tried to fix it, and then I ruined it, so now I'm gonna spend the next 40 minutes trying to fix my hair again. Because my hair is really annoying today. just been an absolute piece of shit today. I showered yesterday and my hair is just being an absolute dick this morning about it. I don't think I blow dried last time, so I think that's probably part of the issue. It's definitely a choice to have Emmett seemingly reflecting on things after his death be the narrator. His tone already seems different. His tone, or like, it seriously does feel like in death, Emmett has had some character development. That's what it feels like. It feels like Emmett has had character development in death. Sorry, I haven't even finished reading all of chat. This is gonna go so slowly. I love you, Endwalker theme. Yeah, as Trash said earlier, mix of trepidation, mystery, and hopeful adventure feels less of a grimdark slug than most. Wheelbarrow! The worst pier ever? Why is it a giant circle? That feels like not very useful. Emmett signing us from the afterlife is hilarious. He really would act as an immortal woman, Statler and Waldorf about you. Yeah, Ifra, I don't know if we should tell the person at running the TSA that we're here to fuck a man's wife. Probably wouldn't help. Probably wouldn't help. A whole mahogany desk outside, girl, be serious. That thing would be crumbling into dust. It says here in your file, you got locked in a giant crystal tower for all eternity. How'd you make it out? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can date the customs officer, Artesia. These don't have any idea what Solder Spray does to wood that hasn't been properly prepped, or they build their desk really, really well. They etherically seal them with magic. Crofts is eating bad ice cream. But you don't get become an unnamed entity just because you get cut off from your finances. I thought Vorshino might be petty enough to legally change Alphino and LSA's name. I thought he might be petty enough to do that. I've missed so much chat. An extended fantasy custom seems on anyone's bingo card. Well, to be fair, we do have customs in Limsa. Dealing with Arcanist Wheelbarrow. Dealing with Arcanist in Limsa is literally like fucking customs as well. Do we have anti-inflammatories about Desi at HQ? Leesburg Dragoon Main Astidian. Okay. And everything else you can see here. Wheelbarrow. Anyways, let's talk to characters. We are going to not even get to one of the zones today. We're going to just do Sharlayan, nothing else. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? There's a Malwajar trying to get through customs at the Arcanist Guild. Is it the one that keeps trying to, like, thrust at women in the bathing spas at Bronze Lake as well? Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlayan. We have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium, yes. In fact, oh, we should really let Kral have her say first. We continue this conversation another time. You're doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Manifest. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Y'shtola, part of Sharlayan is so far literally the only city that has been known in this world to vanish instantly without anything happening. Like Sharlayan had an entire island disappear. And no one knew what happens. We can't rule it out. We can't rule it out. Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. I forgot Eureka is a thing. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Manifest. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry, after all. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. Kyle! God, I spotted your ship coming in support. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take the moment to get your land legs back. Alright, we are 2 hours in and we have finished the first quest. We're doing very well for time. Old Sharlayan, you to you. Is the one of Louis Sorrel warning shot? It's like how I went into Ishgard with an axe that looked like a dragon breathing flames. Kral sleeps to silence with a speculative look. Ah, fog. Lovely. I'd thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Manifest and Asinian's first time in Sharlayan. And for the rest of your homecoming, that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Well, I don't know Alpha and Alice. Well, maybe Mom. Maybe Mom's not a bitch. Hope she's home. I'm gonna fuck her. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It is a fine suggestion. We'd not be welcome at the Livia status as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. My house is a cave in a different, like, where we came from. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheric Plaza, was it? Wasn't it? I shall join you there or not. Yes, we'll see you there. What about you, Ranjay? I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. Oh. I was about to be like, Orianjay's been weird about this. Orianjay's not talked about what he's doing. Orianjay's been weird about this. Why is it? And then it dawned on me, I'm like, oh. Oh. I understand. Right. I understand why Orianjay specifically might be a little bit weird about this. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, right. There's probably some people who need to be told something, assuming they haven't already been told. But even so. What of you, Astinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. Is there anywhere I can get squid? I don't want to eat your fish bread. I want to eat your fish. Just fish. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Astinian would be such a good adventurer. But I could... Oh. Yeah, a little awkward for Orianjay. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. If you'll have me? You mean, like, romantically? The ship's done. There we go. Come, Manifest. Sharlayan awaits. The polar queue will keep expanding. The polar queue will keep expanding until morale improves. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend. I'm more than content to follow your lead. Get ready. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. In the event you use the Aethernet, Grahatia... Oh my god, right! Event quests have taught me about this. Grahatia will catch up to you so long as you remain in the same area. You leave Grahatia behind, however, by entering a different area. You also speak to him and select the option to part ways. Wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While he's accompanying you, try next try speaking with Cryo. Yeah! Alright. Okay, Graha, now that you're following me, I have to ask, where's the best makeout spot? Is there a pretty makeout spot to look out over the ocean that's, like, completely covered in fog? So don't forget Mistress Kryle, our worthy guide. I was trying to see if there was any other things. There is not. Kryle, where do you keep the catnip? All set? Then let us be on our way. Gotta love the way the fog covers the bay here. But I want to see the bay. I want to see how pretty it looks. It's alright. We're almost at weather change. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Kryle, I know what food here is like. Kryle is now also accompanying you. Alright, three-way makeout spot. Let's go. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Kryle at the designated location. While you're accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Literally mechanics of, like, by the way, enjoy, like, exploring an area. Yeah, look at us all go. Yeah. Reminds it of Liz Hard's video where after picking up grass, she just took it on a table, leaving Grub behind at the docks. Hey! If I'm gonna convince Crow to be part of the polycule, we're gonna have the three-way date together. I'm grateful to have Krau's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it with all new eyes, as you are. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the last end is actually a very important part of the city. Oh, is it the one part of the city that doesn't serve fish bread? Hi! Hello there, worldly affairs official. Seems you've been a prayer for entry. Should not cause any trouble while you're here. So I immediately have to go and explore. I was about to say, is this a cat boy? But no, it's a cat girl. I was about to say, right, cat boys were also introduced in this expansion. Is that a cat boy? No. No, there are some boobs on that. Well! Rabbit. Sorry, my brain is not working. Rabbit boys were introduced in this expansion. Sorry, I'm so used to growing up. Cats and rabbits are the same thing. Cabbits. Shape of the port leaves any larger vessels from coming in, which means we have to use smaller vessels. Of course, it means more trips and more wasted packing and reloading. It's really quite a hassle. Yes, I mean, I do appreciate. Try funny bug on launch where they forgot to make companion quest NPCs go downstairs. Long-eared cats. I like how one of the first people we talk to in Sharlayan is, yes, the design of this port is really stupid and doesn't allow for big boats to come in. You're correct. It is dumb. So cool that we're actually in Sharlayan. Oh, I'm not allowed to swim in the waters of Sharlayan. Boo! Boo! I'm saying boo-earns. I'm saying boo-earns. Did you get hypothermia and die? We are very north, aren't we? Like, on a world's perspective, we are, like, very north, aren't we? Yeah, we're rare. It could be more. It could be more north. But that being said, there is, like, this is not the bottom of the world. That being said, this isn't the bottom of the world. Because there's Mericidia down here. So, this is, like, Thanalan's probably close. Given the weather of Thanalan, I imagine the idea is that roughly Thanalan's the equator. Roughly. Because the weather's like there. And then as you get up here, it gets colder, and then we are up here. Because again, Mericidia is down here. It's not the bottom of the world, so it is pretty fucking cold. Ironheart! It snows a lot. Gazing out upon the ocean like this sets my adventurer's spirit ablaze. Myriad wonders simply waiting to be discovered. Why not venture forth and find them? I guess you're not unlocked yet. That is sightseeing. That is not unlocked. Alright, I can sprint. Like, I was trying to save sprint for, like, the best time to use it, but then I remembered, alright, we have jog. We also have jog. Jog now exists, so if we sprint, we just jog forever. And now we just jog. Hell yeah. Jesus Christ, manifest. Well, holy show on tell. Found myself passing Sharlayan for trade negotiations, but I'm beginning to think I made a mistake. Emergency are so stuffy and stubborn. I'm better off staying in old Dar. No one has a good impression of this place yet. Jug persists through the carrying quests. Oh, that's broken. Yo, we got a lot of rows here. I mean, we are very close to Aslan, makes sense. If you're looking for work as a gleaner, not familiar with that word, and if you've got the right skills, we've got a job for you. Gather and Crofton's again and speak with Grish here. You'll find you some of the most lucrative workarounds. This is where leaf quests are. There we go. Clutch frontline win, let's go. Storage facility. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you could not undertake any task which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that furthers Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge. namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting this accidentally seems to keep the attendants busy. Guild ship hunt vendor. Yo, hunts. Aww. I have to finish this quest. Finishing this quest will unlock things. We've got a lot of rows here, my goodness. I didn't expect this to be the row, like, headquarter place where they all are. Again, it makes sense there's a lot of rows here because of, how close we are to Eslan. I just didn't think about that point. It's gonna be called the Peri stuff, but that was to too spicy for the people here. Yo! Those berries are the most tasty fresh gobby treats. Goblins. Never seen them before. Now, dangerous, aren't they? Not at all. Safe for uplanders to eat. Gobbies never lie, so let us sell our goody goods. They were very fancy marmots here. They look like the Cuba Library ones, which makes a lot of sense because Cuba Library. Lots of boats being unloaded here. We've got some WAM memes. Greetings, traveler. Welcome to Sharlayan. If it's knowledge you seek, you've come to the right place. What do you? I am Wameme, an occasional lecturer at the studium, specialized in natural geography, including the history of the world's topography and climate transitions. I had to come in for a bit of fresh air between classes, but for some reason I'm asked for directions rather often. So I decided why not act as a guide. Bah. Bah! So I was went Luigi, I'm like, wait, it's a Lala. Wah! Sharlayan is the city of knowledge, once a humble settlement founded by Archon Yumkrep and the refugees he rescued from the great flood of 600 Calamity. It has since flourished into the grand metropolis you see today. Actual Yumkrep being mentioned in game, let's go. Prior to the Great Exodus, it was common among Eosians to refer to our Duranian colony, the shorthand Sharlayan, which resulted in the colonists unofficially dubbing our homeland Old Sharlayan, or the Old World. Alas, the name appears to have stuck. But old or new, it continues seeking knowledge from all over the world to record in the Bibliotheca Historica, among other collections of invaluable wisdom. Discuss the giant statue in the harbour. Now that is a sight one can hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Ardessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Al, but I'd gaze upon the skull's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leads out towards the scene known as the Thaliak Stoa, standing for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more of a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. I'd hope not. So, individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. 12 Lorpog. I'm not going to talk to literally every NPC. Is that another Femro? Oh my god. I should become an Archon. It's the last thing I do. So, every Femro in the game has been sequestered to Sharlayan, it turns out. The reason there's been so few in the rest of the game is because they're all here. Oh, these are players. I was like, what's your dialogue? They're players. I'm not allowed to go up there. Boo! I can't climb the statue. I can't climb the statue in any capacity! Sad and crying. Sad and crying. Pissing, shitting, crying, throwing up everywhere. Ship should be arriving soon, but I don't see anything in the offing. Yo, I can actually see! The fog has lifted! The rains have ceased and we have been graced with another beautiful day. Yeah! Holidays. Holidays, nuts in your mouth. Alright. Everyone Sharlayan shy gear, cause yeah. It does look like, yeah, we go into like wilderness pretty quickly, actually. I'm not allowed to go. I'm not allowed to go into the buildings. Boo. And urns. So many boos and so many urns. Okay, so okay, there's just those 2 dialogue points, and now we have here the last urn. Feels interesting that we have a place here where it's like, oh, we're about to like fight the final days, and this is called the last stand. Okay, what type of food do you have on offer? That isn't fish bread. Let's go. I don't see fish bread on their table. Let's go. Oven-baked lobster is one of the last stand's most famous dishes. Flavor said to be phenomenal, but unfortunately so is the price. It is lobster. Because that featured a piece about so-called champion of Eorzea. They say this barbaric hero has prevailed in a multitude of battles, like some avatar of perfected violence. And it's almost uncanny how closely you match the given description. What an odd coincidence! Do they sell air-fried live crab? If they do, I don't like Sharlayan anymore. This barbaric hero has murdered millions! You look a lot like them. What's that giant exploding sword on your back? Don't worry about it. Welcome, step right in. Place your order, find your silver saint, will be along shortly. My friends and I are discussing the Marquis and the practice of black magic. Did you know that? Wait, is it morning already? How long have we been sitting here? Nerds. Maelstrom of violence. You mean a storm of blood? Oh, I like to think of more of myself as a Shadowbringer. You look of an outsider. And I have little and less to discuss with foreign barbarians. Man. Moving needs to visit Garlemald. Why the hell are you sitting with this guy? To piss him off, I think. I bought the food briefcase. Ah, the last dance. Now that's an inviting aroma. Wait, do you have any unique dialogue depending on where we stand? Okay, no, because I was ending the circle. Yo, I sold my materia. Let's go. I sold materia. Let's go. And here we are, last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. You guys sell materia? Crafting materia. I turned my script from my custom deliveries per week into crafting materia to sell. I did make 200k off of it. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer. So he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stands came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan. It's the last stand of your tongue not dying. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, raha, cup noodles all day. But surely Tataro has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs at the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetherite Plaza. The one little restaurant in the city. Where do they cook? Like, I understand this is the eatery, but where's the actual, like, restaurant? This is just the seating. In the tent? This? This tiny little canopy? Ah, okay. This is the, okay. What's up, Pietro? I'll get a caramel frappuccino with almond milk, 2 pumps of vanilla, and skimmed decaf. That's what you said when you lose your spot. That's what you meant. Cup noodle, they sponsor Final Fantasy 15. Coffee is to die for, but one cannot look past their charming tea set. Recommend you order both, fun submitting. Gotta keep my produce fresh. I gotta water my food? Absolutely. Alright, okay. Well, I'd like to talk to Dickon, but I will wait in line. Oh my god, the fucking woman at the front is on her phone instead of ordering her food. Oh my god. Can I? I'm gonna no, I don't want your Archon loaf. I don't want your Archon loaf. There we go. There we go. You wanna move up? There we go. Thank you. Dickon and Simcock are best friends, I have decided. She dick on my sim till I cock? Dixon, my favorite character. Dickon! Welcome to Last Stand. As the final, and some say only, bastion of fine dining in Sharlayan, we guarantee a quality culinary experience found nowhere else in the city. I will say it is really funny that they talk about how this is like the one restaurant in this place. Like, Sharlayan doesn't care about its food, but it has one restaurant that is known as like the pinnacle of its food and stuff like that. And what did Graham mention as like the thing he wants to try? It was just a burger. Like, the idea that this is the one fine dining place in here and their popular item is a burger. Like, even in, like, their fine dining, because their food standards are so low that their fine dining is fucking Macca's. Oh, you got a chocolate. Okay, you did get a chocolate, though. You did get a chocolate. Truly hell on earth. Is my fortune so common Sharlayan would know the final days are upon us. The last stand would have fallen. And this guy's just eating his apple. Certified British moment. Yeah, it's clearly still in business, so we're fine. Okay. Okay. Can we burn this city to the ground? Like, I can accept the colonialism of, Limsa, because we fixed that. I can accept the racism of, Gridania. I can accept the, like, hyper-capitalism of Uldar. I can accept the never-ending war of Ishgard, but I cannot accept the bad food of Sharlayan. That's pushing it too far. Not pictured me running frantic across multiple world service to try and find the apron after realizing at my glimpse that it wasn't being sold on Diabolos. Or simply adore sitting here and watching them unload cargo. Really gives you a sense of the Sharlayan's work ethic. I can't shake the feeling there are more crates than usual. I love watching the paupers do their jobs. Ha 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 ha. Like, they just had to have the fanciest aetheryte. Like, this looks more ornate than the aetherytes found in Amarot. This feels more ornate than those. I'll give them this one thing. The aetheryte is cunty. Jesus. The aetheryte looks different from how I remember it. An unusual shape, isn't it? It's the Sharlayan logo, like the teardrop thing. I assure you, however, it's perfectly functioning aetherytes. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Very evocative of seashells. That's what that logo is. Like, that's the thing that you can see in, like, the big pill leading up to Idleshire. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. To Nautilus, that's what it is. She naughty on my loss? No. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan aetherytes, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Oh, the market! I still look forward to seeing what new wares they had on offer. You tune yourself to the aetheryte? Totally. I totally have. There we go. Aetheryte attunements. Oh, sorry. Also, Chocobo keeps. That's right. It's not Chocobo keep. That is the Skywatcher. Never mind. I see someone wandering over that way. In another new outfit. Archon's design. Pardon me. I got to the acquisition of academic supplies in the studio. The sales request for subjects from far-flung lands is giving me a splitting headache. Labyrinthos is host to numerous research facilities, so as you can imagine, I ended up fielding quite the assortment of requests from the researchers. Even list them all up for the gleaners to deal with has been trying task. A lot of new words that I'm learning. Yeah, the aetheryte was by Archon's design. Another guy tells you the hunt marks. I forgot. Well, the hunt mark board is down there, but I have to finish this quest on the cons. Discuss the Confluence. Speaking of Aetherites, the teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tend to rely on far cheaper ferry services. I'm pleasantly surprised when Mistress Atara informed me that Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties. I'm not! Y'all get paid for Aetherite travel? What? I could have deducted this from my taxes the whole time? But I find old habits hard to break, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the confluence. I've no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so just you remember the way here. It's like when an MP expects I tells you the law for the current active S rank. Oh no, I remember that. But like the hump board's over there, so it might be closer to the hump board. I can't enter these buildings. Someone looking said pile of paperwork that he's never gonna deciding I make all teleports free. God damn it. Yo, you found a little book stand? Yo, I got little book stands. I work at, there's a news agency. I basically work at one of these. Instead of a stand, it's a shop. Bookstores. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment, how optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. But perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstores are so uniquely Sharlayan. I've always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. City of nerds. So intensely. People are don't manifest interest in the scholar, so... So many ephemeras. Hello, friend. Enjoying the sights of the city. As a proud resident, I'm always having visitors take a look in a Sharlayan's many wonders. So many ephemeras. They've all been waiting here. But none in the entire game. They're all here, it turns out. Tough Whip. Oh, and a Tough Whip's tomes. My bookstore may not be the biggest, but every volume is carefully selected treasure. Browse at your leisure and don't forget our modest range of sundry goods. Ah, here's retainer stuff. Okay. Retainers, gemstone traders. Are you active yet? No. Oh, no. No, this is a city. I have to do all the shared fates and everywhere first. Never mind. What's a sundry? Miscellaneous goods, basically. If you're a bookstore and it's sundry goods, then it's probably like the magnifying glasses, maybe some snacks, stuff like that. So many backpacks. I'm noticing a lot of people have these backpacks here. Alright, here we go. Anything worth cracking my coin purse for today, I wonder? Do you want me to lend you money? I do have 21 million gil on my person. They have the whole Earthsea series. Welcome to the Algora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next time on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We'll head back to the Aetherite Plaza. Follow the path north and climb up the stairs to that imposing building at the very top. The Dapper. Must be new around here. I'm the head merchant of the Algora. Plenty of rare and unusual wares for sale, so be sure to take a look around. I was head for the game now, but I'll continue to look at stream for a bit. Oh, good. Again, no dungeons or anything today, so it should be fine. And this is just, yeah, basic leveling gear. You operate the shop in this armor? You operate the shop in that armor? That would get so exhausting by the end of the day. Oh, this is okay. You actually show up and sell items. This is what happens when you wear that armor all day. The soup can slowly kills you. One of the shops sells Archon lives, of course it does. Can I be told how to avoid that one? A lot of people hanging around. I got a lot of NPCs just hanging around here. Is this tour guide gonna take us everywhere? Because like it's divided into little 3 sections. We've got this section over here, and then we've got this section over here. Do we want to like do the story that focuses on here first, or like will we naturally go over to these for the story? I imagine we will. I imagine we will. Is the shop over there? Owner certainly has the gift of the gab. Sorry, it's all kind of takes everywhere. That makes sense. Okay, so that's it. So this is our bridge that will go down to our various areas. Wheelbarrows! See, it's great because how close the market board is to the 8th, alright. Golden Bunny! Hi there, Zychron and Umbra. Hell yeah, golden bunnies. Fuck yeah. This is the 8th Plaza, so there's actually people just hanging about. Okay, is this building the thing they were talking about? Is this Confluence? I actually go inside Confluence. I didn't actually look inside the building. Confluence. Confluence! So crafty for that very reason. Yo! Okay. They're working on some shit here. Oh, hello there. Are you here for the testing? No, of course you're not. Only thing Mindos did these days, my patient's waiting on test subjects. Yeah, they're just straight up working on Aether travel here. Can you work on putting one back in fucking hinterlands? I'm researching the far eastern Kanto. Here's a bit of trivia for you. It's made of timber. Is that absolutely fascinating? My, what a mysterious exotic land such a place must be. Also for World DC Travel being stricter starting R3, this would likely end up being the main player hub since everything is so convenient. The study of teleportation requires a firm grasp of the fundamentals of Aether, so I'm making a point to study the papers of those who have come before me. Currently studying a treatise written by Injika Sunjika, truly a luminary of his fields. Yo! Oh, there's the staircase down to more that I'm not allowed to go to. Boo. Some of the old methods are simply not productive anymore. Researching teleportation magics is difficult that it requires an abundance of space, which in turn requires an abundance of funding. Thankfully, we can use this public facility free of charge. So the papers of those who came before to write papers on those who come after? I don't know. Trying my best to make this bit work everywhere. Random building with a mender in it. Attuned to this one. Reasonable looking limbs are close to having this level of convenience, I think. Limsa is convenient for most things. It is. Oh, this is the Baladassian Annex. Okay. So, that's the annex itself. We don't need to be there just yet. We don't need to be there quite just yet. Okay. So we go up here. There'll be another one there. There's a big circle up there. And onwards we go. What's up, Ratio? Came back from dying. Let's go. Hello there. So many. No, sorry, you're Duskbite Ellison. I saw the grey skin, and I'm immediately just assuming the game wouldn't have any Duskbites in it anymore. That it was going to be a Femro. But this place has Femros and Duskbite Ellisons. Oh my god. Research must need to continue. Needs to be. I got every word of that wrong. Research must needs be conducted efficiently. Surround myself with a sweet scent of flowers to calm myself down. Helps me keep an open mind, you see. And I most people just smoke weed, but I mean, you know. Whatever you desire. Hello. Ho there, Manifest. Surprised I know your name? Oh, you shouldn't be. You're practically a living legend. So people here are aware of me. Some do have a positive opinion as well. This is the Nymphaeum. A monument built in tribute to water spirits known as the Nymphae. Seems rather fitting for a city that erected a towering statue of the rule of rivers, Thalia, no? Water features. Real decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Bell were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of knowledge which flows from Palliac's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Oh, you're triple triading. Wait a minute! How are you triple triading? This NPC is easy? Well, you are literally fighting the air. I'm not surprised. You are combating the air. The air is notoriously dog shit at triple triad. See, I see these pillars here, and I'm just like, that's a jumping puzzle in some capacity. Whee! I thought I was stuck up here for a second. Shit. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. God, it's gonna be so long today before we even get to the first zone. Today's stream will actually be like 10 hours long. Holy shit. Alright, over here. Graha! Ah, what an invigorating breeze. Touch biting perhaps, but pleasant nonetheless. Said that and then swap fucked me in the ass. It does that. So does almost every single rule in Triple Triad. I was trying to get cards off this. I was trying to get a card off this woman in fucking Ishgard. The LIC. LIC. She's next to the Jeweled Crozier in Ishgard. Fucking, I had to beat her. I think I went through the log and checked it. I think it took 38 wins for me to get the card, and it was like a rank 3 rarity card. It was really annoying. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. This put me in the mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlements I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the council would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's Ends. No, you're gonna make Doctor Who fans cry. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Note, I've not seen Doctor Who. I don't know what happens in that episode. I just know that's one of the sad ones. YouTube really wants me to watch Doctor Who. I am so consistently recommended shorts on Doctor Who all the time on YouTube. Even if I clear my watch history, it takes like a day before it's just like, but you want to watch Doctor Who shorts. Never videos, only ever shorts. So yeah, so my knowledge of Doctor Who is a couple of random moments that I've seen in shorts. And just like my knowledge from when I knew people who did watch Doctor Who, like during the Tennant and Smith era. From memory, Journey's End was one of the really sad ones. I don't remember why, but you know, possibly a regeneration episode. I don't know. Give my 5-star back, you fiend. As the rostra where the farm convenes. What? Do you wish for a tour? Then turn and speak with the one in charge of such things. Am I allowed to just go in? Oh wow. I didn't think I'd. Now this is one that definitely was bigger in the intro cinematic. The outside of the city very much looked basically identical. This one looked a little bigger in the trailer. This one looked a little bigger. Slightly smaller vibes here. I was about to say, did that room have unique music? No, we just hit nighttime. We hit nighttime. Oh, that goes to a zone. And then that's where the porter is. But we won't do that until we go to a zone. So, not super important right now. So many ephemeras here. Is plus as many as saying this. Where's that one video? Where's that one video of the plus rules? Of the person almost lost and then won, and they have no idea why either of them happened. This neighborhood is home to the highest echelons of Sharlayan society. Never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. Selling a lot of stuff on the market board. Let's go. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us this is where those who put ashore with Archon Yonkrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleur. Okay, so when they talk about Alphino and Alice being, like, from wealth and from a rich family, it's not just, oh, they're high, like, it's literally they've got the biggest house in Sharlayan. Okay. I didn't understand that Leveilleur was to that extent in Sharlayan. That it was literally the biggest. Or at least richest. Okay, and, yeah, I thought they were just, like, they were decently wealthy. I didn't realize they were the most. Okay, they're generational. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. Hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now shall we head directly to the Bessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down the harbor, across the bridge to our right, and follow the path below the Aethra Plaza? Correct. After you, Manifest. Sure, I'll remember those directions. Not the people who know where they're going will lead us at all. Okay. Let's shoot into this one. I do like the housing section has a lot, like the middle section is a lot of concrete and a lot of, like, tiling between every building. I do appreciate that the residential area allows for grass between the pathways. I do like that. Give me a second card. What's up? So we have another one down here. There's one that it's way down there. So on our way down there, we go there. Is that? Oh my Jesus God. Like, okay, so when they say bigger. So when they say bigger. When they say one of the bigger ones. Okay. Okay. Oh, I believe it. Walk in and I'm greeted by two separate butlers and a different butler grabbing flowers. Okay. 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 Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Triple triad. My honor and pleasure to, it's both my honor and pleasure to serve, Lady Emiliance. There is no more beautiful, more kind of person in the realm, and I'm happy to attend to her every need. Apparently she's hot! Cock is going well. Apparently she's hot. I mean, I saw the most beautiful woman earlier today, so, you know, she's got some competition, but, you know. Okay, based on this layout. Hashtag cockwatch. Based on this layout of giant building, we're up in the rafters, we're about to come up to a window. I'm pretty sure if we break this and go through, then we can actually go to the elevator that goes downstairs and we can fight Ebrietas. Nice. Oh, this just leads back to outside. No, sorry, no, it goes the other way around. You gotta, no, you're on the balcony and you break in through the window. Then go through the rafters to get to it. Okay, so if we go through that door over that side, that leads to Ebrietas. Got it. Okay, I'm sorry. I got my directions mixed up. Oh my God, can I make that jump? Can I make that jump? I bet I can't. But I must try. No! Well, you can stand on the edge. You just can't walk up there. You're allowed to jump on it. And Kral and Graha join me. Okay. If we're walking around, if there's any particular side things you'd like me to go and have a particular check at, feel free to let me know. Okay, so, yeah, we can only walk in. I was about to say, this area seems really small. It does continue a ways in that direction. We're just not allowed to walk across the whole thing. Which makes sense. They don't want to put an entire housing district on the city-state. There's a single enterable house here. Is it this one? I found it. I found it. Wait, I think there's two. That one looks like a second one. I discovered it this week. I found a house. I think there's two. Towering Sky. Hello there. Welcome to Physis Technon. You did not be appeared to me in need of medical aid. Actually, I didn't even tell you this, but do take care of yourself out there. Sharlayan furniture that we get for our housing is in here. Yeah. Actually, while we're here, I can stop by this either, right? Sabini! So stylish, shiny new house over there? It's mine! Sounds like it to snag it from the plot from it, but no, I really do deserve it. I imagine since Endwalker's come out, everyone's been screaming when is Sharlayan housing coming. Has everyone been shouting about when Sharlayan housing's been going to be added? I mean, I imagine people are shouting that less than they're shouting when's Crystarium housing getting added. Nobody says that? Wow, okay. I think everyone, if Crystarium housing exists, oh, many more housing. Everyone's yelling about Crystarium housing instead, because you can literally see where it is. There's 2 answerable houses here. I found a second one. There it is. Sharlayan first, etc. I think they named their housing similar shit first. Fair. My aunt's just drinking coffee here. Doesn't even say anything or do anything. Why is every house in Sharlayan a studio apartment? Sorry, outside of the one mansion, why is every house a massive studio apartment? Like, here's the bedroom, here's like the study, here's like the dining room, here's the kitchen. I guess this is a dining room. Here's, you know, the treasure chest, you know, the treasure chest part of the house. You know, the part where you keep your treasure chest. Sharlayan sucks. I thought we had established that. No, of course everywhere here is like of course everywhere here is a studio apartment. Sharlayan's basically a giant university. Of course all of the housing is just studio apartments, even if they're individual houses with their own lots of land. Of course. Right, across this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back at the Aetheryte Plaza. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are some professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. So I've got those ones, I got that. So it's just this one over here, I think, is the last one I've got to get. I think that's the only one I don't have. I think. I hope. I hope. So let's head over this way. So we're gonna make sure we don't end up there. We can end up there, so I think. So instead of going up to there, we're going down around here. This feels like it just takes a lot more stairs. I feel like we still gotta walk through the Aetheryte Plaza to get to this anyways. I do like the music here a lot. It is very chill vibes. The game was like really setting up Sharlayan as being a horrible shithole before we got here. And it is culturally, but it is kind of chill to hang out in. I'm getting a second drink. I ran out of my first drink, and now I need a second drink. This is what I get for only having like 500ml cans on stream, as opposed to my 1 liter water bottles. Give me a second. I must get water. Ow, ow, ow. 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 Oh, my knees. Oh, Chad, I'm old. Chad, I'm so old. Oh, I'm so old. Oh. Ow. Ow. What about second can of V Refresh? Because I'm addicted to these now. I am once again having my V Refresh. These energy drinks are so good. These are some of my favorite energy drinks I've ever had. And the first one that I had, the citrus lemonade, is my favorite energy drink I've ever had, I think. I think it beats every other one I've had. And I only know one place that sells them. And fortunately, it is the business that is the closest to my house. And they're consistently on special for 2 cans for $8, which is not cheap, but it makes it the same price. Like, that's basically the price of buying energy drinks in any other place when they're not on sale. Should I get coffee or try another Monster flavor? You decide. Absolutely a Monster flavor. I am not saying this because I hate coffee at all. I don't know what you're talking about. This is it, the Baldassian Annex. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesion Annex. Chat, please decide. I am biased. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomena. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Coffee-flavored monster. I do think that does exist. I think there is a coffee-flavored monster. I'm back, and I've brought Manifest and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Manifest. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika! Ojika Sunjika! It has been an age. Yo! Yo, related. Catherine Gems nothing to spend on. Allow me to introduce Ojika, cousin of Ojika Sunjika, an administration officer for the Psuncia Bardesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. Yo! Eureka relevant to MSQ, let's go. I mean, we are literally a Baldessian Annex. I would fucking hope. I would hope it would be, like, mentioned in some capacity. Ojika's gonna finish Eureka whenever she comes by. This one's not a piece of shit. I read the reports on the Eureka expedition. It actually got mentioned. Let's go. I hope Ojika didn't cause you too much trouble. He's impatient and impetuous, but a good sort at heart. Yo, Eureka actually got mentioned in MSQ. Let's go. Again, we are literally at the Baldessian Annex. I'd fucking hope it would get mentioned, considering it's literally the Isle of Al, but... This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Al served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the Annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Now that our former headquarters is on the wrong side of the world, among other things, the Annex has been our new base of operations, for all intents and purposes. Would they just, like, straight up, if you haven't started Eureka, would that dialogue just be, since the disappearance of it, this has become, like, instead of mentioning that it's on the wrong side of the world, this be like, since the disappearance of it, if you haven't even started it. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. I remember probably, yeah. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Teleporoi fail. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. My favorite villains, the telephones. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. I don't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. So simply they were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might well last into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. So we don't have an inn in this one. We don't have an inn, we're just crashing at the headquarters. Yeah, we got a dorm room. Yeah, everywhere else we had an inn, or in the case of the Crystarium, we had a room independent. Less of an inn and more of an apartment. Which, like, the Pendants is similar-ish. Like, the Pendants is kind of an inn, but it is also long-term staying. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you in the main hall. The Pendants is your apartment. This is an apartment. Do you have papers based on the walls of your room? It was not unusual for occupants to spin up no documents and such, then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members or thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. We gotta create a future for students of our destiny and so many others. We must look to the days ahead. So I can't walk in there immediately. I gotta like talk. Welcome back, Manifest. Ready for a nap? Clean sheets and warm blankets awake. Rest as long as you like. I gotta at least look at it before we do anything else. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot going on. Who left a poster of Ifrit up here? Dorm filled with 1.0 concept art. We need 3 dining tables for. If you have a lot of guests over, and they're doing so much fucking science, or playing mini games, or playing board games. Eureka art. Standing over a city. Behemoth standing out on a cliff. Yo. Any others I'm looking for? I mean, those 2 are cool. The storage shelves way up the top. That, like... Ah, there's the ladder to reach them. I was about to say. How do we reach those? There's literally a ladder there. There we go. I mean, that is cool art on the wall. It's just like... Seems a little... unnerving. There's our little book to read with our little thing there. Orchestra on with our giant stack of crystals there for when we need to summon primals. Is this the washroom? How do you have a shower on this? How do you wash your... Okay, how do you wash your entire body in a Sharlayan shower? Bucket. Okay, for a city that has the femro population that it does, they should... I can't stand in that. I can't stand in this. I don't fit. I always thought it was for doing laundry. That's what... Yeah. How do I... Okay, so where do I wash? I just like... I was like, it looks like a laundry thing, but there's also like towels on the side that you would grab to dry yourself off. Those dishes on the drying rack, those are just stacked up. You guys need the 50,000 to dry your hands, I guess. Where's the drying rack? I don't see a drying rack. I see a stack of plates. Okay, so if if this is a sink to do normal washing stuff, then it's too fucking low to do washing stuff for a sink. Wait, that is because I'm ephemera, because the sink is the same height as the tables, never mind. That one is because I'm ephemera. Never mind, so we're fine. I just figured being a dorm room, being a studio apartment like every other building in this place, the shower would be there too. I love your adventurer glam. That is awesome. Alright. Inwards we go to the main hall. So Lala friendly and so back to being inaccessible. Oh, here, okay. Here's the concept art room. Here's the concept art room. Fucking hell. That's Garada. I assume Garada. I assume Garada, but it's also like more fairy? I don't know. There's a map of Sea of Clouds? Has talents. Does Garuda not have talents? That's the map before it got expanded. That's the map before it expanded to include everywhere else. That's a star constellation shot. Obviously, good King Moggle Mog. The most important concept art. Good King Moggle Mog and the rope from the heavens that the Moogles climb. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Badass shot of something to do with the calamity, maybe? Good king mug, good king mug. That's a map of the Hingashi area. Yeah, that one's offered. I feel like this one feels so unnatural because that is just a square cutout. Like the other ones look like they've got like marks in the edges and anything. This one is just a square texture. There's no shaping to the edge of it. It is just a square texture on a wall. They just got this picture of the world's map and just cut it in half and just put that texture on the wall. Like this map over here, like it's at least got a border. It has the border going all the way around it. So it looks a little more reasonable. But this one doesn't include any of the border. So it is just a square texture on a wall. It's a little odd. Alagon shit, that's binding coils, I assume. Oh, actually, no, if it's 1.0, then that's just the Charlotte and Dalenwood coming from the skies. Never mind. There's Eureka. That's straight up Eureka. How do they... who is working on here? Because they have a picture of Eureka itself here. I was author did different maps originally before getting merged later. Ah. Oh, is this Sons of Saint Koinok? The Something's Find? Koinok's Find, or whatever it's called? One of their first ethereal wheel. You mean the one where they're wrong? Yeah. So with that one there. That's Aziz Law. That's straight up Aziz Law. Nice. This looks familiar. This looks familiar. What's this? Might be Save the Queen? It's got all like the stands in the background for the different weapons. How the meeting with the Aetherologist will go. We've had it backwards this whole time. The one cave in Kurthus or something. That's Baldessian Arsenal, right? Oh, Baldessian, the build, whatever the Baldessian Arsenal's called when it's not called that. Baldessian Annex or whatever. No, that's where we are currently. And there's a map of everything together. And there's the whole map of the whole world together. There it is. Hell yeah. Cool room. Cool room. I like it. Sorry, Kral, we're talking. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Well, presumably we go to Ilswad in this expansion.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Moriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
So, end of the world.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal.
Okay, what's our plans? What's our plans for the two zones we're going to?
The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
What's happening with the Forum?
As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy.
And currently they all agree unanimously.
The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
Just like real life, conservatives are trying to ruin the world to make everything worse.
And at the other extreme, We have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
And the best characters that we've met in the game, some of the best people who have been mentioned throughout the game, are opposed to the conservatives.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Straight up citing more pressing duties as a group who's trying to end the world.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian.
Magic tournament. Okay, so yeah, like everything that you mentioned there is like stuff that we kind of knew what we were doing when we were coming here. What's our like reason for doing the second path? What is our second path?
Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Which is why we always run into students of Baldessian when we're doing weird shit, and why they've got all these pictures on the wall.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair.
Oh, okay. Our second son that we can do is Thavnair, I guess.
Her missive
That'll be our
describes the
path.
sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Weird unexplained shit. Come investigate for us. Been Wanda low battery. Can we get through the cutscene before I have to change?
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
Okay.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts.
Like, with it, like, Radzat-Han has been built up since ARR. Not usually in MSQ, but there's a lot of side content that has built up Radzat-Han and Thavnair for a while. It has been built up for a very long time. Hell, Shadowbringers literally has a job from there that we get to the next expansion after.
It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
It's usually Thavnairian techniques or, like, equipment that we rely on for a lot of the relic shit. For being able to accomplish shit that no one else can.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Hey, can we make the hero? That'd be Pog.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
Because I'm the only one here with the... Oh, I guess Cryo could go, but she has the Echo. It's just, you know...
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
We were given this quandary back in, like, 5.2, with do we stop the weapons or do we, like, stop Elidibus? And it was fine. It was chill.
Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Why do I need to be the one to lead the charge in Sharlayan? Like, the one in Sharlayan is just about doing a bunch of research. I can help with that, but do I need to be the one who leads that one?
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
I want to read. Let me read.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Okay, the numbers are starting getting a little skewed. Calm down. Kryl said the abilities of an Archon or two. You've now got, like... I know you're not all Archons, but you've now got 4 there. Including Kryl, you've got 5. The numbers are skewed.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Rogan can't read. Rogan are usually some of the smartest races in this game. What do you mean? Like, most of the time that we run into Rogadans, they're like the learned ones. The first place that we've seen, like outside of Limsa, that has a high Rogadan population is Sharlayan. What are you talking about? I get why you two are here.
The more the merrier.
I get why you two are here because your dad's here and there's got to be something to do with that, but like, the numbers are skewed. We don't have enough people to go to Father Dan.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavna.
The rest of you's like 3 of you.
Thoughts? Objections?
Sorry, I'll ask, I guess.
I passed through Thavnir on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
Hey, nice. Hell yeah.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Oh yeah, dad trip, let's go.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
I wanted to team preference for men or team preference for women. Grah's team was decided at random. Okay, so here's my thought process. You've got all of the... So you've got the nerds. Urianger's also a nerd, but stick with me. You've got the nerds are hanging out in Sharlayan. And you've got the dads that are going to Father. Here's my thought philosophy. I can't be a dad until I fuck the twins' mum. And to fuck the twins' mum, I need to meet her. And to meet her, I need to stay in Sharlayan. So if I stay in Sharlayan, I can meet Emilians, I can fuck her, I can become a dad, and I can join the dad squad. That's my thought process. Also, I just feel like, realistically, I feel like we're starting this episode in Sharlayan. We're exploring the city of Sharlayan. It's not like in Shadowbringers where, like, the Crystarium has to do with Lakelands, and then you go to 2 completely different places. This is, like, we're in Sharlayan. You can continue Sharlayan, or do something completely different. I think we're already in Sharlayan. Let's just continue Sharlayan for the time being. And then we can worry about that. I was like, in my Fathnir glam. Yeah, to me it just makes more sense that it's like, we're already in Sharlayan, let's continue the Sharlayan stuff, and then we can start Fathnir as like a new thing next time. That's my thought process. That is my thought process currently.
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Paths have officially diverged. And it's only 3 and a bit hours into the stream, we're fine. Now we do the first diverging. This is why we only do one of the diverging paths at the beginning, because, you know, city exploration takes so long. Yay! Okay. Cutscene over once we have stopped. I'm going to go to the bathroom and change my headphones when I come back. There we go. Okay. I'm going to go bathroom. I'm going to go bathroom. I will change out my headphones when I come back. I will have one of the rubber things stick in my ear when I do that. Okay. I'm going bathroom. We come back. Unless people can make an incredibly gripping tale otherwise, I think Sharlayan makes sense to do first. Just because we're already in Sharlayan, so I just want to continue that. And also, I want to see how hot the twins' mum is. I want to see whether I can fuck her and become a dad. Let's return. And we're back! No one's made any counters about continuing with Sharlayan instead of going to Fathernet first. No one's made any counters to that, so that's what I'm doing. Let's start with Sharlayan. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? Sharlayan is the consensus. Yeah, like, consensus of one. No one else made any particular votes. If the forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We'll need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. The process by which forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate. I mean, if it's by a vote, then those things inevitably have to, but... unless those things don't exist. We have secret discussions that we only reveal when it is necessary. But fairly elected or not, Master Montoya still found them all to be insufferable. They are politicians, so... Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, the neck wasn't gonna crack then, and it did, and it felt good. Hitting the books. All goes as per the council's plan. Isn't that what the booze meant to represent? Isn't the booze meant to represent the council? I grasp my cat's tail, or whatever it is you said to do. Makes sense to do the thing in the place, yeah, before the thing that requires leaving. That's my thought process, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the boos are meant to represent the council's discussions. Yeah, this just feels like a very obvious one. Like, the difference between, in Shadowbringers was like, do you want to help Alphinaud or Alisaie first? And everything like that, where this one is just like, yeah, stay, like, do you want to stay here or go somewhere else? And it's like, oh, I'll stay here, I guess. Hitting the books. Kral is intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behavior. I don't think about, was there a divide in Stormblood? Did we actually have one in Stormblood? Because there's the fringes and then there's the peaks, but could you choose an order for that? Because I did the fringes then the peaks, which to me just makes a lot of sense. Because the peaks is where you start, and obviously, like, the peaks is, like, the furthest from Alamigo, and peaks is a little bit closer. If we go Monago or Conrad, okay. I don't know, that one's one where I think about it, I'm just like, doing fringes first and then peaks feels so natural, that, like, why wouldn't you do it any other way? We also did both of those in a single stream. But also, unlike the other times where there's been a split stream and we do it separately, there wasn't a city to explore at the beginning of Stormblood. You don't get to the city until after you do both split paths. Whereas in Shadowbringers and Endwalker and even Heavensward, you get to the city before the split path. So we were able to do that. Why is this flavor called Aussie Lemonade? Lemonade is lemonade, not Aussie Lemonade. Aussie Lemonade is not normal lemonade. Lemonade in most places is like lemon juice and water and sugar. And it's a very yellow drink. Aussie Lemonade is practically clear. If you want context, the closest thing I can say is that Aussie Lemonade is Sprite without the lime. It is distinctly quite different to what the rest of the world calls lemonade. Sprite without lime, basically. It's not exactly that, but it's basically that. Sounds pretty similar to Italian lemonade. Oh, okay, then. Then I don't understand. Then in Italy, I don't know why it's called that. I just think of comparing it to American lemonade. Or as more brands here are calling it, country-style lemonade. Carl's intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan. But together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. Is this gonna go to a zone? This feels like we're still exploring Sharlayan. Doesn't even feel like a zone. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councils directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say, the progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim for in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenor, shall we? Exit the annex and to the right, you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Alright, bye Dad Squad. I know Asinian's not a dad, but he gets put into Dad Squad because he Batmaned us. So, he's basically Bat Dad. Alright, hello everyone. Hello everyone. Alright. Through the woods we go! Ah, and this will lead us to... Hey! Wait, Hans. Hans have now appeared. He's daddy sometime. Yeah, he's not a father, but he is daddy. Okay. We can do this now. Sometimes I am. Hello there, diminutive gleaner. Diminutive gleaner is on lookout for able-bodied adventurer. Surprised to see me. Are you manifested some black man? Everyone knows me. Giant exploding sword gives it away a little bit. And also the giant black pirate coat with my tits out. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you! Ha! I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship sub hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard the guild ship hunts, yes? Not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Aeolus, I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but in Aeolus, an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak with an authority at the peristyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience. We're gonna see what unique shit we can buy with our hunt currency. I know what gear we can buy. It's going to be Radiant Moonwood, which I've already seen a lot of it. None of them are good. So we don't have to even worry about checking the armor. I am Northota. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? Take that back. No. By the skull of your manifest! I was not convinced I'd set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. This guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remains a sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You didn't work for free, of course, but done our research. And the rewards we offer as fine as any you'll find abroad. The grounds we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a deal less figurative, so you might find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. It's sacks of nuts for some reason. I'm taking back myself. So all the nuts get used in something other than Shadowbringers. Yeah, they've got to come up with some reason for it, considering how very explicitly it was the first thing. Because it was a Moogle who ran the thing. Speaking of eccentric, should we know the majority of our clients are scholars? Probably won't have heard half of the creatures they send you after, but it's best not to worry about that over much. Slay bees, collect samples, trying to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's save yourself some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Oh my god, you've done really good. Let me say you against higher ones. Oh my god. Guild ship hunts, now accessible. From Old Radzat Han. Spoilers. Spoilers, the other city is Radzat Han. That's another reason to not do Father Ned today, because we'll get to the second city, which we will also spend a lot of time exploring. Feed the monsters, get Jet, and then you can speak to Jalakshai or Wilmetta. And once we're level 83... Oh! This is new. Okay, that's new. Actually, I'm scared you can't see it and just get all of them and get spoiled. Wow. Wow, they actually thought about it. Because now I can get these ones, which are Fathonair and Labyrinthos and Garlemald. Well, so I don't have all of them in a piss. I've not been saving up enough. Whoops. I've not been saving enough, so I can't get my Vinegaroon horn. I've been, while I was doing my Bosio grind, I basically completely neglected every other grind in the game. So I don't have enough for a vinegar rune yet. I'm getting close, but not quite there. I can get Diabolos wings. I can also get an Nengxin cat and unbowed orchestrion roll. I can get these. I will save up for my mount. I will save up for my vinegar rune mount. Vinegar runes are ugly anyway. I mean, to be fair, so are the wings. To be fair, so are the wings. Not like the wings are great either. But anyway, yes, they do have Moonwind and Radiant gear. Let's see how bad it is. Like, to be fair, I haven't actually seen weapons for most of them. Weapons I'm not as familiar with. That's a sword. There's a sword. Okay, that's a decent looking axe. Coloring's bad, but I like the axe. Speaking of bugs, you finished the reset of my the rest of my resistant weapons earlier today. I am so far away from that. I did at least, at a bare minimum. I did at the bare minimum at least finish the other thing. We can finally get Moonwood boots. Nope, Lunar Envoys are the ones I want. Yeah, ugly. I want Lunar Envoy. We can't get those. This looks very old school Final Fantasy, but that might just be the bright blue coloring more than anything. What the fuck? Okay, okay. For sheer holy shitness, that, yeah. Still looks weird, but you know what? For sheer what the fuck does I like it? Oh, it's all FF4. Ah, that makes sense why it looks old school. Tonfas that are giant swords. I do like that. I do like that. It's a sword. They're swords. Okay, I like that. I like that. The harp on the top is a little funny, but that is one of the definitely one of the better ones. I think I've seen a lot of people use this book because it's a wide one instead of a tall one. I've seen quite a few people use this book for this. Pretty bad colors. I don't care for this stuff. I just don't. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? What the hell is that? And then everything Radiant is super edgy. Everything Radiant is super edgy. Like, it all looks like it comes from, like, fucking Nergigante armor. Or fucking Magdamalo. Yeah, this is very, very much not my vibe. There's also, like, armor stuff. I will say it's like... I've seen a lot of Radiant stuff. Radiant stuff for me is just, like, it's too form-fitting for what the look is. It's all of the stuff for Radiant is almost too tight. But that might also just be because once again I have a very broad-shouldered character because Femra. So it kind of makes it look weird, but yeah. This is like one of the better pieces. The healing stuff. Moonwood earrings and rings are real nice. They're accessories. All my accessories are character things. Oh, these gloves are okay. Again, they feel a little too tight, but the gloves are okay. If you want to make like for a tank glam, it's very heavily armored. That can kind of work. But it's good on Val. Again, it might just be a case of because of my character and how they look. Well, it's like I don't really care for most of this. I've gotten a lot of this stuff from my retainers, and I just don't care for it. Look, I have spiky shoes. I have spiky toes. I claw people with my toes when I kick them, which is ridiculous because it's also the bit of armor that is not actually available for Monk to wear. It's like this is one of the closer ones to being better. This is some of the closer it gets to being better. Is the Radiant caster. Like that, I like that. You're just biased. These sets are great. What? Like, if you're talking about this, I get it. If you're talking about this, I get it. The rest of it, I don't know. The rest of it, I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, The rest of it, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Like, why are the arms exposed? It's so heavily armored and then it's exposed arms. I don't get it. Like, the boobs look weird on that one. It's just like... That one's okay. That one can work, not the vibes of Manifest at all. That one can work. That one can work on specific characters for the vibes. That one's fair. But it's like, it's just, I don't. Oh, and also this piece. I have not found a use for this yet, but the idea that is a hand piece that is just make your top have frilled arms is very good. I've not found a top that I would use this for. It's only aiming. So, you know, I already have some good aiming gleams and I would not use these on any of the aiming gleams that I have. But that's a cool concept. I wish it was on more than just fucking aiming. But I look at all this and I'm just like, I don't care for it. This is like not as... Oh, the Moonwood boots. I use this on my machinist. There's a handful of pieces that are okay. I use these boots for machinist. So there is that there. And accessories, but accessories to me are about the emotions behind it, so it's like, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I see what you, okay. Not the Manifest at all, but yeah, the casting stuff. Casting and healing, I get it. Casting and healing tops for both, I get. They're not for Manifest at all, but I get it. I forgot this was the Moonwood caster. Yes, this does work. This does work. I do agree. Not for Manifest, but yeah, this works. This is a very good piece. The caster stuff makes sense. But the pants are, like... Look at the picture! For some reason, the women just decide, you know what? Fuck pants, I'm gonna wear leggings and panties. There is that aspect of it. The girls are gonna have their asses out. They can't be caught wearing full pants. There is that. What top are you wearing? Oh, Evilus Holy Knight. Yeah. You're one of the few people who can make Evilus gear work well. Somehow, Viera is the best job, is the best race to wear Evilus gear. Despite it not existing at the time of Evilus armor existing. I see a mono look, babes. Okay, so here's my thing. I imagine a lot of those looks, I imagine a lot of those designs would look a lot better in games that weren't Final Fantasy XIV. I think that's my thing here. I think that's a big thing for me. Is that some other Final Fantasy games get armor added into this game, and because of the aesthetic of the rest of this game, it clashes hard. I think, like, that's with a lot of old school FF stuff in this game, is that the aesthetics are just a very big clash from what most aesthetics are in this game. 14 has its own Final Fantasy vibe that is very different to, basically 9 and earlier. Outside of, like, it's a bit closer to 7. But, just because 7 has some more modern aspects to it. But, like, any gear that I've seen from, like, 9... Oh, I guess 8 as well. Like, I think about the characters that I have seen from 8. I guess 14 lines up with 8 aesthetics, more as well. But I think about characters that I've seen in other ones, or the gear that I've seen from other Final Fantasies in this game. And they are, like... Yeah, they clash with 14 a fair bit. I'm gonna get the safe throw before I continue. We're probably gonna go here for it, but I'm still gonna do it. Nerd Central! Let's go! This is the Nerd Central in Nerd Central. Yay! We got them all. Yay. Tiny Kryl, what will she do? Tiny Kryl in the distance. Oh, also Tiny Kryl once we're up to her. My directions are easy enough to follow, I hope. I totally didn't get distracted on what you're talking about. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Numenon. Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenor extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenor's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Oh. That's how they handle being on an island. Okay. How does Sharlayan handle, like, having all of this knowledge while they're on an island? They just dig to the core of the earth. A thing that they're good at because they literally built a tower to go as far into the core of the earth as to dip its tip into the ethereal sea. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted ones. I dispatch your Stoller and Rahan to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alase and Alfredo will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. You'll task me to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I'll do the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! How quickly Monster loses carbonation? I do not feel that. If I ever can a Monster sitting behind me at work, it usually... I can have it sitting there for 2 hours as I slowly sip on it, and it's fine. I don't find that. Or maybe I just don't like... I like my things to have a small amount of carbonation, not to be super carbonated. So, like, it's actually a fine thing. So I've been talking about sparkling water lately. I've been having more sparkling water that I do like, but there's still a lot of sparkling water that I don't like because it's too carbonated. It's probably one of the reasons I like the refresh so much. This is very low in carbonation. There's some of it there, but not much. I'm assisting my colleague in his hunt for research materials, specifically a thesis by Mombrita. It's difficult to find anyone's home in a library this size. Turn a random roulette and it's proper Nostray. Let's go. Mombrita. Oh, my leg. Are these elevators? Is this meant to be an elevator? Because I'm looking at it just being like, why would you not just build an actual floor? Why are you relying on magic here? But now I'm looking down, and there's other holes beneath it. It looks like that's how you change floors. But that also feels really dangerous. If the elevator's not on your floor, fuck you, there's nothing stopping you from falling down. I believe the term is forever. So, okay. So many ephemeras here. Oh, you're looking for a specific volume? Only Archons may check out forbidden tomes. Is there anything else you require? Simply say the word. Surely with this giant library, things are in order. Quick, let's go to the books that are the most colorful. The title on spine reads, The Story of Sharlayan. Read the book? Sure. On my map. What's forward? Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, lived a Rogan man by the name of Youngcrep. Youngcrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strange churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Youngcrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With a moment to spare, Youngcrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to the safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from surrounding regions huddled alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Youngcrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Okay. I've been wondering how they got from, like, where they are to the flood, putting them in the middle of that place. And I'm just like, was the flood that bad? No, they teleported to the middle of it. They teleported to the middle of it. That's how the boat ended up there. It wasn't that place got flooded and that's where the boat happened to land. They teleported that far away. Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost inside the Ethereal Sea in the year 1311 of the Sixth Astral Era. Incoming ad, please don't kill me. Scholars dispatched by Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents sought to call the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amounts of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the Motherlands. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire, but does not appear to contain additional information on the forum. We'll cover the history of Sharlayan Motherland in greater detail. That one didn't count. Boo. Hello there, reference page. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Oh, we can't ask where volumes are. Oh, okay. Okay. Hello there, Granville. That's just like straight up the name of a suburb in Sydney, by the way. I am rather in the middle of something, so if you don't mind leaving me to my research, thank you. Got some things there. Leatherbound Tome! The voice of a growing city. Lore dump episode. Endwalker begins with a lore dump. Oh my god, every time I take a drink, it's like I get drinks stuck in my, like, in between my lips. What am I? In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A large number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates. Did that mama spear through a door? I thought the door didn't open, just walked through the wall. So Shadowbringers, to be fair, that is true. We did go to a library in that as well. A large number of participants gave rise to things gave the boss away from the bubbles. But for how long? A large number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately declared that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Still rifling the materials, are you? Unfortunately, I'm struggling to find just the right tome. How have you all not organized yourselves better with this many fucking books? There's gotta be a better way. Surely. Looking for materials on the Calamity of Fire. Do you know of any offhands? Straight up, like, actual different calamities. Like, Calamity of Fire we know very little about. Other than it happened. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the sky above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's fiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understand the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I tell you that eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? That's like the first hint that we've gotten in this game that the universe at large is like doing what ours is, of like everything's drifting away from each other. Like, over time, the universe is expanding by, like, things moving further away from each other. It's the very first hint that we've gotten in this game that, yes, this universe does work the way ours does in that regard. You know, until it all goes back into each other in, like, however many billions of years it's meant to be. Forever 20 summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health, neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? That's why we have energy drinks. Way better than fish bread. I too once engaged in such foolish practices. But one night's engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. Exercise is good for the human body. I don't think I drink my lips so weird. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You can be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this menu, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, which will extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we'll explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, astrological, and arcane viewpoint. We finally got a lore explanation of why Y'shtola tells everyone she's 23. We finally got it! That's why she tells everyone she's 23. She followed that book. Yay! At long last, we've worked it out. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umber Calamity, Archon Yunkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus. Renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering wrought wells and sewers, and ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so as they met to the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings, for the sake of a better tomorrow. For the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge, deliver the world. You've gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the farm. Head outside to rendezvous with them and wait your companions. You know Sharlayan's names and those are people who checked the tome out. Nogilu. I was looking for sometimes I need to reference my thesis. Like for me, if a tome exists, it's almost certainly somewhere in the Numenon. So again, there's the point there of just like, they don't want to like expand Sharlayan or improve Sharlayan by using violence to take from others. And like, yeah, I get that. It makes sense. But like, some things you have to defend. Otherwise, everyone's just dead. Where do you work out? At the library. Like Fortuno says that thing of, as great as Louis Suave was, the only thing he could do was go to war and stuff like that. And it's just like, when Garlemald was making its advance on Eorzea, you abandoned, like, one of your best research tools of the Ethereal Sea on a whim. Like, so is that much better? Like, an inability to defend yourselves meant that you, like, abandoned some of the tools that you could use for knowledge and research. And this comes down to, like, that whole mentality of just, like, that concept. It's why Louis Suave stands out so much. Because Louis Suave fiercely went against it. It's why he left Sharlayan and why he went to Eorzea. It's just a lot here backing up, like, the divide between Louis Suave's thought process and everything and Sharlayan as a whole. As my PS5 decided it's time for rest mode. It's gone bye-byes now. Sorry, were you waiting long? Worst case scenario, you give the Guardians the anti-tower. Don't do that. They're gonna learn that Hydaelyn's are primal, and they're gonna drop a nuke into the ethereal sea. Don't do that. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Avenel and Crowd should also be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final days specifically, so I had no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estates. Plenty of comfortable places to read, a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. Seems our dear father has instructed himself that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. Asshole. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that's at the forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation, though I don't hope for one. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. Can you not? I'd rather say fucking your mom. Assuming she's hot and, you know, not also like your dad. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Korvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Fathnir. The Allagans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Korvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Korvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Found yet another place that's currently occupied. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces. But Garlemald renames the region Locus Amonis. Shadowbring's music making a return, by the way, because talking about Graha's past. When I was a boy, something looking up to the stories of the heroes, and now I have here, where's what we can. A nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allaganai no longer pass to our eldest child as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allaganai, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Ardessian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered... Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Flying carpet on the cash ups from Korvos too. Oh, well, there you go. By the way, Graha, tragic backstory. Being revealed. Even Thengrid was taken in by Archon Louiswa, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here! Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books manifest. More company should be arriving any moment now. Bum, 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 bum. What else do I know of Korvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I'm not returned since my last the Galoth first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their Imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets! Flying carpets! The legends are quite extraordinary. There are others better suited to pouring of old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. Flying carpet, Lorpog. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the beginnings were quite some indeed. Mr. Skrull has already flipped through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. Yeah, sure, it was horrifying. It's honestly, like, hard to get across the idea of how, like, seeing the star ablaze, it's honestly hard to get across how, yeah, kind of image you can't get out of your head. Even if it was, like, simulated one. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first. What kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Complete destabilization of creation magics, primals of unrivaled power was summoned from the Aether. Worst kind of phenomena you can imagine! I mean, the first one's the one that is, like, the ones that make the most sense. They weren't primals. They weren't primals. Primals are different to creation magic. Well, they may not be. Primals may just be a form of creation magic that where it just takes that many people and that much belief and that much Aether to make it happen. But describing them as primals feels inaccurate because of the primals in need of faith. I would say destabilization of creation magic is the biggest thing. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. So this is kind of like, well, it'd be hard to confirm because our characters only know what, like, Emmett showed us, and who knows how accurate that is, or whether we even interpret it correctly. So the meteors were creation magic too. The spam mentioned Junko intensifies. So the meteors and the fire erupting from the ground and everything, all of that is still creation magic. It's just that creation magic is going that wrong. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the odds of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. We shall surmise the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Were there aught else of which heralded the approach of the final days? Tyrestar was engulfed by disaster all at once. Not all at once. When you talk to people in Amarot, they mention how other places are being affected by it before Amarot is. But I think this one was part of it. I think this was a part of it. I think that's how they say how they, like, suspected that it was coming for Amarot. A keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes. The Amortians spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were in the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded across all the star, and not even Amarot was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the Harbinger of Doom must have been quite distinctive. Probably quite loud. I'll speak all the Numenon's marmots and ask if any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? There's just correct answers here. They summoned Zodiac. Are we being tested? I thought we were giving our interpretation and impression, but it feels like we're actually being tested. They summoned Zodiac. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. That is a big thing. We don't even, like, what causes the final days and how were the final days fixed is stuff that we just don't fucking know. And I don't know if the people of Amarot knew either. The people of Amarot may have known, they may not have known. I don't know. Because the way that Emmett talks to us about it, we don't get an impression from him that they understand why it's happening. They seem to, like, whether they, like, it may have been a case of they understood, like, the mechanics behind it, but not, like, why it was happening. So Zodiac could fix that possibly, or maybe it was just, like, they summoned Zodiac because it's just, like, if we put all of our faith into belief of salvation for one thing so strong, it will find a way to fix this, even if we can't. We don't know. We don't know. And even if we did learn any information from Amarot, all of that goes through the bias of Emmett Selk, who also recreated it several thousand years after everything happened, so his memory may not be the best. So, yeah. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or, might have, had Vanar and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. This is the question I've been asking for a long time. Do they mean something equivalent? Do they mean something as destructive? Or do they mean the literal mechanism that caused the original final days? We don't know. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? We have no idea. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us turn our attention to the forum, shall we? We should give an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. I'm glad that, like, Kryl is asking a lot of questions that I've been wondering since this all started. Of just being like, what exactly do they mean? Many forum members are also researchers or professors. They know all of the final days. Then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. Hope? What else do I know? Oh. Same dialogue. Really is coming to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Our longest wait is for Y'shtola. Babe, quit reading. We need you to show up. She's gonna show up with a stack of books bigger than her. There she is. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, RJ learned of the source's reflections from the Garon Oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, will be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. Or mention Nagato intensifies. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuno with knowledge of the Telophori and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. There's 99 people who know what the fuck is happening at Sharlayan. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, but they contain mentions of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Nerd time, let's go! You labor for what feels like an age as Ystola's research assistant. I told you! I told you! I told you Ystola's pile of books! I told you the pile of books that Ystola was gonna bring back were gonna be as big as her. I fucking told you she'd do it! I may have picked up one or two things. Proceeds to, like, not even be able to see her face because of what she's carrying. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. I've yet still a few quiet moments for myself. It's taller than Kryl. Found lots of interest so far. Sherlock might be right about not getting our hopes up. The efforts to gain Grahati's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. Okay, well, in that case, I'm gonna stand here, I'm gonna bee his knees at him, and surely my tits bouncing in his face will get his attention. Graha! 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 This is what I get for having a thing for sapiosexuals. God damn it. Hi, Alice. Ugh, I'm tired. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mum at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. I did find one maybe focus on the world before the advent of the first umbral calamity. But it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. So the one with the scabs or the one with the burn? I'll be honest, I don't remember enough about what I was talking about to know what you're talking about. I don't know how I would have said anything that would lead to 11. Unless you're making a reference I don't get. My memory's bad. A seat at the last stand. I'll say many such cases. I'll say appears in desperate need of study break. Ready for a tea break, Manifest? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me outside the tables. I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Can I get a pint while I'm there? Is that not something on the cards? Why is this place not near any Aetherites? Why isn't there one also here? Yo! I'm still on more dies. Let's go. Let's go. Hello there, Gorgel. How you going, Gorgel? And you're asking that. Studium is owned all manner of debates, though there are some who have taken to recording forensic victories, even betting on who will win and who will lose an argument. The scion of House Levi, who graduated quite a while ago, claimed the most wins and is yet to be dethroned. I have to wonder if that one would have been closer. That one would have been closer. I walked all the way over here. The other one would have been closer. All right. What's the closest thing to the harbor? Oh, hello. Running around and I keep seeing people. I'm more gorgeous than her. Alisai! As busy as ever, I see. Very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, Scribe gives me an idea. But we place an idea. Why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about this lottery. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Hey! Now she's accompanying us. Someone here at the cafe should be willing to speak with us. Let's ask around. Is there any unique talking spots? I can't go up to their house and do one? No, okay. Oh my god, yellows have already started appearing. Fucking kill me. Yellows have already started. Oh no. Pierre Andre! Oh, this guy's an asshole. What is it? Can I not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table and I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. Misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telephory. These enemies of peace have promised to end to all we hold dear and... Wait, you're the House Livia girl, aren't you? Oh. This one with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were designed for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I'm not a saint in the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect to honor civility from one so enlightened. Come, manifest. Why'd we bother? Pourquoi do I fucking bother? Why is the worm of the well never near the well? Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telephory and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't young Miss Livia! My apologies, but I work in the offices of the forum, and avoid reaching Master Fortuno that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Well, the customers have been decidedly uncooperative. Maybe the staff would be more willing to answer our questions. Dick on! That's what I do when I go out on a Friday night and I get my dick on. Dick on what? whatever will let me. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. Is Dickon the one who made it, or has it lasted long enough that it's been passed down? That seems like an age ago now. Remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Well, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? Dickon needs to transfer the dick off. It's complicated. And I expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Supporting encourages Dixon. It's like a completely different form of Karate Kid. Dicks on, dicks off. Dicks on, dicks off. Completely different movie of that. Well, it is House Livia. No matter how discreet Master Forshall may have been, using your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions. Only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? I'm training. I was paying attention. When did the combo turn to straps? It's amazing how easy it is to get Raharan to comment in chat. You just need anything that invokes lesbianism in a little capacity, even a little bit, and then Raharan immediately reappears in chat. Well, like the end of the world. Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And what? That's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, our patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor, Sharlayan, aren't you? Then if you all know your phase, we should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We'll just finish preparing a few orders, strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Okay, look, I'll be honest. If someone comes to bring me my burger, my lobster fried burger, and while they're giving me my plate, just being like, and here's one lobster fried burger for you, what's your opinion on the apocalypse? I'd be a little more suspicious of them. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now and explain where each of these dishes need to go. Tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. Omelets for one of our regulars. A Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. How do you feel in general about terrorism? Let's give them some booze first. They're Sharlayans, so they drink. They barely don't eat fish bread. Do they even drink? I mean, this is the last stand, but Macca's is their fine dining. Oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Alright, we gotta get this correct. Place the correct dishes on the first customer's table. Okay. Okay. So this is the chatty table, right? So this is the first one they said, which was the tea set. You like it, don't you? So waiting on that charming little tea set. Okay. They also will just tell you if you ask. Here's your carbonara, man. What's your thoughts on global warming? They ordered the tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. So what do you think about the apocalypse? The Talofa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the Sixth Astral Era common esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. You have a very stupid plan. I'm not gonna lie. God's above, I'm starving. Never known the service to be this slow. And you and Gisla ordered the omelette. Du fromage. You guys look a friendly lot. What do you guys think about Osama bin Laden? Finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. But before that, end of the world. What? It's a Lofa, right? Oh, yes, I remember seeing the name on the latest Gazette. And some grand claim at the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. All these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best say I have it, I say. Frodo made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Smitutia. Cozy anticipation. But it melts in your mouth like the most succulent roast ever made. Alright. What will you serve? Urbane banter with a smile. Oven-baked lobster for you, sir. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. No idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. What do you think about the apocalypse? Final days? This is the first I've heard of it. But that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? I keep being told about it and I don't know what it is. You're mate. They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. Oh, okay. That's why they've got the leave quest things. Gleaners basically go there. Got it. So named for those folks who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. These Talofa made good on their audacious threats. The many young catalogues of rarities could be lost forever. Tales of the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy. Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're cutting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. I want to try this meal since I served another table. Ah, the aroma alone was worth every kilo I scraped together. The son really does make the best omelets in the world. Fluffiest egg, the tartar sauce, I can eat every day for a year. And then never again after that. I don't understand what the whole is about lobster. Scampi is clearly the superior crustacean. As someone who's not tried lobster or scampi, I don't know. I've tried like flame grilled prawn and like tiny little shrimp, and the tiny little like shrimp that's all squishy that you get in fried rice I don't like. And flame grilled prawn is so fried that it doesn't have a taste, it only has a texture, but just crispy. I always like to order this when I'm discussing arcane theory with my peers. It's my favorite treat. Fucking nerds, I swear to God. I'll say I like reading as much as not the next person, because the next person is currently in Sharlayan. I'll say I like reading a lot and it's fun, but being around this much nerdism for this much long, I'm like getting a hankering for shoving someone in a locker. Where can I find the lockers? It's gonna have various things in it, including lobster. Any trouble with the customers? Be able to get anyone talking? Barely. Now you see why she left. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. Forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. We're maybe talking about different things. Scalpitchy. Well, let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. I didn't expect, like, one half of the zone transition thing to be a city. Like, I wasn't expecting, oh, you know that split path that you do? Yeah, one of them's the city. I wasn't expecting that when we got to the expansion. I'm okay with it, but I wasn't expecting it. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Different remix of the Sharlayan theme, fair. Coffee. Oh, Starbucks logo and everything.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
I must point out this is yet another moment of focusing on a little intimate moment between characters. Like the 4th or 5th time we've already done this in Endwalker.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
Look at us swinging her legs.
Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length.
Which just made you come here directly anyways, so didn't really work.
Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt.
Not disownment.
And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
I highly doubt that. Alice, I highly doubt that. He came there with a purpose. I doubt it. So is this the outfit of the Gleaners? Because they've got the giant sacks on their back to collect and grab shit. So is this all the Gleaner stuff? They're bringing in their boats?
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Same guy thrice. They're triplets.
A vast complex beneath the island.
How much shit is underneath Sharlayan? How much shit is underneath it?
Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
Are we talking about like a full-on underground terrarium that's like gigantic?
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the Gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Are we taking the Ark metaphor that was the start of Sharlayan and driving that further? Is that what's going on here? Like, Sharlayan's start, like, the colony of Sharlayan, like, country of Sharlayan, started because of a giant Ark that was a boat that carried a bunch of people and saved them, and they've come back here. Noah's Ark thing, but, like, great flood, giant boat saves people, and they settle, and, like, and find a new land. Obvious Noah's Ark thing, right? Is that what we're doing here? To, like, kind of, like, that's why they keep bringing up Youngkrep, and the boat and everything, like, before this? Are we continuing that metaphor here? They're building a giant underground, like, living library, and they're bringing in way more shit because they're trying to get as much shit in the world that exists in there to preserve it all in the event of the final days? Is that where we're going with this? Because that's very much what it feels like we're doing. Like, if they're aware that the final days in some capacity is upon them, or is a possible threat at some point soon in the future, that they're just doing the Ark thing again, but now it's, like, way more expanded into being as much shit as they can get because they've got a giant terrarium rather than just the people they could get on a boat.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And Gleaners answer to the Forum.
Oh. Okay. It's Horshado's massive bug collection. Okay, so the Gleaners, the people who go around collecting oddities around the world, answer directly to the only people who might have an idea of the final days.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
I guess that's our zone, not the city? Is Labyrinthos gonna be a full-ass zone? And I'm very curious what kind of zone it will be, considering the impression they've already given of it. The impression they've already given the zone is giant underground terrarium. Headphone died. God damn it. I got the new caps for the headphones, and they don't fall out of my ears and get incredibly irritating the ways that the last one did. I'm now remembering that was only the last stream. The last 14 stream that we did. I was, like, complaining in the middle of Bagel because the headphones wanted to fall out of my ears. I got new silicone caps. It turns out it was absolutely that. These are stiffer and less worn down than the ones I was wearing before. So now the headphones actually stay in my ear properly and don't nearly fall out because the other caps have just fallen apart so much. But they're so stiff that sometimes when I take the headphones out of my ears, they get stuck and stay in my ears. We're 4.5, we're nearly 5 hours into the stream and I've already, it's like my second headphone change in the stream. Again, I just wish my second pair actually lasted as long as the first pair. If that was the case, it would be fine. The fact that they last so much less is so fucking annoying. But if it means I can hear games properly while I'm streaming, then it's okay. It's also a case of it's easier to just hear the game and understand the game by having the noise directly in my ear while I'm talking a lot. Because I feel like, I don't know, it's a difference of way of hearing it. I feel like if I'm talking and I'm trying to listen to the speakers, I kind of talk over the speakers themselves and it's harder to hear. But if I'm talking and I've got the headphones in my ears, then it feels like the noise in my ears bypasses me talking over it entirely. Because it's like directly in my head. Oh god, loud. Loud. Loud noises. Loud noises. Anyways. A labyrinthine descent. I think that's our zone. We're nearly 5 hours into the first stream and we're about to enter this, the first zone. Oh dear god, today will be long. Here I was thinking that the first 3 streams would be shorter because they're like only like half a zone each. If the structure's like every other expansion. But nope. Alisei is excited to share your revelations. That's why I have Monster. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, I'll join you in a moment. Master Dekon will want his cups back. It's lemon flavors, nice. Yo, you get is that the Aussie lemonade? Are you having Aussie lemonade flavor? I thought I saw a blue. But I think I saw the... Yeah? So I feel like Aussie lemonade has a relatively weak lemon flavor. It has a lemon flavor, but I feel like it's relatively weak. The thing is, Aussie lemonade for me is like when I want like a carbonated drink that's got a little bit of flavor, but I don't want something that's that sweet. That's like for me what Aussie lemonade really fits the vibe of. Because something like a Coke or an Orange Crush are very sweet. Sometimes that's what I want. But if I want like a carbonated flavored drink that's not just like a flavored water, I find Aussie lemonade is good for just being like a little bit sweet, a little bit of flavor. A nice drink that's like, not too much if I don't want something too much. My loyal assistant returns. There is a lace gun on the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you've found something, haven't you? Where is Alice? I thought she was with you. I like how immediately Y'shtola is like taking Dom roll again and just being like, I'm gonna command you around. It's like coffee I smell. Did I miss the tea break? I do like if it wasn't caffeinated and like gigantic, I'd drink this all the time. Well, in Australia, you can buy Aussie lemonade as just normal lemonade. It's more common than country American style lemonade, yeah, by a significant margin. Like not as common as Coke, but not far behind it. Welcome back, Manifest. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. It is important to investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. There's a lot of gleaning going about right now. Gleaners are doing fucking everything. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. My hair's so terrible today. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. What a nice circle for us to stand on. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Manifest and Alice learned at the Last Stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Which makes sense. Otherwise, we probably would have heard about it at some point, considering most of you from Sharlayan. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such a pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. Which kind of implies that they do think the final days is happening and they're preparing for it. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service of the Forum's secret events. In which case, the next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Fine idea. What should we expect down there? Anything we better than permit another dusty book. What do we expect down there? I have no idea what, like... It's an artificial zone. I mean, so is Almiron, but in a different way. I would hate to spoil the surprise. Damn it, Kryle. Kryle's reading the message at the top of the stream. God damn it. As for myself, there are a few subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there. I'll show you where the entrance is. Bye, Graha. Did we go in here at all? We never went in the studium. The studium hasn't actually come up during this yet. The studium's over there, but we've not done anything with it. Whee! Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorientating. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alice and try not to fall behind. Oh, I'm the follower now. Alice sets off on a brisk walk. That is not... My literal RP walk is faster. My RP walk. What do you mean try to keep up? pleasant here amongst the trees. Alice, we really should move on. Yes, I agree. My RP walk is faster than yours. She has shorter legs. I mean, this is Alice. She leaps off of fucking buildings. She can walk faster than this. Now we run. Try to keep up. Okay. Alice. Alice, we crossed this bridge. Alice, you must learn to keep up with the Warrior of Light. Also, what do you mean the path's a bit disorientating? We're following a straight line. We're following a single road right now. Up here. The rostra. Not far now. There's lyrics here, but I can't understand them. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You didn't remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life so much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Ah, the forum's rostra connects directly to Labyrinthos too. Yeah, there's lyrics there, I just can't understand them. I don't know if they're meant to be not understandable or just with me talking, it's harder to understand it. Hard to tell if it's like a general, it is a singing, but you're not meant to understand it, or if these lyrics and I just can't understand it. You do? Tell me what, check all these, so you go on ahead. Hi, Chocobo Cave. Chocobo Cave, there we go. We're registered for Chocobo Porters. A thing will definitely do. Sharlayan! Welcome to Hall of Artifice. Should be looking to descend to Labyrinthos. The lift here will take you. Very fancy lifts. Very... They did crank up the echo to 200. I think it's meant to be understood. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. You didn't take a wrong turn to the rostra there, did you? I doubt the forum will take kindly to you barging into a private session. How did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go! We finally made it to the first zone. Oh dear God, it's gonna be a long one! Artificial sun down here.
Deep
Holy
beneath the scholar's
shit.
city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
What the fuck?
Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Labyrinthos. Holy fucking shit. What a fucking zone. My God.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Bro, this is the first zone of Endwalker. What the fuck are we in for? Bruh. Bruh. So do we have a day-night cycle here too? Like, does the sun turn down? Do they turn the panels a different color? Or are those panels just the ocean? Are those panels the ocean that's above us? No, because we're like directly under the ground, I would assume. Like under, like we're not like out in the ocean. We're like straightly under the ground. So I assume the panels have changed too.
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
Fucking Christ, Sharlayan.
The island is volcanic, you see. And once upon a time, this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
Oh, so they didn't dig it out. Okay. I getcha. They didn't dig out all of this. Okay. That makes it, like, slightly more understandable how they did this. Not by, like, the tiniest little bit, but not by much. But, okay.
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Yeah, that's just like Gleaner outfits.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today.
Why would working alone be like an important thing for them? Why would working alone be a rule they have to follow? They're collectors.
It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Just makes it sound cool.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Okay, thought process. Warrior of Light, Gleaner in a past life. It's why they're so good at finding shit during the story. You okay, Carl?
Did you call to me just now?
No?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
What did you hear? Spinning land just means your entire life is MMO fetch quest, probably.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
You know, the last time I had a friend who was talking about how they have constant headaches and how it was probably fine, it's because their soul was detaching from their body. But also, you're hearing stuff and you're the only other person with the echo in the group. So, like, is it something to do with that you're hearing? Or a brain tumor? Okay, never mind. I swear, like... Bro, what the fuck? I mean, also the music. Also the music. But, like, what the fuck is this zone? How is this our first zone that we've had added to this? What the hell? How is this the first zone of Endwalker? What are we in for? What the fuck? If they're starting here... Let's start tracking the game. If we are starting here, if we're starting, oh yeah, our first zone is a fucking giant underground artificial dome. What the fuck? What the fuck? Excuse me, are you a Gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Hello there, Miyandi. This is Aphora, this is Thamazine. I am so confused what I'm looking at. Okay, Laganthora. Oh, fresh face. That's a fresh sight. How may I help you, newcomer? Simply put, my job is to record and classify the Gleaner's acquisitions. But the work here is anything but simple. We collect all manner of items here in Labyrinthos. Ancient scriptures, artifacts, rare specimens, you name it, odds are we have it. And all that needs to be inspected. This is Upper Akrinthos, Labyrinthos' primary storage facility for materials, delivered via the lift. Here we identify and sort the deliveries before they're sent on to the Archeon, or another facility for safekeeping. You might Some say we're a service entrance for Labyrinthos. We have run into our second customs of the day. Let's go. Oh yeah, Fjumborg. I love Fjumborg. Looking forward to transporting all this, but I'm looking forward to a nice drink afterwards. Well, you're a Rogadan, so you know what? Rogadans are still Rogadans no matter where they are. Dobbin! You wanna know what I'm doing? Hauling books! And fauna. It ain't hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Haven't seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then with no warning, all this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. So they do have booze. By the way, weather changed. So yeah, straight up like the fake sky changes to simulate differences in weather. Of course, there it is, all there. Wheelbarrows. This is meant for Sharlayan Hamlet. Hello there. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? Where's Alice? Tiny little thing here as well. Official wheelbarrow stream. Oh, okay, well there's your Stola. We found the Stola. This is not a zone I was ready for in any fucking capacity. This is so far from anything I was expecting for a fucking Sharlayan zone. I wasn't even sure if we'd get a Sharlayan zone. I'm just like, it's a little island. Will it even have a zone or will it just be a city? It has a zone, alright. It has a fucking zone, alright. Oh my god. Daddy Astro, yeah. No, I'm not shirking my duties. I've been down here in an age and wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see over there, results obviously out of place. Seems to have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. Hello there, Steve. Let me think. Rare seed should be items 158, human seeds 159, Sorry 160, oh, they 161. Sorry, everyone's counting. Ah, my head feels like it's stuffed with mocker grass. Why am I more load to take out than carry in? Why all this at once and risk mixing it up? There's some mistakes the curving carrots with the gear button carrots. What then? Then they won't be able to complete their cooking recipe, clearly. Hello there, junk monger. What do you sell? Guess grains, shrimp balls, gold salmon, roe, and leech. Nonalato. Well, I'm Nonalato. On the other side is a gleaner, so I don't mind handing mini on shores. Experience is good experience. Any experience is good experience, right? I'll do whatever it takes so that one day they'll trust me with those veteran requests that take you all over the world. I see Val walking over there. Did you find an Alice? I'm gonna find an Alice. I did not see an Alice. Never mind. Where is an Alice? There she is. There she is. Hello there, Erinville. Hello. Oh my god. Bum boy! The bum boy! We found a bum boy. We found the bum boy. There we go. There are bum boys in Endwalker. You here to help or to give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Bum boy, we found the bum boys. Bum boys. Fair apart, Endwalker soundtrack is random aspects of the song, like how the song just has one singular hammer going clunk towards the end. Fascinating. But can we go back to what you were saying earlier? What instrument is this that's playing? What instrument is playing? What is making these sounds? What fucking, like, hodgepodge shit are they doing in the CPU3 offices of just banging things together to be like, yeah, that'll make that sound. I made this sound by getting a bowl of cup noodles and swirling around the noodles. And then we just, like, pitch shifted and sped it up a little bit. Bam. It's like, how the fuck did you work that out? Any luck, Manifest? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? Massive inventory operation is currently underway. There's large quantities going in and out, and people are causing accidents because they're overworked. It's too much work and not enough pay. Basically, what I'm getting mumblings of is that the Gleaners are about to unionize. So this grand operation began without warning. For every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. I think I know what it is, but I'm not sure how to explain it. Either destinations available. Because now we can go down here from that. Nice. Glorified rat catcher. Grab the peers, listen. Oh. We do want to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. With your game manifest, I have an idea. Nighttime! Oh my god, because this place has an artificial sun, this is the only place in the game that actually has like a gentle transition between day and night as opposed to one that takes place in half a second. Didn't one of the Gleaner very elaborate everything said true music boxes. Ah, hurdy-gurdy, got it. Oh, you have the backpack, Val. You have the Gleaner backpack. Nice. Did one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps you would help him capture said creatures. You might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I'll turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Is there any 8th roads nearby? Once we start... Wait, to the east. Oh, okay. We're at the north edge of the map. That makes sense. We're at the north edge. Okay. Had it the whole time. Oh, I gotta start doing fates as well. Not during the stream, it'll take forever, but yeah, we get to a zone. I gotta start doing fates for shared fates. Oh, that's the thing. Green outfit too, but dyed blue. Oh, nice. Everything blue. Oh, there you are. Hey, you're a Gleaner. Nice. Nice. I gotta say, I've been looking for an outfit for my Gatherer. Botanist and, everything like that. Gleaner might work well. I mean, it'd be an obvious one, but it might work well. Shared fates in this zone suck! There's always gotta be some zones that are worse than others. We're gonna get to ring 3 tonight? Sadly not. Bon Boy! Bon Boy returns. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your hearts, I'd welcome the assistance. Bon Boy, and everyone's immediately loving the Bon Boys. My name's Aaronville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these ancient marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other mammoth species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in their sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I'm not seeing any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that wouldn't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I feel weird this being in an MMO zone where I'm just gonna kill the wildlife. Everything's like collected down here for a reason. Like we're making a fucking like terrarium down here. I feel like just killing the wildlife because it's an MMO and they're like overworld mobs is not something I should do. Oh my god, there's a hunt train going through here at the time, Jesus. Also, it's the trees to the west. This part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Good, because that is where my, this thing is. See? 340 arms to the east. Can I see it? That is a giant-ass troll. First monster I see, troll. I'm not gonna be I'm gonna be so unfamiliar with how to go into a new expansion, and dealing with overworld mobs where I actually, like, can't like walk past them and be ignored because I'm over leveled compared to them. That's you to kill stuff off enough. It's probably fine. Right, I can also ride mounts. Hello there, troll. How are you? Why are you a giant puppy dog? Why have you got a giant puppy dog face? They're so cute. They do have a giant puppy dog face. I want to hear them bark, but I don't want to attack one of them and hurt them. Ooh, Ooh, Aetherite. So I'm so sorry. Right, I'm looking for marmots. I'm not looking. Aether current's gonna come later. Oh, you got the vinegar rune. I see. Oh, I see how it is. Oh, I see. I assume this will come up in the story at some point. What these are. Aether currents usually need story moments anyway. That is true. Grizzled mouse! Oh, shit. There's a coyote. Quick, murder the coyote. Moisture regulators. Oh, shit! Chirp, squeak! Murder the shit out of those animals. Which had the trauma, but I think it's a Wondrous Tales one. Barely if you read the second, the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. No! Get back here. Alright. Where have you gone? Where have you gone? Also, fight music is immediately nowhere near as dramatic as what Shadowbringers is. But Shadowbringers starts with incredibly intense, mount music, so there is that. This is a little more subdued. Hunting troll! That's a much smaller troll. What if troll was baby? I gotta hear it for a little bit longer. Squeak! Quick, shove it in the ancient Bosnian armor! You killed my child! No! Oh, wait! The road nimbly evades your grasp for once more disappearing into the trees. Little bitch. Oi! Come back here! Return to me! Come here! Ooh, that one has extra gemstones to it. It's gonna be up there. Endwalker battle theme is oddly whimsical. Just very much not the dramatic music that Shadowbringers has. Okay, these two feel like they're looking at a spot specifically. Oh, this is where it was! Oh. I thought it was way further out. Oh. Okay, well, I'm glad I went up. I thought like it was down the road. I thought it was like gonna be closer to the Aetherite. Well, I'm glad I came up here. I thought these two were standing over the edge just like watching it. Extra bicolors! Okay, where the fuck is this thing? I have not seen it yet. Where are you? Oi! I'm terrible at gleaning. I can't glean where this thing is. Here! Here! I like that I was calling out for a rat to show up and then Yunsa showed up. Hello! I wasn't calling to you. I hope you don't get the wrong impression. Okay, chat. I think I'm stuck. I don't think I can finish Endwalker. Are you like in the nerd capital of the world? It's so full of nerds! There's so many nerds here. Oh, it's behind the rock. I missed it. They have... I like that the nerd capital of the world has worked out the wonders of Macca's. Chirp! See, I should have shoved in the ancient Bosnian armor. It would have worked. Yeah! More prepared for its speed this time. You succeed in closing the sack of your elusive quarry. Okay, first, where's our next thing? Southeast, very far away. We're nowhere near it. Got it. Nerd capital is fun. I want to destroy Sharlayan, but it is fun. Endwalker vibes so far have been very good. It is such a different vibe for the beginning of an expansion compared to every prior expansion that I'm honestly not sure what to make of it. I like it, but it's so, like... We're starting in such a different way than I was expecting the expansion to start that I'm being thrown for a loop in terms of what the expansion's gonna be. despite the end of the world, the vibes are shockingly chill. There's nothing super dramatic that's happening immediately right now, and we've already had several moments of focusing on like little intimate moments between characters. It's so not what I'm used to for the beginning of an expansion in this game. Which again leans further credence to 5.5 feeling more like the real start of the expansion. And then this is like a calm moment after how dramatic that was. How did you fare? I tracked down the 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Gleaners actually outdo the wall at this. Sack holds the bomb wriggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. Holy shit. This is the first time that the Warrior of Light has been outclassed in terms of finding stuff. The Gleaners are better at this than I am. Oh my god, and I'm really good at it. Ah, there's the odd moment out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. So, now that I've helped you find some rats, what do you know about the end of the world? And how you're gathering a bunch of rats to the end of the world? Sack of rats, new currency for fate. Not only weirder than sacks of nuts still being the hunt currency in this expansion. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we're able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same official that us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the forum. Who else? Currency for hunts. That would make more sense. Oh, sacks of rats instead of sacks of nuts. Surprised we didn't get a new hunt currency in Dawn Trail, to be honest. I mean, that helps me. That means I can enter Dawn Trail with a shitload of hunt currency, which means that the moment that we arrive in the first city, in Dawn Trail, in Tyrol, it means I can immediately buy Neo Kingdom shit, which will be nice. Because I want a lot of Neo Kingdom gear. So, for me, it helps that I can start the expansion by getting some good glams, but you know. For me, it works out. I went into Shadowbringers and I wanted like 2 pieces of Deep Shadow gear, and I had to work my ass off doing as many like hunts in fucking like Kalusha and Lakeland as I possibly could every single day. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. You can eat it, and they fuck a lot. Can you get something that is very good as a food source? I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. It had its own, and then I think Heaven's and Stormblood are the same ones, yeah. And if people expect the Shadowbringers and Endwalker have their ones, then Dawn Trail plus 8.0 have a new one. Nope, and then Dawn Trail has the same one again. It might be a case of, like, they're aware. What a fuck the moment. They might be aware of how many expansions they have. So if 8, 9, and 10 all have the same hunt currency, and they're not sure if they'll go past 10. It might be that. It might be a long-term thing. I don't know if they would think that far ahead for currency for hunts of all things, but if the next 3 line up, then that's 8, 9, and 10. Game will have to stop getting expansions at some point. I don't think it's going to happen any soon. I don't think it's like Dawn Trail's like the second last expansion we have. But if we think about like doubling the amount of time, like if we go for another 10 years past the 10-year anniversary, that would take us to 10 because it's a slightly longer dev cycle now. So if we go 10 years past the 10-year anniversary, that would take us to 10.0. All patches for it. There you are, Minifist. Is this the Gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? What are you up to? Interesting company you keep, friends. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Kryl, the students of Bardessian. The others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? You seem much more reasonable so far compared to most people we've met in the city. Anyway, duty calls. Other animals captured and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. See ya. Bye, Bon Boy. I gotta ask. I do have to ask one thing, though. Before the lighting engine updated, how fucked did his skin... Like, how bad did his skin look? Like, I remember seeing, like, characters with just dark skin. Like, before the graphics update with the lighting, and it wasn't great. Arenville's skin is significantly darker than most other characters that we've come across in the MSQ. I imagine the lighting before the graphics update was rough there. I imagine his skin did not look like skin. His skin is significantly darker than most other characters that we've seen in the game. I feel like that may have been one of the things that it's just like, oh, Endwalker literally starts with like showing off how bad the lighting is for any character who has skin darker than porcelain white. So, it's like a solid blob sometimes. Did you learn anything new from your friends there? So we confirm that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. They're collectors. I usually imagine they don't worry about what the purpose or, like, the reasoning for overall things are. They're told to work alone, and they're told to gather a lot of shit. Like, they gather whatever for whatever. They do this, like, Sharlayan has so many uses for so many things, and it's just, like, trying to keep a track of, like, the reasons why. It'd be like, who cares? I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered where the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners get abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I'm inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. They sent all the world to gather ingredients to cram into their fish bread. Oh no. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophorioi's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely. But let us not leap to conclusions just yet. Is this the first time Manifest ever seen a Malviera from in-universe perspective, I meant? I'm pretty sure it's the first one that comes up in the story. Like, we've not done anything that advances past it. Because even when you go to where there would be female Viera, pardon me, such as in Raktika or Evilis, the whole lore of Malviera is that they fucking run away. Sage guy? True. But I don't know. But I also don't, like, Sage is one of the jobs that I am uncertain of whether it's canon for Manifest. Honestly, it's the two Endwalker jobs I'm unsure for Manifest. I'm unsure for Manifest whether Reaper and Sage are canon. Those two specifically, I don't know if those are. Sage because of access to Sage, and Reaper because I don't think Manifest would be willing to give herself over to the arts of Reaper in the gaining of more power, because trying to gain more power is not a thing for Manifest, and like risking like your life for that is not something I imagine she'd agree to. And Sage is more so just a case of when would she have learned Sage? Like all the other jobs seem to have reasons that they've come to Eorzea, whereas Sage's one is way flimsier of just like, I'm on the lookout for a guy. It seems way flimsier a reason of like why Sage quests are happening. So it's more so, I'm uncertain if those two are canon for Manifest. I'm leaping, look at me leap, jumping like crazy. Are you doing a leap of faith? Are you doing Sylph Step? Seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. Oh, conclusions, that's what we're leaping at. Is Malviera and Shadowbringer's yellow, but you never get to see him? Yeah, they're just mentions. Yeah, I guess we don't get to see him. I mean, I haven't done all the yellows. Deck, if you have a list of any yellows that you think are important pre-Endwalker, let me know, because I want to, like, actually finish them all. I'm sick of running around maps and having a bunch of yellow quests that show up, and I just want to do them all. I just want to get them all out of the way so I never have to worry about them again. But I know there's still somewhere saving. We tried to knock out as many as we could in a particular Shadowbringer stream, and then the ones that we did ended up taking significantly longer. So we didn't have time to get around to even all the ones I wrote down. Which was just all the ones that have pictures. Because we gotta have any number of trains about Vieira and Rectica. That is true. I mean, also, like, isn't there a thing about, like, how, like, Vieira don't have a biological sex when they're younger or something? Isn't there something about that? Like, Vieiras don't develop biological sex until they're older? Isn't there something about Vieira where that happens? We conduct a wider investigation of labyrinths. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Kyle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Can y'all, like, stop this? It's annoying when everyone keeps being like, no, I'm totally fine, don't worry about me, when people need to be worried about. Yeah, when that came out, it threw Averil's whole backstory into disarray. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. They have a sex, there's not any sexual dimorphism until puberty or something. Oh, I thought it was I thought it was like certain types of fish, where it's like they where like their biological sex ends up getting determined by like the needs of what's around them. I thought that's what it was. Okay, never mind. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We followed the Master E through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse. Well, Marmot was it? Anyway, just the trolls you need to watch out for. This is in Vieira are amphibians. Well, what I heard I thought was that. But no, they just don't have sexually distinct traits until they're older. Does that mean they don't have genitals until they're older too? Or are genitals not a sexually dimorphic trait for Vieiras? Where that's just like anything goes and whatever happens, happens. And it's not like set. I mean, that's true with humans because intersex, but like more broadly. Or clownfishes. See, there we go. Rabbits are clownfishes. That's what I've learned from today's episode. Rabbits are the same as clownfishes. We've all learned very important things today. When can I buy riding maps? I have a bike and it's faster, but I don't know. I feel like riding a bike around feels weird for like final thing vibes. Now, boys! More things that we saw on the first. We saw those on the first. I just remember them from no, sorry, I'm thinking of Hinterlands. Never mind, I'm getting completely confused. I'm thinking of Trony and Hinterlands. You do 6 fates and then you can buy it from the village next year. 6 fates? I forgot they were a bi-color gem thing. Earlier expansions, they're a hump thing. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Well, you saw cotton mist on your way here. The sprayers keep the air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. That's what the things are. They are humidifiers. Breaking out a cold one and chilling with the bros. This is the first material archive in Sharlayan. I should love to explore the treasures shelf by shelf, but I feel we have little time for such indulgences. Behold the Archeon. As Numenor serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains the physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. You could almost say that the arc concept of trying to have, like, all the animals extends to the knowledge as well. Well, I would assume that, but a lot of FF14 fanfic or authors give that horror hemi beans. Deeper into the maze. Ah, neck crack, nice. Ow. We won't let anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Chocobo Capes! Chocobo Capes. There we go. Well, we got a lot of yellows are already appearing, including everyone's favorite character, Borg Chin. Her chin is so fucking Borg, you don't even know. Anyway, Aetherites! A more normal looking Aetherite. They only saved the big fancy one for the for upstairs. Only a normal ass looking one here. Gemstones! Gemstones. Oh my god, frogs. Frog familiars, let's go. People are buying a lot of dye today, I love it. Phase bros! Nothing phases this bro. In the market, something on the rarer side. Got all villages worth a surplus from the Archeon, some which could even be yours for some bicolor gemstones. Ayy. Deliver fates and things advance. Currently, I can buy Yak Outchuck. Oh, I can buy some sap. Phase clan, bro. No! No! Oh, no. Alright, here we have another building. More triple triad. Yo! Okay, I love this. I love this as a concept. Oh, we have giant support structure pillars to hold everything up, but also pull out the walls of the support structures. Oh, they are their own little library shelves. That looks adorable. Oh, that looks cool. I love that. I love that. Find ways to shove as many books into as many places as fucking possible. Hell yeah, let's go. Itchy back of the neck. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to Shinto Valdesian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Why don't we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. We're just coming in after our restructuring operation is concluded. By the time it'll be too late. And we're so close to getting answers. No, we're not. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? We're being cocked-blocked by knowledge. For our knowledge at every turn. Students about Decian. Ah, Rumpf! Yeah, this should have got an elevator, and I assume that's what takes us to the big middle thing that we can, like, see as a giant disc. The Forum must beware of exposure. Indeed, it so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're gonna close our facilities, then they ought to announce it. Students must be furious. There's not many of them. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. The upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. What's up, Averils? She ava on my rill till I armor. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I shall like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Jumping down. Got it. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Time to help out the locals! Does anyone need a big, strong femro to lift shit? This Femora can lift so much shit. She's so good at lifting shit. She even lifts, bro. Hello there, bone-weary worker. What's that? Take you on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. Been up and down all day and only have now have I finally spent a spare moment to rest. I see a gleaner fellow heading out through the gate, though, shouldering a large pack. Engage in some manner of task. Maybe he'll head down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Going out that way. Alright. Does anyone need it? We lift shit. We lift shit. Help me lift shit. There's a billionaire out there named Alno. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Then this backwards gets heavy. Wish I was farming. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon. Even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But I was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. They actually moved it! That actually kind of got me. I wasn't expecting it to actually move. Odd a little squeal, don't you think? Anyways, I will have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. I was not expecting this to move at all. As we thought it might have escaped from one of the research laboratories, when we reported our find to the studium, they were just as dumbfounded as we were. Truly is a new species. We could have our names appear in the Gazette. Smell! We're gonna open it up and it's gonna be like a Moogle or something. Just no one here is pure of heart enough to be spotting Moogle. Visible wall on this side. Boo! I assume that's like what you're trying to... I was looking around on the map and I was like, I bet I could jump down. But I don't think I can jump down. Ah, why does this part of my face feel weird? Like this, like just here, feels really dry. It's like, you know, like, yeah. What? I didn't say anything. So I know I checked this like a couple seconds ago. You know when you check the time, and then you're just like, fuck, I just checked the time and I've already forgotten what it is? That's me, but checking the Aether Compass for Aetheroids. Aaronvale, welcome back! Hey, buddy! Hey bestie. Hey, bestie, do you need some help again? Bestie, I want to help you again, and I'm totally not doing it to ask you for more favors. Bestie! 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 Gosh, artifact gear, it's so nice. Quiet, frighten it away. The Lima Scabra? So, are you trying to catch that thing? Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud cannon I need to capture is close. Very close. Bestie, I want to help you. We're besties now, by the way. Wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, it cries a distinctive caw! Single it out and shoot it with his sleeping darts. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Okay, time to shoot everything that isn't that. Alright, time to shoot everything else. Where's the shoe bill? We're asked to get a hornbill. Let's do the shoe bill. Where's the shoe bill? Aww, Aaron Bill's not on screen. I can't aim at him. Cuckoo. Take a quick shower so I miss as little as I can. Alright, we must zoom in. Jeff's having wants to ask, I've done all 6 fates. Why is there nothing good in here? You do all of them so you can get the triple triad card, that's why. Whack, whack. 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 Cuckoo. Boink! You've sedated the wrong bird. Oh! Okay, I wasn't expecting it to be like, failed! Okay. Okay. Unlike most instances, there is no unique anything that happens. There is just a right and a wrong. Okay. Okay, whack whack. Caw-caw. Coo-coo. Caw-caw. Boink! Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. There's no card. Okay, then I have no idea why. for the Orchestrion, for the Minion. There's gotta be at least one of those, right? The furniture, I guess. Someone's sending me a tell in the middle of a cutscene. Ba 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 ba.
A fair shot.
No. I was. I was. I was taken aback. No, you're fine. I wasn't expecting someone to send me a tell, and I'm just like, no, because my wonder was like, is someone? I wasn't like annoyed that someone was sending me a tell in the middle of a cutscene. I was more so not able to tell. It's like, is that someone sending me a tell, or is that my phone going off? Because the tell notification in this is the my notification on my phone. I wasn't annoyed. Sorry, I may have come across like that. No, I wasn't annoyed. I was just confused what was actually making the sound. And I also am just surprised. I didn't expect Aaron to have voice acting. Okay.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
Oh, right. Vieira's Icelandic. I forgot. I also forgot that Vieira's Icelandic. That is also a detail, isn't it?
There you are. Any new revelations?
Yeah, it turns out the bomb boy has a voice actor. What? Don't worry about it. I shot a bird. I'm helping Arenville again. Bjork core.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Where else are they taking them? Here's the real question. If they're already in the terrarium, where are they taking them that isn't the terrarium?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties.
So you're like taking this back home?
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
He's also really pretty. This is it's a bum boy, it's cheating. It's bum boy, it's cheating, but he's also very pretty. The voice helps. Voice also obviously helps. What does below mean in this context?
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum.
Restricted section?
The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
Sharlayan seems very, very, very secretive for a place that's about knowledge.
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Did we forget about the Astrologian Underground Torture Dungeons? Yeah, they are a thing. I don't think I like Sharlayan. Okay, so the stuff down here is so secretive. Sharlayan's Area 51 is so secretive that if you work on the aliens that they've got down there and all the probing and shit that they do, you're not allowed to go anywhere else in case you tell people about it. Okay. Okay.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
What is happening in this city? Bruh. What's going on?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation.
Aaronville, I need you to be slightly more curious about the world around you. This is weird. I know your job is grab shit and put it in one place, take it from one place and put it in another. I know that's your job, but like, surely this is a little weird, right?
But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Can't afford to be picky in this economy. Look, you found the job on Craigslist, right? Mericidia mentions. So, his mentioning, right? Camera glitches. His mentioning of, oh, what we're being gathered makes sense that we're migrating somewhere. Kind of leads credence into my arc theory. In terms of what they're gathering, he thinks it's, oh, this would be for setting up a new, like a new living space somewhere. Where, in actuality, it's to migrate somewhere once, you know, the world is dying. And this is like, well, we're taking another Yumcraft boat.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance.
That's the thing about the marmots, yeah. Catch marmots that fuck hard and are tasty.
They're comparatively hardy species, too. Able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Okay, so never mind. Aaronville is a lot more curious than I thought. Than I gave him credit for. He's not, like, questioning if there's any evil motives behind this, but he has been thinking about it. The stuff that he's been asked to collect, he has been thinking about it. He has actually come up with an idea based on, like, reasonable sound knowledge based on what he's been gathering. He is actually wondering. He's just not suspecting, but is it evil? That's the part that he's not wondering about.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the forum's plans.
Would you say that you can't fully glean what their plans are?
Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
It's okay. Oh, can you help us in the elevator?
Perhaps you might reward us after a
There
fashion.
it is, yeah. Right, sorry, I had a question to ask.
That we reach the lower levels.
Sorry, I was asking a question. Can we take the lift with you? You totally need all of us to carry the bird. That's why.
And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I feel like we're not being very subtle about this. We're going to be asked to go down, and that guy who's like, students about Desi and ha, Rumpf, is going to be mad at us.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
Can you pretend that I'm an animal? Crawl in a crate.
I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
Why is this so hard?
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Never mind, Aaronville's a fucking bro. Never mind, this guy rules. Let's just jump down. What was I saying? Never mind, this guy's just like, people here are stuffy nerds. And they're not gonna let you take the elevator down, just go fucking rock climbing. Are you allowed down there? No, but like, if you want to go rock climbing, I'm not gonna fucking stop you. Never mind, this guy rules.
This path leads to the 33rd facet. A mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
Expedition 33.
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Based on the number, I'm worried if we go into that cave, it's going to be incredibly French, so we've got to be on our guard.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Yo! Thanks, bro.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
I'm an adventurer. I'll be fine. Thanks, buddy.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
I do appreciate how much he was willing to help us. It's just like, hey, so we're trying to, like, work out what the forum's trying to do. We're not told what the forum's gonna do. Can you, like, give us information about that? Oh, yeah, sure. Like, I'll give you what I know. Okay, well, we're not allowed down there. Can you help us get down there? Yeah, sure. That plan won't work, but let's try this one. Like, he's just, like... Compared to everyone else we've met in this city, my guy is shockingly chill. I love it. Unless he's about to report us to management just being like, some people are up to some weird shit. But I trust Aaronville. He won't betray us. He's too much of a bro to do that. It's half expecting a pop-up set, like with Dungeon Unlocked. Famous last words. Ah, there's the tell. There we go. Labyrinthos warning sign. This is literally the only thing besides Orchestrions in the writing map. Orchestra on there. When's Aaronville getting his welcome to Bangkok moment? I don't know what that would reference. While there are many similarly designed placards, this particular example reads, trespassers will be given a stern talking to. One time Bjork beat up a reporter. Oh, right. Icelandic. Right. Right, that's where we're going with this. I thought I saw a blue appear here, but I did not. No blues here yet. Incident files. Seeds of chaos. Oh no. Tiny little Samanthas. No blues yet. No blues. I was looking around because it's just like, because there'll also be blues that we want to do while we're here. Well, possibly. Blues that we want to do while we're here for Aether Currents. But nothing yet. Nothing yet. So far, the beginning section has always been like the first area of a, like, the first half of a zone, so you don't do anywhere near as many because you only gotta do half of them. Little help? These seedlings must be exterminated. You'll be fine. I like your coat. I like your coat. I feel like it, though, I do recognize it. I wanted to list women named Samantha, but I realized I do not know any Samanthas. I know the one from the Sex and the City, the woman who, like, pulls out her tits every couple episodes. I know that woman. That's about it. I don't know of any other Samanthas. Oh, okay. This is a separate cave. Sorry, this is a separate cave over here. Which goes somewhere. Troglophile deep. I'm assuming there's not going to be an Aether Current in here. No, okay. This feels like a big Fate spawn. This feels like a Fate spawn area. Yeah, I'm going to show that's what this is. Fate spawn area, or some like some of the areas in Amara where you just go down for like a gathering spot. Well, I guess that's not Amara, that's the Tempest as a whole. Tempest has a lot of areas that is really out of the way and only exist to gather shit. Weirdly enough, absolutely no Fates in there at all. It's literally talking. I feel it would be a boss fight Fate for like a Troglophile. In either of the caves, actually. I mean, this one I get because it's like a story thing, but it's talking about Troglophiles. The medial circuit which Aaronville mentioned is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lower level of Labyrinthos with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle there quite freely. Let us see what we might find. I took a quick peek inside. It's awfully dark in there. Well, fortunately, all you need to do to light it up is have a Warrior of Light walk through. Well, I'm not glowing with light underneath it right now, so I don't know how well that would work. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Aaronville knew of it, and that you were able to persuade him to share. He was impressed by my abilities to shoot birds and capture rats, even though he caught more rats than I did. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Man-made though it may be, the shaft was designed to resemble a natural cave system. Heed Anvil's warning and do step carefully. Don't take fall damage and die. The medial circuit. Alistair seems eager to get underway. More like underground. World bosses are in other zones. I'm not expecting like a world boss in there, but just like our boss fight in some capacity. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other when it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. How dangerous is this tunnel going to be exactly? We've been given a lot of warnings about this cave. Alright, 33rd facet, I'm just going to run my bird through it. We're going to fly it through it, hell yeah. How far away am I? Very close. We're very close to another one. Mushroom men are here! Mithril caps, there we go. Alright, directly south. We'll go down that way and then there's more stuff. This looks like a normal cave. It seems fine. It seems fine. This is a big open cave. It's not like you can go plummeting down or anything. It's a normal cave. Yeah, I definitely prefer the Shadowbringers fight music. There's mushrooms in here, such danger. Which pathway has the Aether? Is my question. There it is, see? The other path is the MSQ and this has this. Like, there's no way you can fall, it's just a cave. Like, when we were going down the Tempest and we were working our way down the stuff, there was, like, actual things that you could fall off. There was things that you could, there was big gaps, like, oh shit, you could fall there and die. Very far away. But more southwest again. Be like, down here somewhere. If you let it play long enough, it becomes whimsical. Yeah, just a bit plain. That's the thing. It feels very plain. It feels very ordinary. Like for the time that I'm hearing it so far. Like Shadowbringers at least starts with like a cool riff going. The Shadowbringers one starts very quickly of being like, hell yeah. Where this one just kind of feels a bit basic to start with. Primals and spawns. Like, it's not that it's bad, it just sounds very, like, standard fight music I'd expect from an MMO. Oh, like from an RPG, I mean. Yeah. Like, it feels just like very typical RPG fight music. This doesn't, it's very much not standing out. Type of thing where, like, if I heard it outside, like, if I heard it enough playing the thing and then someone played that track on its own, isolated, I probably wouldn't be able to pick that it's from, like, oh, Endwalker fight music. Whereas if you played Shadowbringers one, I definitely could. That mine shaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder? I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? Manifest! Did you know Crow almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. I was being careful, I swear. Slope was steeper than I had thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured if you don't count my pride. Okay, I can understand for a Lala that, like, it takes, like, a lot less for them to, like something that's a step down for me is a jump down for them. I can understand that for a Lala might be a bit harder. Everyone seems to always made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Randall's assumption holds true that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. My memories of this place are a touch hazy, but if we get into the path heading north, we should eventually arrive at a farm of some kind. Trying to style the level 90 red mage code. I'm not familiar with the codes at level 90. I can think of the level 100. Hammer bonk, why am I being bonked with the hammer? Why am I being bonked with the hammer? Hello. It's a pile of leaves. It's a sentient pile of leaves. Are the Fae involved? I don't know. Did they count as sentient? I don't actually know. I don't know if the Leafmen of Vilme count as sentient. They tried forever, but I don't know if they count as sentient. Oh, the hammer bonk was in the song? I missed it. Can I go in the building? Yeah! Logisticon Alpha! I've got something to deliver to a chap in Aporia, but they won't let me, through. It's incredibly delicate, so I really had to hand it over. Atrophy Bliard. I like most of this. The right shoulder pad is too big. And also just other red mage shotguns I think are better. It's nice, but I just think there's a lot better options. But again, that's also like personal preference. The fucking level 100 one's made for Manifest instead. Pilfadalpha! My colleague was meant to accompany me to conduct some field work. He still hasn't shown up. Honestly, what could be keeping him? Okay, way to the south, so I'm looking at that from here. Hi there, Dronildon. Not to presume much, but you've the air of an outsider about you. You need to, if you're indeed new to the area, then I'll be more than happy to answer burning questions you might have. I'm a Skyweaver. Now, I know what you're thinking. Surely you mean Skywatcher. But rest assured, I did not misspeak. As you may have guessed, I do not watch the sky, but weave it. Wayne Labyrinth is not subject to the natural world's tempestuous vagaries. Instead, we are subject to mine. So, should I keep things sunny, do not cross me. You're all stuck to my contemptuous vagaries. Here we have Logisticon Alpha, facility designed for explicit purpose of controlling both air currents and the environment's moisture content, thus allowing us to manipulate the weather itself. By releasing vapor from our underground waterways, we are able to form all manner of cloud, including those capable of producing precipitation. Air currents, meanwhile, are caused by our large fan-like device located at the top of the facility. Specimens and materials again, though, are of paramount importance, and it's critical we maintain an environment that supports their survival and longevity. Furthermore, the structure serves as the gateway into the central circuit, where our most highly classified research is done. Access to that area is restricted only to those who have obtained express permission from the forum. Can I go in? Can I go in? Hi there, I'd like to be allowed into the super secret, but thing. Aww, Burr! 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 I'm saying Booerns. I am the Booernza. Did you catch the hammer bonk? No. No. Why are there piles of leaves as enemies here? I got popcorn. I'm being hammer bonked, apparently. That's my understanding of what's happening today. Genimars. Corpicores! Oh my god, it's also the onion things. Oh my god, look! The Mandragoras, look at them! Look, all the variants are actually here, holy shit. All the variants actually exist. Yo, it's the cunt sword. Cunt sword! This is not the cunt sword, never mind. I thought this was the cunt sword. This is not the cunt sword. It's cunty, but it's not the cunt sword. giant egg and big like dragon thing going into the rapier. That is cool. Giant rapier into it is nice. I'm alive again. Sup, Deku? Pussy Sword's level 100. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the level 100 one. It's just that what that outfit is called Roseblood, so I thought Wild Rose would be that. I feel like Wild Rose should be the canonical weapon of the Warrior of Light, considering how often that is like a dialogue option you can say. Garlics! All these enemies are rare in every other situation, and here you just find a shitload of them. Alright, densitation! My face feels dry. Ugh. Why does my face feel dry? I like how you can see how humid it... The grapes! The grapes! The world's famous grapes! Because they're the focus of the start of the cutscene. Aha! Now I know where we are. This is Meriol Agronomics. Agronomics. Isn't Meriol like the name of one of the blades in like fucking Bosnia? Isn't like the last survivor of Gunhilda's blades outside of you, Meriol? I swear her name is Meriol. Rip triangular grapes you was dealing miss? No, they got updated. Aww. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name on the list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Apparently no one knows, but sure. So you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Oh, the neck and also the crab. Hello there, Deloise! Wahoo! The gourds we grow here are something of an agricultural wonder. We've crossbred varieties from all around. We create pumpkins that are sweet, sizable, and rich in nutrients. Carl! A field's full of ripe vegetables being left to rot on the vine. Not a single picker hard at work. Clearly procuring readily available fresh food is not the forum's priority. No more fertilizer. Oh shit. Bonus fate. Wait, you don't bonus fates? Is these ones here? You don't fate someone. Too many people to talk to everyone. I'm yawning a lot. Oh, I'm not allowed in. Jepke! Oh, hello there! We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? I walked? You just walked down here. Can't you just walk down here? The muck shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. But I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grounds of reorganization, I shouldn't we be shuffling around old stuff to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds I've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Yawns. Alpiner! So you spent years researching these high-yield cultivation techniques. Overwhelmed Labourer. Hello there. So I've had to be taken down below, more than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off by the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence a stack of crates atop that hill over there. God, it's all on that little episode was a job and a half. Right, back to it then. What the don't you think I'll take some fresh fruit to last end and have them whip me up a dessert? I apologize for the yawning. Tired spell has hit me. Probably because right now is when the energy drinks are wearing off. Probably more than that than anything. I took a moment to survey the surrounding area. There are several other facilities nearby we can investigate if we fail to learn auto value here. Did I run into Alice yet? Alice. Where did you, Alice, say you were going? I don't see her. I do not see Ali of the Sai. There she is. I think I missed her over here. Alice! I'm told this cart holds the harvestment for the lettuce here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Sorry. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one's a variety of grape. They grow in these weird triangle shapes. I only need a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular calm, the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modelled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which then transition to a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed to Locus Aemonus. Ah, that's Corvus. Forums are not a surprise, however, but every researcher's ideal environment. One whose climates we strive to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Okay. I'd say Graha would feel at home down here, but I don't think he really remembers it. So probably not at home. Okay, so our closest is still way the fuck down here, aka we're not near anything else. Exactly why I thought Dontra was gonna be Corvus. They name drop it a lot. Such a fascinating zone that we have. Such a fascinating zone, this. Just like the amount of buildings there are. Probably more home above ground. Like, is this... Like, this place feels like what the Hinterlands would have felt like if it wasn't abandoned as a zone. You know? Like, you go through a lot of Dravanian hinterlands, and it's like, oh, this would have been, like, its own massive settlement kind of thing. But it's been abandoned, and now it no longer exists, and it doesn't even have any Aetherites left, which is really annoying. That's, like, what I get vibes from here. It feels less like a big, open, normal zone, and more like a giant city. Like, it's obviously a big zone in terms of, like, how, like, mechanically it works and everything, and obviously giant fields of enemies. But there's so many very big, huge, important buildings here. It's just such a wildly different vibe. So what is glitter on my crate? Label on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. Lose while you're stomping on the flowers. Glowing flowers. Silent princess.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
I was like, who the fuck is talking? It's just a random person. Flowers attuned to emotion.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders.
That's what I was thinking, is like the voice actor sounds familiar and I'm just like, who is this? I can't work it out. But yeah. Like I thought the voice sounded familiar and I'm just like, who is it? But it's a random botanist. Interesting that we have a flower that responds to emotion.
Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair.
How do they do that? Like, by what mechanism do the flowers do that? Like, that seems...
Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle.
Okay, so me wondering how the fuck the flowers actually, like, resonate with emotion is explicitly the plot point. Okay. I was about to say, it's just like, I don't know of anything about how Aether works in this. Like, Aether, like, emotions can be Aether. Like, we literally have a fucking Embosia, crystallized raw emotion, as, like, a thing. And I'm just like, is that, like the flowers pick up on the Aether of emotions? Very confused.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Interesting flower?
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
There's no consistency on what the fuck it's called or anything like that.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
So what names do you call it that, like, you know it by that aren't Heartbloom? Hey everyone! I found a pretty flower. Mood ring flower.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Pretty flower! Sharlayan calls it the Archon flower, demonstrating the proficiency in naming. Yawns constantly. There's a pretty flower that responds to emotion. I don't know if that has anything to do with what we're looking at, but...
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
I have no, like, that... They're making a big deal about how a flower responds to emotions here. It's like... Interesting.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
I'm learning funny, cool things, Alice. Calm down. I'm intrigued.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production...
Me trying to constantly fix my hair means I constantly touch my face, which means I'm making my face go red.
Unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
They need a lot of food. Might be migrating. Who fucking knows? Might be building an ark to survive final days, so they have stuff to do afterwards. Which is my current leading theory. Just because it would make sense, because it would, like, tie into, oh, that's how, like, the city was founded with young Crypt. So they're, like, looking to those who walked before, etc., etc., etc. You know where I'm going with this.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Well, one of them's your dad. I could threaten to fuck his wife if he doesn't tell us. Minifus, why do you seem so intent on trying to sleep with our mother? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I was running around Labyrinthos with Pentameld and Exarchic gear. It's not even like best at stuff for crafted gear for Shadowbringers, I'm pretty sure. The best like better like there's Basset gear, that's better. Forshal's bug collection demands superb realism. Door opening or a thunderbolt? That was very loud. And booming.
Isn't that the entrance to the arcade?
Pretty sure Fasten's stronger. Ugh, sorry. Sorry. Tired spills is hitting. That just happens. Yo, is it Bestie? Yo, it's Bestie. Let's go harass him again.
Look,
let's go.
I think that's Erenville.
Let's go harass Bestie again. Yeah, constant harassing of Bestie.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Let's go harass our Bestie again. Yeah.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
Manual laborer. Yet again. Oh, sorry, we're gonna bother his boss. Sorry, we're bothering his boss.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
I have a giant exploding sword with me. That's what I think of the risks.
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice.
Yay! X6 better than Facet? Oh, well, there you go. I've always just gone by whatever appears first on the marker board and you scroll down the list, and it's usually Facet. So I'm just going with that. Yo! We're gonna make sure that the manual laborer doesn't get in trouble for us trying to do crimes. Yay!
If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Yay! How about the trained ninja does it? I mean, we don't have Thancred with us, but like, I have every job level 100. Come on, let me do it.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
Just bitch slap him. Or, not, you can't do it, but I can threaten to fuck his wife. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. She'll appears to be blind, so they won't think she can hear them anyway. That is how people think blindness works. That is how people think blindness works. People do constantly think that Hannibal can't hear them because he's blind, and they try to speak up, and it's just like, I'm blind, I can't see. So there is that.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need
ask for
every crumb of
forgiveness, not
information we can
permission.
get our hands
Exactly.
on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well.
Who's Hannibal?
In fact, we should all...
How dare. Bestie. My, like, IRL bestie. We should all... Oh. Kral's looking at flowers. Kral is drawn to the flowers.
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
Kral, you okay?
I'm glad you agree.
Literally never heard of this person somehow in ever. Bro, Hannibal shows up in chat. Hannibal talks in Twitch chat. Hannibal's the one I go to concerts with all the time. Apparently, am I making... So if I find a flower that glowed in the dark, I'd also be staring at it.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
We're gonna get him sacked. I'm gonna get him in trouble. Start back to staring at the flower.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Back to staring at the flower. Can Kryl hear Heidelin because we're like further down and closer to the ethereal sea? Just watering the heart blooms. Hell yeah. And yeah, she is mad based on say to my poultry things like you've literally seen this person in chat before. What do you go to my earbuds connect from the from inside the case again? I can't answer that. Someone else can. Maybe. Feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been. What other choice do we have? Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. Oh shit, I meant supposed to Kryl. Is Kryl still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Did you see which way Erenville went? Well, he came out of that door and there's a giant pathway. So probably the giant pathway. Still no blues. To the present, people can consistently remember recurring dates. Oh my god. They somehow got a Rathalos down here too. Damn, Sharlayan impressive. The full report, warts and all. Everyone was headed westwards along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Everyone's going for a mad sprint. Oh, well, I'm just gonna jump down. They did the grinds. Gleaners are built different. I did the grind for my Rathalos and my AFC. All of us had to do 50 full runs. No, the drop never once happened. Not a single person got the drop, and it was very sad. So I played Dark Souls before. I have to go back here to unlock the shortcut. Originally, just come here and check for something for my research. Every time I open up a tome, my curiosity is piqued and I end up staying for far too long. Aw, boo. Boo. And urns. Rathalos Farm is the worst thing ever. It's not the worst thing in the world, I don't think. But it is rough. It is rough. The drop rate seems absurdly low. It's amazing how little of Labyrinthos we've actually seen. Are Endwalker zones built different and they're way bigger? Because I feel like we've been around a fair bit of this place. And it's like, I understand we definitely haven't been around like in all of the zone, but like, it looks like we've been like less than a third. They seem built different. I can still hear it. Fallen too far behind. This damn mist won't help matters. Yeah, I do appreciate how much you can say that it's like a very humid place in here because of all the mist. Seems Justolo wishes to have a word with us. Are you angry that we lost him? Booze. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, the colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agents, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance, as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Only Graha and his vanish spell were here. I can turn invisible! I'm a trained ninja. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads! Any amount of warning! Any amount of warning! Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it'll wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. Oh god, we're gonna be on time with this. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'll be likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You changed into a turd! You must remain transfigured in order to progressive quest objectives. You will return to your transfigured state if you move too far away. Look to your map for Transfiguration's area of effect. Swing your shoulder to restore or prolong the Transfiguration. Krago, look at the flowers again. Look at the pretty flowers. What if we get eaten, Yashola? What if we get eaten? Yo, I saw a wardrobe. Sansa, should we cast a spell? Transformation should last long enough to allow you to spy upon Erenville. What if we get eaten? Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order for progressive quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions by entering a different area or speaking with them or doing different options. If your companions join you again, return and speak with them in the original location. Yo. Yeah. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad. That's them there now, they just skipped them again. Oh, there we go. We've enjoyed being a toad for a little while, but only with a change of pace. Be sure it's right. I'm preoccupied with other matters. Toads, let's go! Let's go, fellow toad. Let's go, Coda Cat. Yeah! Toad Squad! Yeah! 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 Alright, I'm following you, buddy. Are you going straight to the objectives? Oh shit, giant toads! Can we sprint as Toad? I cannot sprint as Toad. I appreciate we just found someone doing this alongside us. Yeah! Yeah! Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit! Yee! Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alright, ribbits. We ribbit. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. I'll tell you face it all. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad attempts to pale and shakes his head, but you nevertheless understand he's telling you this is the wrong way. I thought we were crossing the bridge. And let's tell the star came to an end when the warrior light transfigured toad was eaten by a larger toad. That day there was a veritable river of toads. That would be amazing. Okay, where are we actually going? Yeah, we're going across here still. Yeah, let's go. Sorry, I got away from my friends. Where are you going? Are you trying to shake me loose? You can't lose me that easily, Toad. Toad cat, you can't lose me that easily. I'm catching up to you. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Plagues in Egypt in the Old Testament. Where can we equip an enfeebling ring? Can we equip an enfeebling ring anywhere? To like turn into this I will. You know the bars hate to see the squad roll up like this.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
So Anvil's very good at his job, which makes sense based on what he was doing before. He caught more random creatures than the Warrior of Light, who is always praised for how good they are at this shit. I think it's busy with Toadery. Hello, fellow toads. We need you to kill this man.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, The Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands.
Unionize! Unionize! Unionize!
We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
Something about kill Leveva? Yo, we got the, well, I mean, I imagine Erenville already had it, but us questioning everything about what the fuck is going on has made Erenville go, actually, that's a good point. What the fuck is going on? Bruh, what's going on here?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
That's... one, wow, he just came out and said it to Erenville. Two, Jesus. They're aware of the final days, and they've been, like, prepping for it for a long time.
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
Unionize! Unionize! Sharlayan, final days! What final days? Whispers. God, shit, they know about the final days. Step it up!
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the forum.
Well, these events are seeing those coordinates never right. That guy revealed way more than he probably should have. Hi. We're being a smart ass about it too.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
The broest of all fucking bros! Erenville's my fucking man! Yo! Yo! Oh, he knew. He saw us coming along and wow. Like straight up Gleaners are terrifying in terms of how good they are. Like, the idea of being able to pick up on plants by just like, glancing at your environment, being able to find shit that other people, like, can't and everything like that, they are putting the Warrior of Light skills, like, fucking in check here. He's consistently better at it than we are. Meanwhile, one first half an hour, Alistair deciding in a bush, wondering why Enrill's just talking to some frogs.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Erenville, like, they are, like, glazing the fuck out of this character. We have been introduced to Erenville, and it really just felt like he was just like a random NPC, and they are so rapidly just being like, he's the broest of all fucking bros, he rules, he's a legend, and he's also a very smart person. And like, here, like, so many other people are going around Sharlayan just not even questioning anything, and just being like, no, whatever is going on, I don't even understand. Meanwhile, Erenville, the best gleaner out there, I don't even know if he is that, but like, they immediately said that he's very good at it, is just like, immediately just like, no, my whole thing is like finding little things and bringing them together. I also do that for information. like, which literally they said before, Gleaners have to be kept abreast of world information. Keeping track of world information, reporting that to the forum is also literally part of their job. That was mentioned earlier. So, of course, Erenville, being a fucking Chad that he is immediately just like, no, this doesn't make sense either. They are putting a lot of effort into a single plan that we need to know what that is. For as Erenville said, for the warrior being in a gay relationship with him, I totally get it. I absolutely get it. Erenville rules. I've known Erenville for like half an hour.
How did you know it was us?
I've known Erenville for half an hour and he's already my best friend.
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
You were running around in a squad of 3, following footpaths. What did you expect? That's so good. Oh, God. Okay, wow. That is the first time in a while they've introduced a brand new character out of nowhere. And it's just like, oh my God, he's so cool. I got a friend request from Coda Cat. Yeah! Yeah! You run along with someone as Toads for a little bit and you get a friend request. Fuck yeah. Our Toad performance needs works, apparently. I have to pay more attention the next time I see one. I like how he's just like, it was obvious you were frogs. What are you talking about? I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurements would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and Sulfur's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. We haven't crossed paths with Erenville again. I should like to thank you properly. A guide of sorts. Alice is starting for the direction of Erenville departed. A thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement in the forum and the commitment of all its resources? The only thing that makes sense to me... I'm now extra convinced of the arc theory. I'm now extra convinced of my arc theory of... They're literally, like, it's a deliberate callback to the founding of Sharlayan being an arc. They are not trying to do anything to prevent the final days. That's like, it also lines up with what Fortuna was saying. Fortuna was saying that it's just like, our job is to observe history, not interfere with it or anything like that. Oh, final days are coming, we'll survive, we'll be fine. That's their duty. Their duty is final days are happening, survive it. Watch what happens, document and record it, and survive it. And have enough shit with you that man can thrive after it's settled down again. Now, I'd like to point out the last time the final days happened, it required killing half of everyone that existed to summon a god to stop it, but you know. Maybe Sharlayan has a plan for that too, I don't know. Maybe they're gonna make their own Zodiac. I don't fucking know. Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offering any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Yashala and Kra for the moment. See what they think of this. We have Zodiac at home. Oh god, so we've got Funny Daniel making his own final days at home with Blackjack and hookers. And now we have the forum making their own Zodiac at home with Blackjack and hookers. Oh, this just goes back to the... Oh, like, we're around the other side of it. I was about to say, I never went down the other pathway that was here. We're literally, like, at that. I was about to say, I never went off to the left of, like, where we started. It's just this. And somehow Toad's the most important part of this entire detail. Yeah, next one is really far south, so we're not getting to it. I feel, if this is everywhere we're going, this feels like way less of the first half of a zone than what we usually get. I feel like when we go to an area and we only get half of the zone and then we do the other half later, it's usually relatively equal halves. This feels like fucking nothing. Look at how much space on the map still exists. This feels like very, very, very little. I'll take in stuff with Picto feels like cheating. Yeah, it really does. It really does. Oh, so this was, okay. So that's where we started, but it's another, like, building that goes down here. That's why we couldn't, like, jump down from the top there. Actually, no, I saw this earlier. I was looking down at this. What am I doing? Looking through everything that's coming in, that's what. Important task, however tedious. Frogs everywhere. I'm not allowed to in the buildings, boo. But also, as we've been doing this, a blue has appeared. A blue has appeared as we go back. So if we go back to Meriol on the way back, we do have a blue to do. Also, only one Aetheryte so far. There's still another 2. Fine, if I'm still alive, found another candidate for the polykill. So the problem is just like, I could say that. That Snapwood is huge. I could say that, I'll be honest. The vibes that I get from Erenville currently are not romantic partner, but like Horsefant 2, which honestly just scares me more than anything. Coda! Coda, have you been waiting for me? Hi. Hello. Coda's been waiting for me. Yo! Hello. Let's call it ultimate with 3 hammer stamps and 1 palm. Jesus. Funny how normal the forest seems now. As I thought, it was also much more ominous and threatening. Where is Kryl? Hello! What's up? Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking me those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. You can skip ads on Shiva, Jesus Christ. Probably off to doing Kryl things and having inexplicable headaches. I'm sure she'll be fine. Sup? Hello? 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 Hell yeah. Oh, okay, wait, I gotta get a frog out. Where's a frog minion? Do I have a frog mount? Do I have a frog mount? I don't think I have a mount that's just a frog, but I have an iron frog that I can pull out. Yeah, I don't think there's a frog you can just hop around on, but I do have an iron frog. 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 Oh, bye. Bye. Have fun. Oh, you're probably just teleporting over here so you can do story faster. So I'm gonna ride on my frog. I'm riding on my frog. Check out my frog. Yeah, we are. Okay, we are just going. Well, actually, no, the teleport was up there. I've forgotten what playing the game is like without flight. I have forgotten what it's like to play the game without flight. It's slightly slow going. I was thinking is this like my thought process of like earlier today. I'm just like, oh yeah, I gotta work on like shared fate stuff, and it's like, I don't know if I'm gonna be working on shared fate stuff actually, because I don't want to have to do shared fates while I can't fly here, because it will take so long to get to any of them. So we also have a thing here. Let's do this while we're here, because the picture for this quest showed the forum, so we should probably do this before we get to that. Lost little troll. The distracted archiver seems troubled. Want me to play around in the car? Nah, I'll be fine. Because then I can get to areas that I'm not meant to get to yet. That'll be cheating. Oh, dearie me. Hello! I could get the bike out, so it's like faster. My sweetest shaggles, one of the Archeon's precious samples has fled. You have no idea who I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm New Alatia, an archivist. The Archeon is home to various samples collected by from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I can promise I can compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? My thanks! I'll continue my search of this area. I'll get to check the 33rd facet. Once you have a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archeon and report your findings. Where is my bike? There we go. Set the bike to this. I had it set to, the 4-person car, because I was driving around people in, what's it called? Bosnia. I was driving around people in Bosnia who didn't have a riding map. So I had the 4-person car out to get other people around faster. I was helping a bunch of people who were new to Bosnia. Where most of my time in Bosnia now is just grinding metal, so I can get enough of the Race of Valor so I can do Bosnia duels at some point in the future. I've worked out with like roughly how many weeks we have planned for Endwalker. If I get like 1 turn-in of metal per week, I can pretty comfortably clear it, so I don't have to be that, like, I don't have to get a full 1 per week, but yeah. Black Mage is Bosnia really still doesn't make me want to learn Black Mage. But yeah, I've just been going to the 3rd zone of Zadnor and just grinding metal. It takes about, I think I worked it out, it's like 75. I think it takes 75 skirmishes to get 1 turn in. Though that being said, it's the final zone of Zadnor, so skirmishes are really quick. Like 10 a day until then would make it, but it's 10 every single day. You see no trolls, great or small. Perhaps a bit further in. I'm so fucking happy. I am so glad that we have Mount while moving. It's, oh god. It makes me do a big fat cum inside a pussy. I believe is the term the kids use these days to describe things that feel kind of nice. Obsessive lesbian worm. Chat, would you love me if I was a lesbian worm? The errant troll is nowhere to be seen. You know what's here may have had better luck. Attention granted. Oh, sorry, the Archeon's there. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm going back up to here. I'm going to the Archeon. Sorry, you are here. Say, I mentioned being a lesbian and Raharan immediately in chat. Brong! You want to here? I couldn't find him. Dakota Cat! Are you looking for him as well? I see. I was unable to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let us sit there and see if we can track it down. Alright. I'm worried if this is a chain. That'll be fine. It'll be fine. I feel like in terms of where we can go, we have walked everywhere we can walk in this zone as is. Well, except maybe like a little bit up the top here from the left, once we go back up there. So I feel like in terms of this, like, split of the story, we're relatively close to the ending of it. It did, again, like, the picture was of the forum, so I feel like we're getting close to the end. So if we have, like, a quest chain to do now, it's not that, it's fine. It's just a summoning spell. I've now realized that a double-ended dildo can be another term for lesbian worm. Or lesbian worm's another term for double-sided dildo. One or the other. One in each zone's a chain? I know this one is. I figured this one might be a chain because I had a picture. Yes, there can be no doubt. These are Shaggle's footprints. I've uncovered the specimen's trail. Should be close. You can find it under threat from the local fauna. You may dispatch its assailants. Murder the wildlife we're researching because we must protect Shaggles! Yeah, they have a picture, they're usually a chain. That is usually how it works. And if Shadowbringers is anything to go by, they do often turn the ones that are chains into important to unlocking stuff later. Not always, but they sometimes are. Like, oh, it has a chain, that also means that it will unlock something if you do, like, the chains. Like, all the chain ones. They often have done that. Not always, but it, you know, there's moments. Oh no, poor Shaggle. Oh, or is that Storm? I might be thinking of Stormblood that does that. It might be Stormblood that does that. I think it's Stormblood where all the... That's Stormblood that I'm thinking of. In Stormblood, the Aetheroic, the Aether Currents quests that were chains were usually the ones that led into the Society quests. But I don't think Shadowbringers did that. Shadowbringers just had Society quests be their own thing that you disactivated. Or maybe there was some that were also from chains. Poor Shaggles have been set upon by trolls! Trolls, quick, to the rescue! Shaggles' his baby. So I gotta do this. Bam, 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 yeah! Bam, 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 bam! My Blaze Resolve is fucking absurd as a weapon. Rotaga one was directly after the chain? Okay, so there was, yeah. Yeah. So sometimes chains are still important to do for other things. Shaggles this baby! Shaggles this baby! This is absolutely going to be a minion in some capacity. The other things that we saw of trolls were the same model shrunk down. This looks like a troll, but it is a distinctly different model. I am also level 100. No, it's just like seeing the animations you do with Gunbreaker, but with a gunblade that is twice the size of every other fucking gunblade in the game. Makes it look so over the top. I love it. I'm so happy I have the Blades Resolve. It's, God, I love it so much. Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. I was fine. Oh, you mean Shaggles. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Around, Spaffoon! Grr. It talks. The Archaean's under threat! I must do something! Grr. Got a little tail. It's not that surprising that it can talk. I've run into a lot of things that can talk. What's the threat? The Archaean? Also, we may be the only one who can hear it if it's echo. If we can hear it because of the echo, maybe that's why we can hear it talk. Grr, you can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with them? Oh, it is the echo. This has not come up in so long. The idea that because we have the echo, we can understand anything that's actually trying to talk. I think, when was the last time that was, like, explicitly directly relevant? Because I can't think of a moment since Alpha, at the end of the Omega quests. I don't know if it was relevant once in the entirety of Shadowbringers. I'm blessed with the echo. I have that. Incredible! I've never met someone with such a skill before. Spondylodjoy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother in quite the state by the time we found him. He was a remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I'd seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. I think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder exactly why you're able to understand him and I am not. I'm sort of special. I have the echo. Just say you have the echo. They're Sharlayan. They haven't... It's Sharlayan. They know what the echo is. Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him, too. Grr, there it is. You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to grr the way your kind do, but I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiments. I happen to learn of said power from the tomes in the Archaeon. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge and he makes no effort to engage with it. Grr! Oh, this guy just in particular is an idiot and doesn't understand the echo. You don't want me to repeat what he said. At any rate, I'm glad to have finally someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archaeon's in grave danger. Some garrulous gleaner managed to bring woodworms in with them during the visit. If we leave them, the band caused irreparable damage to the materials of that facility. I tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind, see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. Well, what's he saying? Archaeon's in great danger, woodworms, gonna eat everything. Oh, dearie me. Still, it's most courageous of him to try and solve this issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out this pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? Only Owen can understand him after all, and he seems miles ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. Adorable questline, I love it. This is already adorable, and I love that we're actually using the Echo for one of its primary stated purposes again. Seriously, I can't think of a single moment in all the Shadowbringers. We need to grant him a seat on the forum. The public will vote for him in a heartbeat if they can understand him. I like how Shaggles is now the quest giver. Yo, it's indispensable we're here to get Shaggles' advice on dealing with the infestation. Shaggles! Problematic pest. Now he's being understood at last. Shaggles is full of vim and vigor. It's better than before when he was full of piss and vinegar, so. Allow me to explain a few things first. Start with the Archeon regularly use alchemic pesticides to keep the place free of harmful gurs. Unfortunately, the woodworm I found seemed to be entirely resistant to the type of pesticide employed at the facility. I was in the few terms, including the new Eorzean geographic, but I couldn't manage to identify the Vulcan and the Archeon. I'm guessing it would be a new species. Grr. We won't get very far if we know nothing about the enemy, so I went ahead and captured one of the woodworms. We could try showing it to someone who knows more about this sort of thing than I do. Just repeat all of that. I'm still hungry, I'm gonna go make ramen. I could smash some really good quality instant ramen, I'll be honest. I've mentioned cup noodles like 3 times today. Maybe it's a craving I'm having. I see. Okay, so I think it's best served by a biologist at Mariel Agronomics. Shall we? Is there a faster way to get down here? Is there a faster way to get down back to agronomics than going through the cave? Than going through Expedition 33? I know the whole point is that the only way we got down there was because of the cave, but like, having someone fly you, I might have someone fly me for this. Because this is deliberately a moment when you don't have flight, by the way, because this quest gives you Aether Currents. Can someone fly me down? Quick! Sky Uber! I can come back for flying this. Thank you! Sky Ubers! I'm by the Aetherite. I don't want to have to go back through Clara Obscura again. It's just gonna make me want to play it even more after hearing so many people praise it so much. It's so annoying. I'm hearing so many people rave about how good. It's not about Tasia. I'm hearing so many people rave about how good Clara Obscura is, and I'm just like, I would love to play it, but I have a billion other things that I'm doing instead. I remember this part and just thinking, why? Hey, Val. You can farm me! Or I can ride. Okay, you can take turns. You can take turns. Marriage! We did get married on this. You can, okay, when I need to go back up, you can come pick me up. Can you mark on your map? Oh, I'm just going to the building. But yeah, just the giant circle down there is fine. Anywhere in the giant circle is good. So I know you Uber drivers are gonna go to a lot of different places. I don't want to be like, oh, please drop me off specific. Driving with fury on that one. Shaggles! Shaggles. The party's just full of people now. Don't go at me. I can't talk to him myself. Went ahead and told him everything. I have to admit, I hesitated to bring up Shaggles' role, though. Your troll showed me the woodworm sample, but the best I can do is confirm that I've never seen it before. I tell your hypothesis that it's an undiscovered species is highly likely. In order to understand our best to deal with the insect, we would need to learn about its original habitats. Okay, well, I found a clinging onto a Fathnerian tool used to make medicine that was recently brought to the Archeon. It was discovered by a Rogan Gleaner. Let's go ask Gur about it. Well, what are you waiting for then? To the Archeon! Don't worry about it, it's fine. That troll truly speaks to you, doesn't it? Perhaps that woodworm is not the only new species in our midst. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I think of it. There was a Vulcan race capable of conversing. The Narth, if I'm not mistaken. But some argue they're closer to crustaceans. Everything must evolve into crab. I've read exactly one Uber ride and it was a pleasant experience, but I'll literally never do it again unless I have no other choice. In fact, that one time my boss had to reimburse me. I've never done an Uber of my own accord. Oh, I need to ride back up. Wait, I need to ride to the front, but it'll still be faster. Val! 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 Alright, Billion. Alrighty. We're going for a ride. I'm not going up. I'm not going up. I'm going here. I'm going here. I don't have to go up. I'm going to the bottom section of that building. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. You're farming Uber visits. Yeah, I simply don't trust a complete stranger to drive me anywhere. I mean, taxis are similar, just, you know, they actually have to respond to someone. Like, they're actually, like, hired by a company rather than just fill out an application on a phone app. So it's, like, a little different. There's a little more accountability there. Yeah, I've been in Ubers, but it's basically when I'm with other people. Pretty much every other situation. Yeah, taxis have way more accountability. Yeah. But, yeah, like... yeah, if I'm going anywhere on my own, I'm always just, I'll public transport or walk. That's the cleaner delivered the tool. Let's ask her where she got it. She looks familiar. Not just because she's familiar. Probably be able to talk to Shaggle someday too. I'd love to know what he thinks of me. No, you don't. Why do you look familiar? Outside of just you're one of the very few Femros in this game who actually has grey skin. Like, seriously, so few Femros in this game have grey skin. They usually either Hell's Guard, so they just don't have that color option as, like, a thing. Or, if they're Seawolves, most Femros in this game have, like, closer to blue or green. You're one of the few that has grey. Why do you look familiar, though? Oh, I think you have Skite Swiss's hair. I think you have Skite Swiss's hair. The lady, the Femro from the Cold World Society quests. She's a Femro, and I believe she has the same hairstyle, though hers is blonde. I believe that's why she looks familiar. I think it's the same hair. Either way, yet another tall, beautiful, grey-haired lady that we've run into today. I'm hoping we can meet the twins' mom today and see if we can add yet a third one to the list of hot, tall, grey-haired women that we've run into in one stream. Oh, that? I found it in Valthanair. To be more specific, at the Alchemist Outpost. The Great Work. So it's used by the first Alchemist, they say. And there are a few tools like it's still extant. I spent days arguing my case before its owner agreed to hand it over. Grr, it's all coming together now. The Wood Woman was probably exposed to so many alchemic concoctions in that settlement that developed a hardy resistance to substance like the pesticide. That's why I started time inquiring the biologist about this. I feel like I've seen that little troll in the Archeon. Is it alright for him to be out and about like this? Ah, well, circumstances have required us to set him free for a bit. Closely monitored, of course. And where did he go? Going back to the botanist. Oh my, we should make venereal agronomics straight away then. I didn't know, but I could have sworn that troll was talking to you. Hey, before I go over there, do you want to have a quick, like, scissoring session? Sorry, who said that? Taxi! Damn! I got a fancy one this time. Yo, let's go. Yo! Mariol Agronomics, thank you. I'm already here. Hi, Cryer, we'll be with you in a second. Sorry, I know you're like entranced by a flower and we're like preventing the end of the world, but this cute little thing can talk to me. That's why you invoke the mighty summon spell. You're right. I don't. You're correct, Raharon. If you'd like me to not talk about two tall, beautiful, muscular ladies scissoring each other, I don't have to mention that. That's okay. If it's unnecessary for me to mention it, I can just not mention it. I suppose I should really return Shaggles to the Archeon soon. Oh, ignore me. I'm just thinking out loud. Go on, man. Well, that certainly makes a lot of sense in light of all that's happened thus far. I happen to know that the alchemic pesticide used in the Archeon was created in Valthanair, so it's hardly surprising that our Woodworm friend has developed a resistance to it. Now, how shall we solve this conundrum? Shackles. It was growing up, but I thought these were normal woodworms. Suppose I should really return Shackles. No. Pest be gone. Well, it just has worms on the brain. It may not be the most inventive solution, but what if we were to make an even stronger pesticide? What if we killed it but harder? Grr, but how? Grr, but how? Assuming that's a yes, I'll need you to get your hands on Luncheon's toad's poison glands. They almost ate me last time. I'm no longer a toad, it's fine. I'll take care of the rest. Oh my, despite their adorable name, those toads are not to be trifled with. They do make for quite the unforgettable luncheon. Think you're up to it? Buffin clearly isn't, so I say you're our only hope. I think he gets right to asking for your assistance. You'll find the toads roaming in Numa, I believe. Do take care now. Isn't that a fucking sage skill? God, I hate Frontline. Frontline for me is like, I love Frontlines when I have a good team and I win. My opinions on Frontline are wholly decided by whether I win or not. Because if you're winning, it feels really fun. If you're losing, it sucks ass. It fires a great pesticide. Just a little uncontrollable, you know? Gets angry really easily, rambles for way too long. Toads are really quite delicious once you try the poison plant. That's the friendly tip. And when you win on a secure, I've only done secure once since I came back. I've not been able to do anywhere near as much frontlines as I'd like because I normally do frontlines between coming home from work and streaming. But now that I have to take public transport to get home instead of walking 2 minutes, I don't have the time to do that. So the only time I can do frontlines now is in the morning before I go to work. I've not been waking up early enough to do that most days now, which is a problem. Hopefully I can actually finish off my frontlines thing before the next major patch comes in. Launchell's the only good frontline map. Oh no, wait. No, secure Seal Rock. No, Seal Rock is dope. Seal Rock and Onshall are the two good ones. Remember, these toads would just soon have you for luncheon. Hey man, check out one of those toads here. I'm working on it. Alright, okay. Alrighty. There we go. I'm always just trying to choose the seat that's taken. Where are we going? I'm going to here. There we go. Caesar's Seal Rock. Okay, Caesar's also good. Yes, yeah, I thought Secure was cards, no. I've done that like once. I don't understand how it works. I've got to do that again because I can't remember how, like, I've got to do it more because it's got some new rules and and my first match I very much did not understand it. As did almost all my teammates. Because it was like 2 or 3 days after it came out. Seal Rock is arse on a log if you spawn on the north side. That I will agree with. I will say, Seal Rock is probably the one that is influenced the most by your spawn, and that does kind of suck. It does suck how dependent it is on spawns, because it can be really, really bad. Alright, back! We're heading back. I just go back and forth on no bother going in the middle or to the warps or whatever. There's a lot of stuff to like kill up there and things like that. I just like, from when I was doing it, I didn't quite understand like how the middle worked. But I think that's because I was also arriving to the middle too late and thought stuff had already happened. And last time I was there was all of these, I think, lunar primals. They were trying to attack confluences. I really didn't understand how that was like, what that was doing for PvP. I didn't realize primals were being added to it, but you know. Glad to see you return safely. I mean, give your spills to our friend here, directly. No, I don't need to say thank you. Guard, have your back. Now hurry up and give that toad down its cell biologist. And give him my flat low so you can see less. Hell yeah. Oof, judging by the smell, I think it's safe to assume me got what I asked for. Let me tuck that away before we all pass out from the stench. Fill to the room with deadly toxin. It smells of it, so... This is still a wild-ass first zone, I love it. Out of smell, out of mind. Now I've got all I need to make one of the most potent pesticides out there. Everything will die. Hold on just a moment. Sorry, hot dust bite lady? or evil Duskwhite Lady. It can be both. It can be both. The director! What exactly are you making here? And why does it smell like the inside of a turd? And you, Noel's here. A legal job requires you bring in any missing specimens back to the Archeon, not take them on a tour of the realm. Please, allow me to explain. He found a woodworm, and we're trying to get rid of it because the pesticides won't work then. I see why you feel such drastic action is needed. However, I cannot permit you to release such a potent pesticide inside my Archeon. I was wondering about this. That'll just kill everything in there. Hold on, you want in Gridania for crime of existing. This is why Gridanians don't want Duskwhite Elizons in Gridania. They're too hot. The reserved masses won't be able to handle how hot the Duskwhite Elizons are. This makes a lot more sense now. Could damage that which is housed within, and there's no telling how it might affect Labyrinthos' environment once the fumes inevitably escape the building. Whilst the best side we currently use may not be on the weaker side, that is also one of its strengths. It has negligible impact on the environment. You clearly haven't given your plan much thought. Being not, I shall come up with a solution in due course. For now, let's return the specimen to the Archeon. There's little to be gained by allowing a troll to remain on such matters, no matter how odd it may be. Give me another chance! I can't sit back and watch those marvelous books be destroyed! Is it addressing me? Yes. It's saying to give him another chance. It truly wishes to protect the tome so strongly? Very well. I like this camera angle. This is why people play LOLs, I think. Very well. In light of you having discovered the woodworm issue in the first place, I shall grant you one more chance to present a solution. Should you prove capable of ridding us of the infestation, I promise to cease treating you as a mere specimen. Assuming that you come with a solution all on your own, of course, you're forbidden from consulting the researchers. Understood? Can she come back? I don't even think she had a name, but like, can she come back? She was hot. Yeah, I know hot women are a dime a dozen in this game, but still though. It's a Duskwhite, that's so rare in this game. Especially, even for player characters. You have to play a lot to get the character, this makes it less obvious what your intentions are. Oh, I'm so sorry you got dragged into this. It's all my fault for acting so rashly. Dream big! Why is Archon loaf a fucking reward here? Ooh, lassies. We can get some lassies. Why is Archon like... Feels spiteful. Shackles is researching for a solution. Grr, I worry they won't be able to come up with a way to solve our problem. Let me grr and think on my own for a bit. It's alright, you don't need to interpret for me. Even I can tell he's struggling with the weight of this task. You know, creatures like trolls tend to perk up when someone pets them. Why don't you show Shackles some affection? He might pretend not like at first, but trust me. He'll warm up to it soon enough. Pet Shackles! Try petting Shackles. He's just as cuddly as he looks. Pet Shackles! We must pet Shackles! Best quest objective ever! Pet Shackles! Shackles is over here. He's by Psyche. Sorry, there we go. Sorry. I have to give you the GPS coordinates. Sorry. Look, I don't know the address, but if you let me look at your screen, like, just whip out your phone, I'll recognize on the map where it is. I don't know the address, but, like, just let me look at your phone, I can touch where it is. Trust me. Well, I mean, I can see a lot more of the place from up here. I can see the giant moats dividing the places. I can see another Aetherite Plaza. I can see that place is, like, being hotboxed to hell. There's, like, these barrier walls around in certain areas, which I imagine is more like an environmental control thing. My effort for naught. Because, like, that looks like a barrier, but then that part isn't barrier, but this part is. I presume these barriers are meant to be climate control things. Different animals will want different zones to have, like, different climates. I imagine that's what that's meant to be. You can see my kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Yeah, I've had Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Kids like it because it's fucking delicious as hell and also loaded with sugar. Can't come with anything good. I'm just a little creature. Alright, we must pet the little creature. Who's a good Shaggles? Who's a good Shaggles? What are you doing? I'm not a dog. Clearly. Pet Shaggles some more. Pet Shaggles some more. Best quest objectives. You know, I actually feel a bit better now. Seems like he's back to his old self. Listen, Shackles, if anyone can do this, it's you. Grr, not like you buff it and move on, but I'm the grr who nearly destroyed Labyrinthos' ecosystem by unleashing a super strength pesticide. If anyone's a fool, it's me. You also weren't the one who made it. A cat loves it, so there must be something to it. Petting, I mean, not sugar. Does anyone know why cats love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? I know I haven't been from consulting the researchers, but I can ask you for advice, right? You must have fought your fair share of foes on your adventures. How do you take down the especially grr ones? Usually by turning off level sync. That's usually been my solution so far. If not that, then usually by like switching to Gunbreaker and declaring my name and the love for the star. That was like my last time when that was my solution. Doctor, take it. I use an exploding sword. I find an exploding sword helps get rid of most issues that I come up with in life. I harness all my strength, I focus on their weakness, I simply end them. I mean, realistically, it's the first one for the Warrior of Light, or the last one. You don't really exploit weaknesses of an enemy, like, at any point as the Warrior of Light, unless their weakness is telegraphing their AoEs. I also walk them. I leave taxi adaptation, I'm gonna go back to ramen making. Sorry, I distracted your ramen for that. I do like how you have a Pikachu ramen emote, though. That is a global emote? Oh, shit. Nice. I guess, no, if you're ninja, you do literally do vulnerability. I go up to my enemies and I say they show promise, but promise won't save them from what comes next. And then I teleport off to the side, I grab a giant rifle, do an incredibly intricate reload emote, point the gun at them, and hope they don't show hole. That's what I usually do. You could be doing Blue Mage, and I use elemental weaknesses. Damn, I can't believe Crafts got the double line. Nice work. So I feel like in this situation, focusing on their weaknesses is more useful because it's like a pest you're trying to get rid of. Focus on their weaknesses. See what telegraphs the worms will do, and then step out of the way of them. Water worms do come from tropical climes, so weakness would probably be freezing temperatures. So if we make it too cold in the Archeon, we risk exposing the books to frost damage when all the moisture in the air freezes. What about the fuck told you I hit the double line? I thought it was like a good fuck. You know, when like good things are happening to you and you're like, fuck. You know, I thought it was that kind of fuck. Obviously. Wait, yeah! Deprive them of, yeah, they need to survive! Eject them into space, I do agree. Then once we go to the moon at the end of the game, then we'll find them and they somehow made it there. And that's why the blue quest is required. They're gonna be a society quest on the moon. The worms. I've worked it out. I've seen the solution to the game. I bet we can solve the worms with oxygen with the gas emitted when you pour hydrochloric acid on limestone. We'll need to evacuate the staff and other living specimens, but wouldn't damage the tomes or documents. We won't overwork unless we gotta go. Only Tia can get the acid, so I just need to find some limestone. It's well enough for the taking of the 30th Gurg facet. Miss at the Archeon once you have it. Gotta bring the wood to the worms. Any impression you come with a solution? Would you mind filling me in? I think something about shooting them into space. Brilliant! Though, I bet at least pretend to be looking after Shaggles while I fetch that acid. Please do get that stone in the meantime. Go, Shaggles, go! What if the worms cause the final days? Alright, we're going to a cave now. We're going for a cave story. My Spriggan friends. That's a taxi. That's one hell of a taxi. Alright, here we go! Yeah! Right around on the Zoidos, motherfucker! Hell yeah. To the 33rd facet, I'll mark the beginning of the cave. We're going to the start of the cave. Because I gotta go through the cave. Swap to miner, quick! Grab the limestone. Meow. 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 Use the charged particle cannon. Oh, the etheric auger or whatever it's called. Yeah. Yeah, the etheric auger. I'm gonna have to do a lot of mining to actually build that up though. It takes so long. What was that achievement firing it like 10,000 times or something? There's so much gathering. Really is just like, you want every achievement for the diadem? Be prepared to spend 200 hours in the diadem. God, Omega's so beautiful. It is a very good preset. That is not what I meant. I'm so good at driving. I don't crash into everything at all. Sick air doughies. Yeah. Be on the pterodactyl mount, don't you? I feel like they've done a really bad... It's one thing I will say, I think in this game overall, they do a really bad job of, like, the hardest mounts to get in the game are usually really boring. So many of the hardest amounts to get into the game are just random fucking mobs. Like, why is Vinegaroon the big thing that requires like 3,000 nuts to get? Why is like Pterodactyl like do a 10,000 hours of diadem? Alright, I have one last cap to take. Actually, no, I need a second cap because I need to get down to Kryl as well. I can't get up there. I didn't even know what mount you were riding just then. But I need to go up to here. I guess I could technically teleport, but I'm gonna make you do it anyways. Because I'm lazy. Fuck yeah! Oh, but I can't make out with my lesbian girlfriend in the back of this. She's not with me at the moment. You know, Aaronville. Sorry, I mean Heidelin. Sorry, I mean that Duskwhite Ellison that we ran into earlier. Sorry, I mean the Rogadin that we ran into earlier. I don't have one of those to make out in the back seat with me while our dad drives us through the desert. Meow. Meow. Why the hell is Titan's ATV not the Savage mount? I get this is like literally a mount that the characters drive. I can't get off. I can't get off! You're going bastard! No! Gaia, more like Gaia. No, it's just like, I get why that's the mount. I really want to sing Titan and get that mount. It's like, no, I get that that's like why that's the mount. Because like you literally drive it through the thing. But I want to ride around on Titan's ATV. I so badly want to ride around on Titan's ATV. Do you find the 33rd facet to be a bit scary? Terrible gloomy places like that. I don't know if Clair Obscure is gloomy or not. I've heard it's really good. I have no idea anything about it beyond that. I want to put it on the list, but I'm just worried about how many games I have on the list and like how long will it be until I get to Clair Obscure. I don't know. Everyone's out. My god, the acid as promised. Did you keep your end of the bargain? ATB stands for active time maneuver. Ah, yes, offensive but ancient. Basically sufficient limestone. Run-of-the-mill limestone, they'll nevertheless produce the desired chemical reaction. I got some limestone. It's not that good, but we don't need good shit. Renegars, I'll be right back. I feel like we should still ask for permission before we do this. Do this from the Duskwhite Ellison. I totally don't need an excuse to see her again. I just feel like we should ask her permission before we start pouring acid on books in the library. I filled the test room with gas. Now we only need to wait and see what happens. Ask for forgiveness. That is true. We learned that earlier. Everyone comes coming out stumbling. Oh, I forgot to warn them to get out. From what I've heard, Clarosquir's tone is all over the place. Positive. Grr. You know, I've been on my own almost as long as I can remember. I do recall that I constantly questioned my parents, which is probably what led them to giving up on me altogether. Same intelligence, or belligerence, depending on who you go. Saw me rescued and brought here. Made me interesting, I suppose. But I've only ever been treated as a specimen. You're the first person I've been able to have an actual conversation with. For the longest time, the Archeon's books were my only friends. They were both my loyal companions in my window from which I gazed upon the outer world. That's why I can't stand by and let them be destroyed. Naturally, I'd love for my intelligence to be recognized so that I might become a research girl in my own rights. But more than anything, I want to protect the Archeon. Aww. Shaggles, you'd be the best character introduced today if we also didn't see Aaronville. It worked! It actually worked! The pests are no more and the times look as good as new. Yo, she's back. She's hot. Let's go. Well done! Your method is both effective and safe. We should waste no time in using it to rid the entire facility of woodworms. As promised, you will no longer be treated as a mere specimen. From now on, you're an apprenticed researcher. Yay! Grr, I think the heavens, the Archeon will be safe once more. Oh right, the final days. Allow me to thank you for everything. I couldn't have done it alone. My very first project as an apprentice will be to study how to produce sounds just like your kind do. After Grr, if I want to be a researcher, I need to learn how to speak with people other than you. Can you learn how to write? That's probably the first step. Good to see Shaggles looking so pleased. Thank you for all you've done for us. Shaggles. He doesn't know about that thing. Oh, but before you go, could you perhaps tell me what he thinks of me? Do they have opposable thumbs? He can learn to have opposable thumbs. You don't want to know. He thinks you're a buffoon. He calls you a buffoon regularly. Is that so? Dip color in ink. Ah, he's too adorable to be angry with. Come, let me pet you. Cease this, you buffoon. I'm no one's pet. No, come back. So about that lesbian scissoring there, unnamed Dustwhite Ellison. Sorry, Minefist trying to fuck this Ellison and the Femra that we saw. None of that is canon. None of that is canon. That's just I'm apparently extra horny today. It's only canon that Minefist is trying to fuck Alphino's mum today. That's the only one that's canon. Possibly Heidelin. We'll see how that goes. But Heidelin is her type. But we'll see how that one goes. There are Prologos running around here. Like, I get it. Yeah, the Prologos, they're just running around. Familiars everywhere. But I like to be pet, and I'm not a pet. Yo, I can take a backseat to Alpha. Let's go. Let's go. All right, now we're going down to where Kryl is. Which Kryl should be here. Kryl is where Val is. Also, pod 042, or whatever pod number the actual thing is. Vroom. Vroom, vroom. Vroom, 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 vroom. I like how Alpha sits down when you take him to the skies. Alright, now it's back to MSQ. Alright, here we are. You're right, we do need to water the flowers. We're gonna make sure the, what was it, heart blooms? We gotta make sure they grow. They respond to emotion, but I don't know if they grow with emotion. Krell, where have you been? No, I think Krell is so entranced by the flowers, she hasn't realized that an hour has passed. We will overwater these! Death to emotions, I guess. Krell. Krell. Don't tell me low battery as the cutscene starts. How dare you?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Aww. I'll change it. I was wondering if like it was gonna autoplay because so many others have. This is kind of long. Yeah, it's like the moment cutscene starts. Low battery. Sometimes that's the thing is when it says low battery, sometimes it'll last half an hour, sometimes it will last 5 minutes. So we'll change it just to be safe. Aw, Krell's giving me a flower. Aw, adorable. Adorable. How many times have we changed headphones today? I feel like I'm having to change them significantly more rapid. Actually, no, that was about 3 hours again. That was about 3 hours again. They may not last as long because they don't have as long to charge. Because they only can charge as long as the other ones survive. Krell, they're a protected species. That's why we prevented it from wilting. That's why we prevented them from wilting. Must protect the hearth blooms. God damn it. Fucking only one side connected. And both of the things stayed in my ear, for fuck's sakes. God damn it. Both of the headphones lit up. Both of them lit up saying they were connecting. What the hell? And only one side actually connected. Grrr. Grrr. I grrr at my headphones. There are astrologians running around Sharlayan. Are they going to the torture prisons? Doing my Shackles impression. Grrr. There we go. I was about the underground torture dungeons. Okay. Sorry. Slight distraction. I need like a timer. I need a timer that's like, okay, the moment that I take the headphones out of the box, for this set, keep it on 3 hours and like 10 minutes. And change it then regardless of whether they say low battery or not. And the other ones, give them like an hour 20. Anyways, thank you for the pretty flower, Cryo. What do you know about those? No reason. We heard Leveva died.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
She. So you are talking to Heidelin.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
I spoke with her, like, earlier today, but okay, we're going again.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Hello again, Heidelin.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
I feel like we're gonna like talk to Heidelin a lot if we just have Carl with us.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment.
Oh, That's why you're talking. Okay. I was like, this feels like we spoke to her at the beginning, and then we're speaking to her very quickly after. I'm just like, this feels like very rapid. Like, what could she have to tell us now that she didn't tell us on the boat? But oh, you need to weave magics.
It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
I don't exactly plan on dying to visit you, Heidelin, I'm sorry. I'd love to visit you, I'd love to see you. I'm not planning on dying anytime soon, though I do apologize.
After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Explicit confirmation on that.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Another?
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Like, she's literally describing the themes of Answers while Answers is playing. Like, it's explicitly the themes of Answers while the song's playing. It is on ourselves to make our own path, for only us can have our own path. But in one fleeting moment. Remember to live and to enjoy life. Despite our lives being but one fleeting moment. And Shadowbringers was entirely, and if we think about the Look to Those Who Walked Before part, Shadowbringers as an expansion is like almost entirely looking to those who walked before. Like the Unsundered, the Fallen Civilizations of the first, the Warriors of Light of the first, our Unsundered self, stuff like that. And then so Endwalker is when we're actually now doing the leading those who walk after. We've looked to all of them in Shadowbringers, and then in Endwalker we lead those who walk after by being the guiding light of the star. The beacon of hope, I believe Menphilia said, is one of her last words to us as we were escaping from Ulbar.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
I imagine it's because, like, Labyrinthos is physically closer to the Ethereal Sea, because it's so far underground. I imagine that's why, like, Heidelin's able to reach out to Carl at this point.
Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
How many times are they going to play answers throughout this fucking expansion? We've already gotten it multiple times today, and it's affecting me. Like, after me going on about it for the whole game, and then it being so directly relevant to so much of Shadowbringers, and now in Endwalker, it's just like, oh, by the way, we're literally bringing the song back. Not the full song. You get, like, the whisper version at the beginning, and then you get an instrumental version. The actual song itself, the same one from the end of an era cutscene, that hasn't played yet. But we have gotten multiple versions of it already.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
Her answers are cryptic because it has to be ourselves who find the answers. If she tells us the answers, then that's not enough. Because it's the process of finding the answers that we find meaning. It's the process of finding the answers that we find within ourselves, the emotions that are required to overcome what we need those answers for. Being told the answers isn't enough. That's kind of the whole point. In one fleeting moment, thou must live, die unknown. It's kind of like the whole thing. That's why it's always cryptic. If she tells us what we need to do, or like what our like thought process needs to be, then we don't find our path to that on ourselves, which means that we don't have the, as she was talking about, a test of strength and conviction in those ideas to overcome what the fuck we're about to like struggle with.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
But also very explicitly, we also can't find the answers alone. But she also said there, together. We have to find the answers ourselves, but we explicitly also can't find them on our own. Which ties a lot into also, like, Shadowbringers things, in terms of, like, self-identity and stuff like that. Like, the characters find self-identity by assurance in who they themselves are, rather than trying to be what someone else tells them to be. But also, every character who finds assurance in who they are finds it because of their bonding connections with other people. An idea that, on a surface level, if the game wasn't so good at getting its themes across, would seem contradictory, but the game is so good at getting its themes across that it's very, very clear that they are, like, perfectly complementary to each other.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Shit, did we get caught scampering about? Oh no. Oh, we got caught scampering about. Oh no. Oh, fuck. Oh no. Oh shit! Dad's here himself! The dad himself has shown himself. The cops, chase it!
Forum with us.
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
They are!
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
God damn it, it was that dickhead!
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
We were helping the gleaners down here do their job. I was talking to a little troll who was intelligent. What do you mean? How is that clandestine? Okay, yeah, the Toads was clandestine, but shut up. No one knew about that except for Erenville. And Erenville wouldn't rat us out. He's a bro.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Clandestine movements were reported.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge.
But the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact.
What does that mean, bro?
With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Yeah, you're fucking, like, Noah's Ark shit. I get it, but, like... As Aranville said, too many eggs. Only a single fucking basket. Etc.
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
For the people here are Sharlayan. I know they've been other places, but...
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
Bro, literally try it. I have a gunblade with me.
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Hey, he stayed back. What the hell?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Oh, he actually broke in. Oh, okay. Oh, Graha actually broke into the restricted section. Okay. He actually broke in.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
I do appreciate that Y'shtola looks at us and is just like, I understand you want to kill him. Hold off for a little bit, though. I can see you reaching for it. Hold off for a couple seconds, though. Why does it keep happening whenever we start an expansion? We need to stop getting kicked out of places.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate.
We cannot just kill
The
all of our
rostra
problems. A lot of them we can, though. And if I can't resort to killing someone here, then I'm pretty sure cucking someone here is gonna solve a hell of a lot of my problems, or at the very least vent most of my frustrations. Seriously, bro, the moment I meet your wife, oh my god, oh my fucking god, that's what she's gonna be saying. Oh my god, hood down Kryl.
Forgive me. I was careless.
The hood down Kryl. Having the cat ears on display is too serious for this. Graha, don't you literally have a spell that makes you invisible? Fun fact, you can tell which people are mannequins because character lighting doesn't affect them. So to come in, you're fucking happy to see me.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Maybe discuss this after? Maybe discuss this after?
The Forum will come to order.
Well, at least we actually get to see the fucking Forum in action.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
Don't you have more important things to do? I found the most scandalous porn you've ever seen.
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
Like, you're preparing for shit. How do you have time to waste on us?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
We're not interfering with the work, we just want to know what you're doing. That's a different thing. I got my nudes, send them please. So, who said that?
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
A thing can be multiple things.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Again, the warmongering thing. You define self-defense as warmongering. Like, out of everything else, like, you define self-defense as warmongering? Fuck you. Like, I don't care about anything else you have to say. You define self-defense as warmongering. Go off. Go away. We're not exposing six secrets. We just want to know what the fuck is you're doing. You're shady.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf disappeared an entire fucking island of people to stop a primal that was gonna kill everyone. This feels really in line with his actions, actually. This is in line with Galuf, exactly.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Like, he literally disappeared an island to stop one primal. Like, what do you mean?
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer?
I like how your shoulder's just like, at least this will grant us audience with the forum. I thought your shoulder was gonna be like, you know what, if we're put on trial, at least we can, like, ask them about what's going on. I'm now realizing your shoulder's just like, at least if we're put in front of the forum, I can chew them the fuck out for being arseholes. Go off, Queen.
Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
No, she just wanted to absolutely chew them the fuck out. Let's go.
Whence came this revelation?
When we were frogs. They'll never suspect us if Scions are frogs! It all comes together. It is our stand.
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Yeah, did you know the forum members are just telling gleaners, like, whatever the fuck they feel like, by the way?
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Like, whenever you're like, we turned the frogs gay. No, I think we turned the gays into frogs. Sharlayan water is so advanced, it turns the gays frogs.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
Are we just saying this out loud in front of everyone?
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
I led a city for 100 years. I am now familiar with bullshit political speak.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted.
Yeah, also went against Yulmore. He did straight up talk shit to mad shit to Vorthru in another hype moment of Shadowbringers.
No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
That checks out with the fact that they're being so fucking secretive about shit right now and not telling people what's going on. That knowledge can't do much good if no one's allowed to know it. Oh, we're onto something. Some of them are mad, we're onto something.
The telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Okay, so Labyrinthos being what it is now, like, started with this. Okay. The momentous duty thing is, like, directly tied into why Labyrinthos is now what Labyrinthos is. Which makes sense if it's, you know, leading into Ark-style stuff of, like, survive final days. We have all of the knowledge and creatures of the world to, like, refill the land.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
Like, they put a lot of effort into the Dravanian colony, and then very promptly left it without a second thought the moment that Garlean showed up. Like, Garlemald showed up on their doorstep. Not even on their doorstep, like 3 nation-states still away. But still.
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Okay, so before anyone currently in this room was alive. Unless there's any Viera here. Everyone in this room is wearing a hat, so I'm assuming there's no Vieras in this room.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
I mean, Vieras not permitted to wear hats. Their research into the ethereal sea is talking with Hydaelyn, is it not? I mean, that may or not, it may also be about studying the ethereal sea and how it functions, but, like, I feel like a big part of, like, the whole thing of, like, the anti-tower and stuff is conversing with Hydaelyn. Or maybe not, or, like, well, I guess we can do that because we have the Echo. If they had people with the Echo, they could have done that. But it may have been about studying the ethereal sea. But still, if they can study the ethereal sea, if any of them had, like, all it required for us to talk to Hydaelyn was be at the top of the bottom, at the anti-tower, and have the Echo. So it might have been, oh, they did that to study the ethereal sea, one of them had the Echo, oh shit, Hydaelyn's talking to us. May not have been it for the purpose of talking to Hydaelyn, I can't remember that. But it's at the very least, like, they very easily could have had someone talk to Hydaelyn. Especially if it was this many years ago, Hydaelyn would have had more strength. The Calamity was not there, so Hydaelyn would have had more strength and would have been able to talk a bit easier. Because we were only able to talk to Hydaelyn then, even at that moment, because Minfilia was there. But one more rejoining beforehand, she may have had enough strength to talk to someone with the Echo there. Otherwise, like I was saying.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
My guy, you being force choked? Is force choking you from the other side of the room to get you to shut up?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
What happened to that guy? No, like seriously, what happened to him? What the fuck was that? Like, he went to say something and immediately got force choked. What the fuck? Are we moving on with our next... Like, it's not like the guy just started choking. His throat, sometimes throats just do that.
We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival.
Their plan is to... He had a frog in his throat. Their plan is not to avert the final days, but to survive it. That's their entire plan. Their entire plan is just to survive the final days. It's why they're so confident that they'll be like, no, we will chart the course of history. Even if the final days should happen, we will just survive it. We are built differently. I assume he chose while catching his yapping. It seems like something happened to him, because he was like grabbing at his throat like something happens to him. That's what I was thinking, but it's gonna cut to Foreshadowing just doing this on the other side of the room.
Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Yo! Line from the intro, let's go! So it's like, I understand what... That's the line for the movie. I understand Sharlayan's perspective. Like, we may not be able to prevent the final days, so as long as we survive it, it's okay. Store as much knowledge, as much, like, food as we can, and try to, like, live it out. And I understand the concept of, like, well, what do we do if we can't prevent the final days? We need to make sure that humanity lives on. Like, I get that. But they're putting zero effort, it seems, into trying to prevent it at all. And, like, how many people are you willing to let die? Like, all of their focus is just in survival and, like, what's that thing? A pound of cure for an ounce of prevention, or anything, or whatever the saying is. Whatever the saying is. They'd rather cure than prevent in the first place. Very much a, like, if we're going for, like, a climate change analogy, very much a, well, we're never going to prevent the world from increasing in temperature, so we're just going to put all of our resources into adapting to the changing temperatures, meanwhile doing absolutely nothing to try and prevent the temperatures from increasing in the first place. There's the obvious question of, is it something you can fight? But do they know that? Like, how much knowledge do they have of the final days? Do they know what's causing the final days? Do they know whether Funny Daniel's final days is going to be the exact same thing? Or a recreation or something different? Ounce of cure prevention's worth a pound of whatever, something like that. Yeah, whatever that saying is. She really was just here to chew them the fuck out.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortune.
Very much worth a pounding in the butt or whatever. So, once again, if we're leaning into, like, themes of Endwalker being about how do you handle the final days, because, like, obviously we've seen the Unsundered, we've seen their response to the final days. Their response to the final days was mass sacrifices needed to subvert this, but we refuse to accept that tragedy. We refuse to accept it has even happened. We are going to put all of our effort post-final days into trying to restore the world to the final days. We are incapable of accepting this has happened, so we're going to do everything we can to just return to when it didn't exist and stuff like that. Followers of Hydaelyn are in the opposite boat of accepting that it has happened and letting life that has continued on afterwards and doing the best for them so they can flourish in the aftermath. Sharlayan has another response. It is on us to ensure the best chance of survival for the world, but we're accepting the inevitability that we can't improve anything. Like, it's a very, very, the Sharlayan response to the final days feels, I thought it was lining up a lot with, from what I was getting the impression of before, I thought it was lining up a lot with the, Zodiac side. It isn't. It's a completely different side. It's a completely different approach. Because they're not trying to restore the world to what it was before the final days. They're not even trying to, like, prevent the final days from ruining the world or anything like that. They're just, like, survival and making sure we survive, because it's similar to that in terms of, like, it's similar to the followers of Zodiac in the aftermath of believing they're the ones who can best guide the star to a more prosperous future. Sharlayan believes that their country is the pinnacle of society, so they're the ones who can lead humanity afterwards, because look at how many preparations and knowledge and animals and plants and everything we have stored. We're the best ones who can take care of it afterwards. But they've got, like, no plans or anything to try and prevent the tragedy from being as bad as it's going to be. Their whole focus is on just surviving it, making sure they get through it. So yeah, they're like, the Sharlayan response to Final Days is a completely separate idea and stuff like that. There's like, there's the large-scale societal responses, and then we've had, like, individual characters who have their own individual responses. Like, we saw for Dola's response to, not strictly the Final Days, but the concept of, like, the themes that we were getting across that are, like, relevant to the Final Days. Someone like Fodola's response was to pretend it doesn't exist. On a personal level. Shut out your emotional response to it and stuff like that. Return Twitter versus Elon will take us to Mars Twitter. Yeah, this is like, yeah. They gave us the Final Days in Amarot in Shadowbringers and then said, by the way, we're gonna have the entirety of Endwalker being about continuing, like so far, Endwalker is a sequel to Amarot, very explicitly. Which I'm totally okay with, because, I mean, with my giant mat that I have here that is of Amarot, I think everyone is aware that, Amarot is a very big important part of the game for me. Not necessarily a place that I agree with, but I like thematically, it's like one of the, it's an incredible part of the game, so I'm okay with Endwalker being, like, all about that shit. Not necessarily Amarot, but, like, the themes that were, highlighted in our journey through it.
I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same
I'm
token,
relatively made out, we can probably
I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania.
Like, that is one thing about, like, trying to prevent the Final Days. The only way that the Unsundered found a way to prevent the Final Days was to summon Zodiac. So, yeah. I mean, again, it depends on, like, to what extent does Funny Daniel mean Final Days? To what extent does Funny Daniel mean Final Days? The literal same Final Days that afflicted the Unsundered world? Or is it a metaphorical Final Days of that much destruction? Because that can very those are very different things that have a very different counter to them. The first one is, I don't know, because it required summoning fucking Zodiac. And the other one is just like, well, if we kill Funny Daniel and, like, work out a way to destroy these towers, we're probably okay.
Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
Like, surely, like, as long as we're not, like, fucking with whatever plan they have, surely having some people doing their best to mitigate or prevent the final days, like, would also just make the Sharlayan response easier to do. Like, if the final days happen and they're gonna load everything onto a boat to survive, like, surely us trying to mitigate how bad the final days is would, like, help them accomplish that, right?
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Okay, Safadal, let's say you don't have first names now either.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Yo, someone in Sharlayan who actually likes Louissoir. Okay, now when you say old friend, sorry, Alice, not to get distracted, but when you say old friend, do we have another case of old man yowing in this game? I know that's an inappropriate way of talking about your grandfather, but I have to wonder. We'll discuss it after We'll discuss it after whether we determine we're being executed here or not. You can tell he's important because he's not wearing a veil.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand.
Why are we arguing about this? The whole point was about their clandestine activities. What are you talking about? Shut up.
By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
And that's apparently a bad thing.
But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
No, we just want information that helps us do that ourselves. We will take that information and leave and do it ourselves. You have clearly made it clear you do not want to help us.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections.
There is that. That is like, the whole thing is that the forum, like, discusses and decides everything, and then, like, majority rules, they make a decision. How did they expect saying straight out, no, go get fucked, also, you're lame and your dicks are tiny? How did they expect telling, like, Eorzea that to go? Like, are they really shocked that people in Eorzea are just like, I'm not happy with that response? What does Shane mean, like, stop yapping?
Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
This dude seems like the one reasonable dude in Sharlayan. Like, he agrees with their decisions. He's like, no, what we're doing is the right thing. We're taking the right course of action. And I do agree with you all in terms of what we need to do. But, like, what did you expect to happen with this group of people? With, like, the way that we responded? You responded in a way that was going to aggravate them. What did you expect was going to happen? Low battery. I must have not charged it last night. That's never happened before.
Order! We will have order!
If I never pressed the X button, no you weren't. Oh, fine, I'll press it.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures.
Death! Conk.
Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan.
God damn it. Can I at least sleep here? My bed's here.
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
Alright, we are no longer allowed to look into anything. Let
us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
How do you count that? You're all in a circle. None of you can see everyone else. How do you count? You're all in a circle facing the center. How do you... you are not counting the people sitting behind you.
I count 51 for and 48 against.
How do you count that? They're
proposal is
behind
passed.
you.
Students, scions, you have heard the forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Names for him be like, we special, you can tell, because we not only have names, we also have no hat on.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
As punishments, you are no longer allowed to be nerds. You will never read a book again. Damn, the harshest punishment someone in Sharlayan can give to them. There is a Viera! And you can tell she's important because she's not wearing a hat. There's actually a Viera, and she's actually not wearing a hat. Oh my god. I cannot wait to work out what her name is later, because she's not wearing a hat. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security marmot on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. She's unfortunately allowed to wear a hat once since the Viera hat ban. No! She's important. Her eyes are just receding and it's evacuating. Jesus. Thank the gods for skull like Monteshane. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. Get it? Because we're all standing in a circle. That's why their forums are circular thing, because they argue in circles all day. Hills and hairstyles are unfortunate. My father may be right. God, am I right? My father may be right, but I'm still groping in the dark for answers. But I needed him to know that I will never stop searching. I owe that much to Ironworld and myself. What a poor Viera look like. Not great, I imagine, based on how the models will look. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whensoever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of the science, and I know my grandfather would have as well. Who's being grouped again? I think the Dustwhite elves that we ran into earlier. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this serious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn all too of substance here in Sharlayan. The punishment isn't public use. No, Val's public use, but that's a separate thing. Thoughts on this, Glam? Averil makes so many things look so good. This would not look good on Minifest, but it absolutely works on you. You have a good ability of being able to put like pieces that have some extra bits of armor on them on long flowing dresses, and it doesn't look clashing. I usually try to lean entirely into armored bits of armor or entirely flowing like coats and stuff. I find it really hard to combine bits that are both together. I feel like you do a really good job of combining both together. Speaking of the circle, an interesting fun fact about the intro is totally walks right into a table as soon as the camera cuts away. I like the Saint Sega for inspiration. Gotta rework a lot of my glams. I'm happy with most of my glams. Like, all of my things for glams is just waiting on more progress in MSQ to get pieces that I want at this point. With, like, maybe 2 glams that I'm willing to redo entirely if I find better pieces. I'm willing to change my White Mage glam if I find something that really works for it, but my current White Mage glam is what I think is the best that I can find that works for both White Mage and Manifest aesthetic. We should have to think very carefully about how we proceed from here. Let's close to unglamming this globe, actually. Astro weapons have so many similar looks to them, it's like hard for me to like work out differences. I have comfy in the cold glam. Oh, it's got like, is that got like ribbons hanging off the bottom of it? That is cute. That is cute. It's a little cold tits. Alright, Minifest got her tits out, but she'll be fine. I should read, do a Glam, but not sure which, maybe Warrior or Dark Knight. I'm happy with most of the ones that I, like, it's basically White Mage, and I think there's, like, one other I was looking at, where I'm just like, if something comes along that's better, I will change it, but I just don't have anything. They're like, the Glams that I'm just like, I'm happy with it, but I'm not, like, in love with the Glam. But most of my Glams I am in love with. But it's very easy to do Glams for Minifest just because of, like, the aesthetic that she goes for is just, like, long, big-ass open coats, and the game has a lot of those. Estates Visitor. Alice has a look at dissatisfaction. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino, I'll say, it is you! Is it, Mom? Is this Mom? Is this Mom? When I heard you'd been dragged from the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mom! Yo! She's hot! Let's go! Oh, I'm gonna suck this woman's soul out of her pussy and make Fortuno watch. Let's go! Emilian Savela, at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the 7th Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Oh, I got an Endwalker from the same hair, so I'm good, so mad. Oh, Minifest is gonna start hitting on her immediately. Minifest is gonna flirt with her immediately in front of Alphino and Alice. Instantly. So how many is this now? I'll be honest, I'm at a point where I have lost track of how many tall, beautiful, grey-haired women we have been shown in today's stream alone. I've actually now lost count. I have now lost count. I mean, it's Final Fantasy, it's not that surprising, especially 14, but you know. Mother, please. We don't wish to make things difficult for you. But, Emilians, can I make things hard for you? Sorry, what? If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking on my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best terms at the moment. But I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. Oh, and she's good too! Ah! She's not a fucking bastard like their father. Oh, she's actually cool as well. Oh, God, the entirety of Sharlayan's gonna hear her moaning once I'm done. Holy shit. Okay. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss the matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go. Visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Minifest, what do you think? A beautiful woman is inviting me back to her house. What the fuck do you think I'm gonna say, Alice? So I can see Alice takes after her mother. I'm gonna make this so uncomfortably. Oh, and she loves us. Oh, and she wait. Okay, we're also in. We're in. Do you see the response she made when she learned who we are? Oh, we are in. And by in, I mean like at least wrist deep. Let's go. Minifest? The Minifest to some Blightwind? It's pretty impressive. The moment that she sees us, the statue of Thalia became the second biggest gushing waterfall in Sharlayan. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Oh, we are so in! Oh, man! Okay, I think, yeah, this is like, okay. So it's canon that Minifest is into her? Absolutely. It is absolutely canon that Minifest is into their mom. Minifest is absolutely gonna try and hit that. 100%. You see the look on her face there? Oh my god. Oh, but we must be quick about it. Alright, that's alright. I can finish fast if you want me to. I'm very talented. I can help other people do that as well. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Oh! So you, like, you don't care if your husband walks in on me fucking you. But the servants are gonna be told off for not stopping me going into the bedroom with you. Okay. Okay. I understand. I understand. I understand. I'm totally fine to fuck you, but we can't have the working class suffer for it. Understood. Manifest, would you be so kind as to escort my children to the estate? I'm taking on daddy duties already. Let's go. And then she was gone. And with her, any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Are you Sharlayan and Graha aware that I'm about to try and fuck her? Like, Y'shtola and Graha left Manifest alone with that woman after Manifest gave her that look. Do they think that might... Do they realize that Manifest is going to start flirting with her immediately? The moment that they're... Like, are they aware of that? Or is that going to be a surprise to them when they find out? Like, surely they're aware of Manifest type. Surely yes, Graha. Meanwhile, we're over here looking back and forth 2 million at LSA. My future's looking bright. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I still don't know if she's more pretty than Heidelin, but absolutely, like... Reverse it, Y'shtola not surprised Gra. No, I mean, whether they know. No, whether they're aware, I mean. Are they aware that Manifest is going to start, like, Grass purchasing Grey Wig and Stilts? Sorry, I didn't plug the... I took this out of my ear because it was itchy, and then I put it back in, and then I didn't put the cap on properly. I mean, I would possibly have it canon in Manifest timeline that Graha dyes the end of his hair grey to match his Exarch look. Partially just to feel like the Exarch and partially be like the hair is opposite to Manifest. I'd possibly have it in Manifest canon that Graha dyes the end of his hair grey. Does it, like, Exarch has a lighter red than Graha does. So I would say, like, he keeps the darker red, or the more vibrant red at the very least, that Graha has now. But in Manifest canon, I would say Graha probably dyes the end of his hair grey to match Exarch. I was about to say Manifest definitely owns a cannon. I do! I have one pointed at the Namazu statue on my next door neighbor. I'm sure Alpino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time, but I wasn't the most... Look, I was working out that I was a lesbian, alright? I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. So weird. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Manifest? Though it seems we shall have little time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? I feel so sorry for these two. They're gonna watch me flirt with their mum directly in front of them. Shit, boobs them. Something else. Let's give Alice a push then, and be on our way. Fine, if we're going then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. How about your mother's? See, this is a reference to both her bedroom and also her pussy. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everything has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. Alice say, I can already tell you have a plush collection on your bed. This is not surprising. I mean, God, never mind. Leviato said it's that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Yuri manga. I'm also not surprised. There is very little surprising here, Alice. I was about to look at the map and I'm just like, why is there a blue down here? Oh, right. That's the sightseeing log. I thought they might have dialogue. They're wearing yellow jackets. Yeah, it's like a Limsa reference. Get it? It's like a reference to that one show that has that one non-binary actor like in it. So it's typical girl stuff. Yeah, can't get this uncomfortable now. Whenever Alisaie and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or servants was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Avino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. Must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Hard to imagine him being like that anymore, considering how much of a dick he is. Orcs Landing. Me when someone passes a cable to me in a car to play music. Orc Landing, that's most of my jokes. There we go. Nailed it, I finally got it. Finally worked it. I've been trying for most of this stream since we got Orcs Landing to think of a joke for it in case we came back to it. Finally fucking got one, there it is. Look at Cheapos. Oh yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alisaie had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly. So I tried casting the simple restoration spell I'd only just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed, the joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject of my studies. We used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet into the fountain and splash about. Not Alphino, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an orc and he sinks like a stone. Awkward hard cut between night and daytime themes. Coincidentally, I also cast her first spell here. She lit my hair on fire. Remembering to say two people sitting on one another and one's in a G pose. Well, there's only one person here, so it's fine. I also tried to say on me, but ended up being a small fireball instead of a heal. I appreciate how you both immediately go for the Alisaie sets Alphino on fire arc. Do they actually say that? How did they actually say that? Yeah. I'm reading what you said. You were reading. No, I was reading what. Oh, actually, no, that one specifically, I was reading what Deku said. She's at titty height too. Fucking go. I'm gonna flirt with your mum so much. I am sorry. I view you two as family. I'm about to make that legally accurate. And here you are at last. Please do come in. And I get to come inside of it. Go! What? What? I'm much hornier today than usual. I don't know why. It's probably all the tall, beautiful, grey-haired women. It's probably that. Yo, fucking Yakuza entrance, let's go. You remember everyone is titty height. No! Some of them are snatch height. It's one of the two. Why is this place so huge? How fucking rich are you kids? Yeah, but Lalafell's a shin height to everyone but other Lalas, so like...
What? What are you gawping at?
I didn't realize... I heard you were rich. I didn't realize you were rich. Some Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Just... See, if I say just admiring the craftsmanship, that means I'm looking at their mum and admiring her body. I could say that. House living here in all its grandeur. I didn't realize you all lot were rich.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
The rich friend who really doesn't want you to know how rich they are. Look at your house, you are.
Lord Fortuno is not to hear of this visit.
Lord Fortuno must not hear that I am about to plow this ephemera here. I totally have a juicer. I'll say you are my princess.
And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
See, the real question is like, Manifest is absolutely in canon, legitimately going to flirt with Emiliance here.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
That means I'm alone with Mom. Manifest is absolutely canonically gonna start flirting with her. She won't be able to help herself. She's so mad at Fortuno, and she's so her type, that Manifest is absolutely gonna flirt with her. The question is, it's just like, I don't think she'd respond. Realistically, I don't think she'd respond. But I don't think that's gonna stop Manifest from trying.
We shan't be long.
Or we can have slight canon divergence of just being like, nah, Emiliance totally would. I'll let the fanfickers decide that one. Because Manifest is canonically absolutely gonna start flirting with her. 100%.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
I also like her voice. Everything is nice except for one something couch labeled Fortuno's punishment couch. This is not a sexual thing. It's about to be. My children are to enter my estate, Emiliance. My children are about to be welcomed unconditionally. 7? Well, I'm gonna listen to what Emiliance has to say. I'm gonna listen to Mom. Emiliance would humor you, but then Manifest would feel embarrassed. That is probably really accurate. Manifest isn't exclusively a bottom, but around dominant women, she does exhibit bottom energy because, I mean, your shoulder exists. So that is probably exactly what would happen. That is probably exactly what would happen. Won't stop me from commissioning art of it, though. Won't stop that from happening, though.
I am sure they withhold certain details, of course. If only to keep me from worrying.
I won't tell you how many times they've nearly died. I gotta say, if this isn't grounds for divorce, I don't know what is. You're right, your husband saying that your kids are no longer part of your family is grounds for divorce. Yeah, surely Emiliance would be, like, annoyed at him for being like, our kids are no longer part of the family. Surely, right? Surely. As a bottom, like we're in a trench bottom. Surely Emiliance would be so mad. This is not copium, shut up. Surely Emiliance would be so mad at Fortuno for disowning their kids, for following in one of their father's footsteps, I'm going to assume hers, that she's just like, you know what? One bit of adultery is like a worthwhile consequence. Surely, right? Right? No copium at all. No copium at all. That's what I'm saying. I do not like how loosey-goosey she is about this whole thing. She seems shockingly okay with their father, like, disowning them.
Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Oh, Luisa's Fortuno's dead. That makes Fortuno acting like such a dick about it even more confusing. That makes it even more confusing. Oh, she was sending the money at the beginning. So that's why Alphino still didn't care about the cost of the sword. Because he was still getting an allowance from Mum.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter. Their depictions more vivid.
That is the Alphino and Alice I have known, yes.
The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
Endwalker has themes. Subtlety is for cowards. Subtlety is for cowards. Subtlety is for cowards. The kids have grown as much as they have because regardless of what happens in their life, they find value in it because, well, you can't change what has happened unless you have a giant crystal tower that can time travel. And so you can't change what has happened to you in your life, so you may as well take what you can from every moment that has happened. And it is those moments that happen that help to define who you are. Endwalker has themes and subtleties for cowards.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Name? Okay, but which name, though? By which name? Because mentioning me by name has been a complicated thing for a while. I just want to make sure you're screaming out the right one later on. By the way, Mum, you would not believe how much Alphino paid for a single sword. Like, it isn't like I'm just imagining like partway through Stormblood, and Alice is just writing a letter. No, partway through Heavensward. No, it has to be Stormblood because the consequences are more so over by then. And it's just like, dear Emilians, you would not believe what Alphino did. So he started this thing called the Crystal Braves, right? And it's just like, oh my god. Alphino, did you start a paramilitary corporation without asking your mum permission first? Oh, we are so in.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
We are so in. It's canon, shut up. Totally, it's not copium at all. Not copium at all. These two totally bang. That is not copium at all. It's totally canon. It totally makes sense canonically for that to happen. Shut up, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It totally makes sense for these two to bone right now.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I'm keeping her company. Would you like to be the new daddy? I'm in the market. I'm keeping her company. That absolutely means that I'm finger blasting her. 100. There's no other possible way to interpret that. There is no other possible way to interpret this other than I'm about to hold it like a bowling ball. Like, come on. Come on. Right. Come on. Manifest walks over, brushes hair out of her face. Oh, I would love to keep you company. It's like, what? Don't worry about it. At a bare minimum, Manifest is absolutely flirting with her. 100%. Manifest is absolutely flirting with her. They're like, that is canon. Trailer outfits!
Gifts. I wasn't sure what to expect.
Trailer outfits! They're fully color coordinated now. Alice's been teasing her red coloring, and now she's properly red colored. Did you hear about when I saw an old man's pants? like, Manifest and Emilion's getting it on is probably not canon. Manifest flirting with Emilion's, that absolutely is. Like, even outside of the haha, it's revenge on Fortuno thing, something that she would actually want to do. She'd actually want to piss off Fortuno. Even outside of that, Emilion's is super her type. Emilion's is super her type. And after everything that's happening here and everything like that, Manifest is absolutely flirting with her. There's no way she's not. Alice in her rocket boots.
Mother,
Yeah, we got new clothes.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It makes me look like a lesbian, so absolutely.
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alpha now.
No, you're dressed like twinsies again. ARR, baby, we're bringing it back. Crop top leather jacket with like a thigh window. It makes her look like a lesbian, so of course Alice likes it.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits,
See, I told you.
I must respect
Appealing
the
for the
individuals
lesbians.
you have grown to become.
Alice is dressing for the lesbians right now. An unglassed choker for some reason. Appealing to the lesbians. What? I like how she's just like, no, it was cute to dress you as twins, but...
See for yourself.
Don't worry, Estinian, it is now a lot easier. They're properly color coordinated. You can never mix them up again. They're fully color coordinated now.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
That's just sage gear, isn't it? Different colors. The top at the very least. Yeah, it's just because I'm thinking because you're forced to wear it in the Sage job quest. The final Sage job quest you do, you're forced to wear the Sage job gear because the clothes protect you from the thing the enemy's doing. Alpha has a male character, so I think it's the regular job outfit. Yeah, it's all the women who get unique outfits, and the males just get job gear. Because it's literally Orion, Jay, Thancred, and Alphino. With Graha's outfit now on Cash Up, I think LSA's outfit is one of the only Scion outfits still exclusive. Oh, I guess, yeah, Graha also gets, Graha doesn't have a job outfit, but that's because Graha doesn't have a job that the player can have. Because Graha has Switch as a job, so. I mean, to be, like, if there's something, this is what I'll say about this outfit. It might be the Sage job gear. It feels like it was designed around Alphino first, and then became Sage job gear. That's what I will say, though. I will say that specifically about Alphino's job gear here. This feels like it was made for him. This does feel like a natural evolution of what he has always worn. Like, you compare, I mean, not the ARR one, but like, you compare Heavensward and onwards, and you compare what he gets during, the first on the, like, from, Dulia in the first. This does feel like a natural evolution of what he normally wears. It feels the most appropriate to be, like, a more matured version of what he normally wears. So it does feel more like it's Sage job gear that was made for Alphino first and then became the Sage gear. I think his outfit is a customized version of the Sage gear. There might be little differences to make it distinct. I'm talking about lesbians and chokers. I can't stop thinking about that now. Okay, we'll think about Emilians being choked by Manifest. There you go. Like in a hot way.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
These are going to be the Nulliths. These are going to be the Nulliths. Alice doesn't need to change her job. She had a whole arc about becoming Red Mage. And she has a very unique weapon made for her. There it is! And he got his own Nulliths.
Wait. Are these...
Is it possible to dye the actual Sage gear to look like that? Oh. We're gonna make you a Gundam.
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Well, the fucking father just being like, all you could do is choose warfare. Can you do anything else but go to battle and stuff like that? Meanwhile, dude used to be a fucking sage. The one healing job that heals by doing damage. Hypocrite.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field.
Hypocrite! Hypocrite!
He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm.
Hypocrite!
Vessels, None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless.
It's almost like there's an inconsistency in his words and actions in the past. It's almost like he's a hypocrite. It's almost like he's a bitch. Seriously, I'm gonna make him watch as me and Emilion's fuck. I'm gonna force him to watch. I want to force him to watch because I want him to have the joy of seeing his wife come for the first time.
Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
Yeah. He hasn't always been like this. He's just in a bit of a mood at the moment.
And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Don't mind me, I just need to cool down for some reason. Don't mind me, I just need to cool down for some reason. Job stones are that big?
These devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
Job stones are... No, job stones aren't that big. Because we hold ours... Alphino is a tiny little baby. Minifest is a giant. The size of the job stone in her hands would be a small thing in the palm of her hands. Whereas in Alphino's hands, it would be a giant brick. I was about to say, job stones are always way tinier little things when we hold them in our job quest cutscenes. I am like triple his size. And then it's gonna be like 2 days from now that he'll for some reason go looking for them and find out Emilion's gave them to Alphino. It'll be fine. I might be scared to character model. So the thing is, like, I don't even have, like, a mummy thing. I'm not even, like, I don't even have a mum thing. Like, I'm not, like, for me, being into mum types isn't my thing. It's not like, I'm not, like, against it, but it's not, like, a thing that I'm, like, specifically into. But I do like tall women, and I do like women with long grey hair, so it's just, like, it naturally lines up in Final Fantasy XIV that that's usually reserved for the mums. Because we've had 2 of them today. Well, I mean, the other ones might be mothers. The other tall, beautiful grey-haired women we've seen today might be also be mothers. I don't know. And Heidelin's a mother, but like in a godly sense. I think with Double Eyes, the only difference like between Job Gear and Alfie's is the metal color. Ah, so he's still distinct in some capacity.
May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Can try, but common ground at this point seems really hard. He's literally disowned them. I don't know how possible that is at this point, unless he changes his mind. Go tell your husband.
We will, Mother. I promise.
Can you blame her for not wanting to talk to him, of all people, though? Gotta eat the fruit, got 8 jump fruit gummies. Use them to them, thanks.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work.
My kid, oh shit, I now have kids. I better overwork so I never see them?
I may not know the forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
Yeah, he does seem like a stubborn dick.
Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Continue doing whatever you're trying to do. When you prove yourself better than him, then he'll be forced to accept it.
Oh, Mother.
we shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Including that really tall one. I want to make sure she can come back around again. Totally canon. Shut up. Don't worry about it. Totally canon. Totally canon. Don't worry about it. Shut up. Shut up. It totally makes sense. See you later on. Oh, yeah, Didex code. There it is. Didex code. There it is. Yeah, that is very similar. That is very similar. Yeah. It's a coloring difference, yeah. It's very similar. Again, I feel like I'm more okay with it in this regard, because it feels like it was designed around Alphino first and then became the job gear rather than the other way around. I've brought a friend. Am I typing it right? Am I typing it right? Is that how you do a target command? Is that the target command? I can't remember if that's the target command or not. No, it's not! Damn it, no! No! I also spelled heavens wrong. I also spelled heavens wrong. There we go! There we go! There we are. There we go. Oh, can they have a square off? Can these two square off? Oh, it's the E3 minion. Oh, I don't know if I want to redeem it then. Does it count if I make the minion watch? Oh, she's gone! Can't even G-pose her with her in between. No! Seeing how the young lord and lady of the house have grown, it nearly moves me to tears. Oh, I thought she was gonna be here. I want to talk to her again and see her and G-pose with her afterwards. The garb worn by Lady Alice and Lord Alphino was commissioned especially for them by Lady Emiliance. She spares no effort in expressing her profound love for her dear children. Much about discuss when I inputted the code in the low set and got that. Remember if I'm pit that was just like, you obtain the wind up portion, you can now summon the wind up portion. You slapped the wind up portion. And that was that. Only the gods know when he'll be back again. When we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. So I will do everything that she says. Are they aware that I fucked her? Are they aware that I fucked her? I don't know if they're aware. But trust me, I did what she requested of me. Manifest is probably still at the bottom in that regard. I keep talking about how I'm the one who fucked her. In that regard, given how she talks and everything like that, Manifest is probably still the bottom. I can see it meant a lot to her. Oh, trust me, it meant a lot. And I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Okay, he's aware. Shit. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Shit! Manifest isn't subtle. Shit! Manifest is not subtle. Alphino is completely aware I was flirting with it, with his mom. Shit! God damn it! The Scions know Manifest too well and are completely aware that that Manifest was flirting with her super hard. Shit! Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts help us remember who we are and whence we came. We'll use these gifts to look to those who walked before, so that we may lead those who walk after. These outfits suit them really well. These outfits suit them really well, I will say. Again, Alphinaud just has job gear, but it does feel like the job gear was designed around Alphinaud and then became job gear. And Alisaie's obviously suits her. Alisaie's is so obvious that, yeah, that suits her. It's finally good that Alisaie is finally properly red, as opposed to just having hints of it. Manifest, let me make this clear. My father finds out about what happened on that couch. There'll be no common ground. That's his mom, I think. That's like a 350% perception bonus. Oh no. Oh no, they're super aware of how much I was flirting with it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, they're super aware that Manifest is in this option. She may have just whipped out her titties at one moment. Oh no. So much fan art can be posted because it has these outfits. I thought you were gonna talk about fan art now that we've seen Emelian's. Damn. I was kinda hoping that was gonna be what you meant. But enough sentimentality. Let's return to the annex and rejoin our companions. I am normally not this horny on any of my streams, but after seeing Emelian's and Hydaelyn and also the other characters that we saw earlier today in Labyrinthos, it's just brought it out in me, I'm sorry. I am a sucker for beautiful women. I mean, everyone is. But I am a sucker for women with long grey hair. I have a lot of types. I have a distressingly high amount of types, but that is one of the obvious ones. That is one of the obvious ones. I mean, literally look at the character that I made. She has short hair because she's Nero, but still. I said you summoned that already. I was like trying to kill Rhea with those thighs. She like, you know that one post? You know that one post that's just like, if I ever find out my daughter's a lesbian, I'm sending her to Catholic school because there's no way I'm letting any gay daughter of mine miss out on the absolute freak opportunities that happen between girls at a Catholic school. You know that post? That's what Emelian's is doing when she gives Alisaie that outfit. It's like, I am now aware that my daughter's a lesbian, and there is no way I am not giving her an outfit that is not going to appeal to other lesbians. 100% that's what's going on. There's no way it's not. Oh, what's up, Dad Squad? Hey, Dad Squad, I am now officially a dad. I fucked a mum today. I am now officially a dad. My kids are over there. Dad Squad next time. Let's go. Here, sweetie. Now go get that puss. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the Ethereal Sea. I mean, there might be something in the Ethereal Sea that they found out that wasn't to do with Hydaelyn. That is incredibly possible. The afterlife is down there. There's a lot of stuff that might be down there they found out. Hell, it might be something to do with the Ethereal Sea that causes the final days. Like, we don't, like, they may have found what causes the final days within the Ethereal Sea, and it's like, oh shit, it's like something to do with that. I don't fucking know. Manifest, I know that smell. Go clean up. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fortuno means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. Thaker does that high five handshake and Noriange is just like, you don't actually need to do that to be a father. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House of Ea would be pure hubris. So I'll take some responsibility. I did try to fuck them up. I will take some responsibility. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is essentially a family affair. I mean, I was trying to get in skirts, but that's it. And yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy. And a relief. I heard she welcomed you quite warmly as well, right? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So I'd say that Manifest has a mummy thing, but I don't know how it would be possible for her to have a mum thing. But like, between Y'shtola and now Emelian's. It's like, Manifest doesn't have any mum issues. Because her mum died. I guess Manifest's mum issues would be the fact that her mum died like super soon after childbirth. But I don't know if that gives Manifest any vibes to have mummy issues. But like between Y'shtola and now Emeliance and possibly Hydaelyn. Well, she'd find Hydaelyn hot at the very least. And Hydaelyn counts as a mum, I guess, in this regard. But like between Y'shtola and like the obvious like mum play there of just like putting like yes mum and everything like that, and just like don't make me put you over the knee and everything like that, and then immediately flirting with an actual mum. I think Y'shtola is aware that Manifest has some form of inkling towards that, but that may not be Manifest having a mum thing. That might be Manifest having being a bottom thing. It could be that. If I intend to master these sage armaments, that'll mean learning to imbue them with the same aether that I poured into Moonstone and Obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For now, I'll help to think of the Nulliths as allies in battle, simply a new form of the energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. Can you bring out the carbuncles with you at the same time, though? Can the carbuncles come out to play at the same time, though? Or at the very least, if you can't do that, can I, like, glam my carbuncle to be Obsidian or Moonstone? Because that would be cool. So I saw everyone on the Dream Blast down and came with, two with spinny headshots and surrounded by screenshots. What happened? Manifest, was, like, tongue deep inside of Emeliance. Mainly that. But I painted little carbuncles on the Nulliths. Like the Nulliths are named. This one's Moonstone, this one's Obsidian. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alpha's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We have very easier in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. Then why have you not gotten a Daiki haircut yet, Alice? Your hairs are still the same. Alice, get a Daiki haircut. How has this not happened yet? Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope? I enjoyed my time a lot with one of them. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. But in the meantime, their new dad will take care of them. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Falconer, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Leave her in a room with Lucian for now. After I blended his carbuncles and poured them into his Nulliths? No! The only acceptable way to devour a carbuncle is to turn it into a carbonara and eat it with Dissipate. I'll make a palatable to murder. Gotta do it one at a time. Gotta do it one at a time. Give it another expansion or two and then she can get the Daiki haircut. That's why I don't like energy drinks. The crash out after is so severe and legit wobbling. I mean, my crash outs afterwards aren't as severe, but there was definitely a moment earlier today where I was like, I had a tired spell. Though I have tired spells without the energy drinks, it's just, if I have an energy drink, a tired spell is damn near guaranteed. We did it though! And it only took 9 hours. Oh god, Endwalker, Do we all have this feeling that streams are going to be very long for Endwalker? A tired spells proposed. I have this feeling Endwalker streams might be long. I have this funny feeling Endwalker streams might be long. Time for a trip to India with the boys! Yo, we're gonna get curry there? Hell yeah, let's fucking go. I could do with some curry. I had, like, curry, like, yesterday. But still, no, not yesterday, the day before. But still. The stream was supposed to be long because city. That is true. That is true. Like, if, like, the city, like, I say, oh my god, it was so long because it was 9 hours long. 3 hours of that was exploring the city. 3 hours of it was exploring the city. Though that being said, it's also only half of the way to an achievement. The idea is that outside of today, because we don't get an achievement for doing one half of that, the idea is that every stream is going to stop at an achievement unless we need to do 1 or 2 more after an achievement to unlock role quests, if that is, like, required / like, makes more sense for the pacing of how we want to do it. Because it could be, oh, if we do, like, 1 more quest, we'll unlock role quests. But also doing role quests after the next bit of story might make more sense anyways, so depending on how that goes. the idea is that each MSQ ends with getting to an achievement, except for today. So, like, it's not all the way to an achievement, but we also did have a city to explore. And also, like, a whole intro cutscene. We had, like, watching the movie. We had, like, getting ready to go to the expansion. We had all of that. We had me trying to fuck Anella's and mom for, like, 2 hours, so there was that. Has it really been 9 hours? My recording time is 9 hours, 14 minutes. So if you cut off all of the parts that were, like, building up to it, like, if you cut out all of the parts that were, like, oh, the stream intro, me talking before, like, the YouTube bot started me, like, loaded up into the game and everything to watch and everything like that, that'll be, like, 8.5 to, like, 8:45. Can we get Gulab Jamun? Oh, I don't know. Okay, I'll confess I haven't actually had that. I've tried to have, like, more different Indian street food, but basically everywhere I go, the only Indian street food they sell is, like, samosas and pakoras. Oh, and naan, but, like, yeah, naan. You have naan with the curry anyways. Yeah, pretty much everywhere I go for Indian doesn't have extra street food beyond samosas and pakoras, which I love samosas and pakoras. So there is that. Anyways, it's been a long-ass stream. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I need to pee. I need to eat. You all need to do at least some of those things. Is there anything that would make sense to do today before we could... Like, obviously we're not going to start, like, the Thancred stuff. We're not going to start Dad Quest. Is there anything in Sharlayan that I'm missing, though, that might make sense? I don't think so. Like, there's the unlocking of, like, Leave Quest, and there's the unlocking of this. But we're not doing sightseeing until we beat 6.0, and Leave Quests are fucking Leave Quests. We unlocked hunts. So there is that. Where to log out here or the Levio house? Well, I can't. If I could stand next to Emilian's, I'd log out there. But for the time being, we'll log out here, and Minefis can go to her own room, her own bed in here, and touch herself while thinking about Emilian's. Did you tune to the Aetherites? No, I got that. I did all the Aetherites, yeah. We did all the Aetherites, so that was okay. Welcome back, Manifest. Ready for a nap? Stay tuned. Stay tuned for next Endwalker stream. I know Endwalker has officially started. The end has officially begun. Stay tuned next time. It'll possibly be a slightly less horny stream because Emilians won't be a part of it. So maybe the next stream will be like 2 hours shorter because of that. I wasn't expecting today to be so horny. I wasn't expecting Endwalker to start by being super horny. But I also wasn't expecting Endwalker to start with beautiful grey-haired women. I mean, we saw Heidelin last time as well. I just didn't expect to see Heidelin again immediately after and have an actual conversation with her after we saw her at the end of 5.5. I was expecting to see Emilians today. I was expecting the horniness to come out there. And then she was way hotter than I thought she'd be. So there is that. It'll still be very gay. Thank you for ignoring on Jake. That is true. It'll be their honeymoon. It'll be their honeymoon. Gay white couple goes to India for their honeymoon. Would not be the first time I've heard that happen. Being horny for new characters is expected though. I don't know how horny the average player is for Emilians when you see them, when you see her, but I imagine it is not a low amount of people. I imagine it is not just me and one pathetic desperate lesbian on Twitch. I imagine there are many desperate lesbians. That is true. Erenville is also incredibly pretty. Erenville is also incredibly pretty. Next time's my turn to being unreasonably horny. Right, that is right, we will be a Randostinian next step. Next stream, we will be a Randostinian, so never mind. You do get to talk about the shape your throat will take for the entirety of the next stream. Somebody went for Erenville, he was pounced on. No, Erenville is absolutely super pretty. There was a chorus of mommy? Mommy? Yeah. No, Erenville is super pretty as well. Erenville is probably one of the prettiest male characters we've had in the game so far. I definitely agree with that. Specifically pretty. I want to say that though. Because I would say a character like Gaius to me is very handsome. Gaius I would say is very handsome, but I would say Erenville specifically is pretty. Yeah, it's different vibes. It's different vibes. But also Erenville does have the voice. Erenville does also have the voice. Erenville's voice is also really good. It's like Lena's. There's a non-zero amount of Wall, Erenville, and Wall Emilion's fanfic on AO3. This up was very bisexual panic between Erenville and Emilion's. Again, so it's like for Minefest specifically, Erenville isn't a horny thing for Minefest at this moment. Erenville is like fucking bro. Like bro-esque in the vein of Oshafon. Sorry, Erenville, but the accent is very silly. I like it. That thing is like the Horsefant. Minefest isn't horny for Horsefant. Horsefant was Minefest's best friend, like tied with Alphino. There wasn't a sexual dynamic between Horsefant and Minefest. There was just like intense friendship. And I would say that like Erenville's personality that he's had so far, the fact that he has been voiced so much, I'm assuming he's gonna come back later. Like, I assume second half of Labyrinthos, he's gonna show up again. Because, like, he clearly has a distinct voice actor who's been given multiple scenes already. I am going to assume they're gonna bring him back for the second half of Labyrinthos when we get back there. But Erenville's personality leans more into being Minefest's bestie and stuff like that. But like that's the thing is like for Minefest, as I've said before, for Minefest as a character, I would say that like romantic relationships don't define like most intense relationships. Minefest is in a romantic relationship with Graha and Y'shtola, but Minefest's closest friend, the closest bond she has with anyone, is Alphino. Like I would say for Minefest specifically, romantic relationships are not the ones that triumph above all others. It depends on the bond that you have with the person. It's just you have different bonds with different types of people. So I'd say for Minefest specifically, the person she's the closest with overall is Alphino. She's just not in a romantic relationship with Alphino. So Minefest seeing someone and not being romantically interested in them, but like wanting to be their friends, doesn't mean that it's like lesser than like her being romantically interested in someone. Well, I would say for her as a character, that's like what it, like that would be like a distinct delineation. Anyways, I'm out of here. We're all tired. Stay tuned next time. Dad Squad Holiday to India. I'm very excited to see Fathernet. Fathernet is like Sharlayan in that the sense that it's been hyped up as like a bountiful place of knowledge since A Realm Reborn. But Fathernet has mainly been hyped up in side content, whereas Sharlayan is hyped up in MSQ content and is like sold that it's kind of like in side content because you like learn about torture dungeons in Astral Legend stuff. So we've mainly been hinted at Radzat Han and Fathernet a lot in the side content, but it's been hyped up as being like damn near equivalent to Sharlayan in terms of knowledge in their fields since ARR, and I'm really excited to see them. I'm really excited to see what Radzat Han and Fathernet is like, because it's another place that we've like, well, I thought we were going to go to Fathernet in Shadowbringers because of Dancer. So for me, it's just like, oh man, I'm kind of disappointed we didn't go there like we went to, or Bosnia in Shadowbringers. And then we went to Bosnia in Shadowbringers for the fucking Relic series. And we still haven't been to Fathernet yet, but we're going there next time. So, it's also a very lovely pair of outfits from Heavenswood. So we will head to Fathernet next time, and we will head there with the Dad Squad. Thank you all so much for watching. Endwalker has officially started. Bit of a hornier start than I expected. And as I mentioned before, the vibes are super different. I imagine that will change, but the vibe, like, this is a very different vibe to the start of any other expansion that we've had so far. We're not, like, immediately thrust into the pits of hell and danger and, like, despair and everything falling apart. This was literally just, like, exploring Nerd Center. I like it. Dad Squid and Astinian. Yeah, but enough of the fanbase called Astinian Daddy that it counts. Anyways, I'm out of here. I really need to pee. Thank you all so much for watching. Until next time, where we will end walk even further. This is version 2, signing